Chapter 289. In the corridor of Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales tidied his sleeves with a headache, trying to straighten the 9-pointed star emblem on his upper arm to his shoulder as he walked beside Saroma. Based on the experience of the past 6 years, don't the king's envoys usually only come when the seasons change? The second prince said, feeling vexed and worried. And they usually come to check on you. To check on your situation. Saroma nodded absent-mindedly. She looked at the flustered Thales, sighed, and rolled her eyes. She extended her hand to help him straighten the emblem on his shoulder and said in annoyance, "To make sure that a certain unlucky prince is still in his pet cage." Thales frowned and snorted expressionlessly. "Thank you for the reminder." Behind him, Count Liesban coughed softly. The regent quietly extended his hand and pressed on Thales' shoulder. "As well as monitoring, reminding, and warning Dragoncloud City that we are the greatest threat in King Chapman's eyes." Liesban pushed him 2 steps away without a trace and said solemnly, "Even when the Waltons lost their throne and the people of Dragoncloud City were in a state of panic, this never changed. Especially when the future of Jade Star and the Waltons is in Dragoncloud City." Thales raised his eyebrows and looked at Liesban, who had unknowingly walked between him and Saroma. When it came to dealing with Thales, Count Liesban's attitude had always been full of alienation and vigilance. There was even hostility that was difficult to ignore. However, when it came to Black Sand Region and King Chapman, this vassal and assistant that Nuvan trusted the most when he was alive showed rare trust and kindness towards a common enemy. He even reminded Thales from time to time that they were on the same side. Thales remembered what Putray had once told him. "If I remember correctly, Rockne and his allies from the City of Faraway Prayers are waving their flags and shouting war cries, denouncing the king's disrespect for tradition throughout the entire territory. That seems to be the top priority for Chapman to worry about, and not 2 powerless brats?" Saroma rolled her eyes at him. "So this is the interesting part." Liesban did not seem to understand Thales' sarcasm. He swept his gaze over the 2 teenagers. "Guess why they are here?" Thales exhaled. "Win over Dragoncloud City, fight for support for Lampard's pitifully poor reputation in the country, and fight against Rockne and the other opposers?" Saroma's expression darkened. But she immediately took a deep breath and tried her best to put on a solemn and indifferent expression, just like she did for the past 6 years. "Then they have the wrong idea. Dragoncloud City is the most unlikely force to stand with him. We all know what happened 6 years ago. No one can forget." Thales recalled that night and could not help but smack his lips. He sighed and said, "So this is what I am worried about." Liesban snorted coldly. His gaze was filled with vigilance. "We will find out." The next moment, they turned a corner. Nicholas and Justin, who had been waiting in front of them for a long time, nodded at them and pushed open a door that both Thales and Saroma were very familiar with. The Prince of Constellation walked behind the Archduchess and the Regent under the protection of his personal guards behind him and on both sides. He stepped into the oval stone hall, which had a solemn atmosphere. The Hall of Heroes had changed a lot compared to 6 years ago. The biggest difference was that the heavy rectangular table that represented the king and the 9 archdukes had been removed. It seemed to have disappeared from history along with the reign of the born king. There was only one simple and heavy chair made of cedar wood in the hall, which was located on the 3rd flight of steps. The famous Soul Slayer pike was still lying quietly on the rack on the fireplace at the back of the hall. Thales consciously stopped in front of the steps under the chair. Nicholas and Liesban, on the other hand, went up 1 step before they turned around to face the hall. Only the Archduchess lifted her skirt with a serious expression and walked up the steps step by step towards the chair. The prince watched with complicated emotions as Saroma skillfully and anxiously sat on the chair that was almost as wide as 4 or 5 people. It was the chair that belonged to the suzerain of Dragoncloud City. She first carefully placed her arms on the armrests on both sides like a kitten that had stepped into an unfamiliar territory. Then she took a deep breath, straightened her back and puffed out her chest. With a forced arrogance and aloofness, she raised her head and looked at the hall. Like a lion cub that had just learned how to walk, she let out an immature roar at the pride of lions. But judging from the girl's expression, it was probably not very comfortable to sit on it. "It's been 6 years. She's still not used to it. Because of me, she sat on this seat. Because of me, she had no choice." Saroma seemed to sense something. The girl turned her head stiffly to look at Thales. There was an uneasiness in her eyes that only the prince could understand. For a moment, Thales did not dare to look at the chair and its owner. He turned his head slightly and stared at the floor tiles with a gloomy expression. The next moment, the herald's sonorous and melodious voice rang in the hall. The Viscount of the City of Halting Light from Black Sand region, the King's special envoy and goosekeeper, and the second assistant advisor of the Imperial Conference, Kent Vida. The atmosphere in the Hall of Heroes instantly became tense. Nicholas intentionally or unintentionally flung the hilt of the sword on his back to his right shoulder. Liesban, on the other hand, put his hands behind his back out of habit. The guards on both sides puffed out their chests and raised their heads. They pursed their lips tightly. Even the veteran personal guards who had served as white blade guards subconsciously adjusted their breathing and put on the most serious and fierce expressions. They knew who the newcomers were. As the sound of 2 footsteps drew closer, a man and a woman appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. Thales narrowed his eyes. It had been 6 years since they last met. Kent Vida, King Chapman's #1 strategist, the tall Viscount who once escorted the prince to Dragoncloud City with 2,000 soldiers, appeared to have matured a lot. Compared to his military attire back then, he was currently dressed in plain clothes, but his footsteps were still agile. Coupled with his polite smile that seemed to be examining him, Thales could not help but feel that he was more difficult to deal with than before. But the person who attracted the most attention was not him. Kent Vida's companion walked past the herald, but stopped. "What's wrong?" It was a female warrior with a buzz cut, fully equipped with light armor. Her presence was in no way weaker than Kent Vida's. The long sword hanging from her waist had a familiar white hilt. The female warrior turned her sharp gaze and stared straight at the herald at the entrance. "Don't you have the habit of registering female guests?" At the far end of the hall, the few people around Saroma looked at the entrance curiously. The herald stared back at the female warrior warily, but he did not show any signs of weakness. He snorted softly through his nose. "Welcome to Northland." The female warrior chuckled. "Is that so? Even though all of you have been ruled by a woman for 6 years?" The herald furrowed his brows, as though he was choked by this sentence. Kent Vida, who was walking in front, had no choice but to stop. "Esh!" He placed a hand on his forehead and said softly to his companion in a rather resigned manner, "It's all right." The female warrior did not seem to hear Kent Vida's reminder. She continued to stare at the disdainful herald. "I'll do it myself." The next second, the round-faced female warrior turned around and faced the entire hall. She stared straight at the other end of the hall and said loudly without hesitation, "The deputy commander of the White Blade Guards from Peck Village in Flatiron County, Dragoncloud City, and Flatiron County, King Chapman's administrator and personal guard, Lady Croche Merk. I'm here to seek an audience with the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City." The female voice was mellow and bright. It echoed in every corner of the hall. Even Thales, who was standing at the other end of the hall, could hear this voice clearly. The expressions of the personal guards on both sides of the hall changed. They stared in surprise at the deputy commander of the White Blade Guards who had registered herself, as though they were looking at a rare object in a market. Thales furrowed his brows slightly, but then the corners of his lips curled up. A lady has an audience with the Archduchess. Could the Northlanders have imagined this scene 6 years ago? "Have you learned it now?" Croche raised her eyebrows and calmly stared at the herald, who was so surprised and bewildered that he could not speak. She snapped her fingers in front of him without bothering to hide it, startling the dazed herald. "And welcome to Northland." The herald stared at her in a daze. He could not react for a long time. Viscount Kent Vida sighed. He closed his eyes and urged the person behind him with a pitiful tone, "Esh!" But before he could finish speaking, Croche pushed him mercilessly on his shoulder and he staggered forward. "Focus on what you need to do." The female warrior strode forward again and snorted coldly. "And don't call me that again." Kent Vida, who was caught off guard and pushed, smiled awkwardly. He turned around and waved at the herald in embarrassment. "Sorry, Esh has always been a little hot." With a cold expression, Croche pushed him again. The Viscount could only smile in compromise. He straightened his clothes and walked into the hall. In the distance, Saroma furrowed her brows and stared at the 2 people who had just caused a commotion. Did they do it on purpose? Liesban shook his head. "I don't know, but at least the Viscount did not deliberately stop them." "This explains a lot of things." Thales shrugged. He stared at Croche from afar and could not help but lament, "But she's really a special lady. Especially in Northland." elegant and bold. I can't help but be amazed. The prince stared at Croche in a daze as she walked elegantly. He could not help but think of Sonia Cecere, the fortress flower who laughed boldly in a pool of blood and played with his hair. In the next moment, Thales realized that the three people on the stairs were looking at him with strange expressions. The prince's smile faded and he coughed softly. I'm sorry. Kent Vida and Saroma finally stood 5 meters away from the main seat. The Viscount stared at the young Archduchess with great interest. Saroma silently endured his gaze. Her grip on the chair grew tighter and tighter. Count Liespan furrowed his brows slightly. Good day, Madam. Miss. Archduchess Walton. Viscount Kent Vida bowed slightly, as if he did not feel the tense atmosphere in the hall. Please allow me to convey the king's greetings and blessings. I wish that everything goes smoothly in your reign in Dragon Cloud City. Thales clearly felt that this etiquette was not very respectful. In comparison, Croche's bow was more sincere. Saroma nodded slightly. She first glanced at Liespan and said cautiously and emotionlessly, Of course, please also convey my gratitude to His Majesty. She leaned back in her chair and said nothing else. Viscount Kent Vida's eyes moved. He swept his gaze past the silent Archduchess and the stern-looking Liespan. A profound smile appeared on his face. I don't seem to see those familiar important ministers of Dragon Cloud City. The Viscount looked around in a dignified manner. Where are the counts other than Regent Liespan? Wasn't yesterday the day of the state affairs hearing? This is not an official diplomatic mission, Liespan himself answered. The former prime minister said coldly, There is no need to alarm them. Is this really all right? Kent Vida put on a slightly surprised expression. I heard that they were still discussing the Archduchess marriage yesterday. I heard that Count Hurst and Count Nazir are both good candidates for the Archduchess' husband. Yet, when the king's special envoy came, they left them behind. Thales' breathing instantly froze. You're really well informed. Only the direct vassals of Dragon Cloud City would know so accurately. Count Liespan quickly followed up after a barely noticeable moment of astonishment. His tone was unfriendly. Could it be that you've bribed another rat in the Hall of Heroes? Kent Vida laughed. How would I dare? The vassals of Dragon Cloud City have always been loyal. Why would they be bribed by us? I'm just saying that the rats in the palace are infested with rats, Liespan replied without a trace. Why would you think of vassals? Kent Vida raised his eyebrows. Seal Liespan, the former prime minister who served the kingdom for decades, the born king's most capable assistant, and the man who was once known as the Eye of the Dragon. He lived up to his name. He was a difficult opponent. And he became even more determined as he aged. It's been years since we last met. I'm glad to see that you're healthy and healthy. The next second, Kent Vida cast his gaze on the only teenager with the 9-pointed star emblem in the hall without hesitation. He flashed a smile. On behalf of the king, may I ask how you've been? Prince Thales. Liespan and Nicholas furrowed their brows at the same time. They looked at Thales. Saroma blinked. Amidst her surprise, she actually breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to be a little glad that the prince shared the burden of the opening scene. Thales furrowed his brows. He endured the stares from everyone present, especially from Liespan. With a face full of suspicion, he stared back at the smiling Kent Vida. Damn it. This guy. He makes it sound like I'm very familiar with Lampard. Even though I'm indeed very familiar with him. It's true that we haven't seen each other for many years, Viscount Kent Vida, but, Thales braced himself and said, I'm healthy and healthy. Why do your words sound like you're comforting those old people who are about to die soon? The aloof Saroma snickered. Kent Vida's polite and complacent smile froze on his face. Beside him, Croche did not bother to hide it. She seemed to be mocking Kent Vida. Coincidentally, Count Liespan, who usually did not smile much, actually laughed coldly in cooperation with him at that moment. You're still as eloquent as before. Kent Vida looked around at the hostile gazes around him and had no choice but to put away his smile. He said stiffly, His Majesty misses you very much, Your Highness. He often mentioned that you still owe each other a glass of wine. Thales sighed in his heart again. Lispan's gaze swept towards him again. 18 years ago, my Uncle Herman died from a glass of poisoned wine. The prince scratched his head. Owe each other a glass of wine. Are you sure these are the king's exact words? Kent Vida shut his mouth. Looks like His Majesty is right. This journey of ours will be very interesting. At this moment, Count Lisban laughed. Cut the useless nonsense and provocations, and get straight to the point. As the Night Falcon of Black Sand region, Viscount Kent Vida, who has risen to fame in recent years, why have you come? The regent's laughter rang through the entire hall. Night Falcon? Can't you Northlanders come up with a slightly more imaginative nickname? Thales could not help but ridicule in his heart when he remembered that Duke Arun's nickname was Iron Eagle. Lisban tilted his head and sized up Kent Vida. King Chapman wouldn't have sent you just to sow discord when he is in a terrible predicament because of Rockne's alliance against the king, right? There was an indescribable majesty in the Count's voice. It reminded Thales of the born king who had passed away many years ago. You can't save your king, who is in dire straits and in constant trouble with just your glib tongue. So, what important information did you bring? Kent Vida raised his head. The smile on his face gradually faded. His gaze on Lisban slowly became serious. I must admit that a small disagreement has arisen between the Archdukes and His Majesty. Thales sneered in his heart. A small disagreement? But I believe that we can stand together for the common future of Extensions. For the common glory and disgrace of Extet, no matter what difficulties and obstacles we face, we can work together to overcome them. Viscount Kent Vida's expression turned cold. He uttered a sentence that moved the expressions of all the people present. Like now. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Now. Wait. He said that for the common glory of Extet. That means... The silence in the hall lasted for a few seconds. The shrewd and perceptive Count Lisban had already realized something. Common glory and disgrace? The old Count stared intently at Kent Vida's expression. He enunciated each word clearly and slowly said, "What is it?" He immediately jumped to the conclusion he came up with. Is there going to be a war? Thales' eyelids twitched. Kent Vida raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was surprised by the Count's answer. What made Thales rather uneasy was that in the next second, Kent Vida smiled and said. He nodded. Wake, farewell, funeral, cremation, burial. Up until now, the funeral for his grandmother's funeral had gone smoothly. Tomorrow was the 7th day of her death. After some traditional worship ceremonies and banquets, even if the funeral was held, the matter would come to an end. When I was guarding the memorial tablet, I took some time to write this chapter. Thank you, my readers, for your understanding and support over the past week. There were probably no other books that could remain in the top 10 bestsellers list of fantasy novels after not updating for 6 consecutive days. Of course, the kingdom had its fair share of twists and turns this week. The plagiarism incident had just ended when the book encountered another supernatural incident. On the 11th of July, between 12:30 p.m. and 14:30 p.m., the kingdom's bloodline received more than 500 negative 3-star reviews on Chijian's PC page by a bunch of smurfs who had 0 fan points. Swordless could only express that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The editor also said helplessly, I'm probably being targeted, and it's allowed by the rules. Even the technical backend can't do anything about it. I can only spread my hands and wait for the day when my rating drops to 0. Sigh. Haha, just kidding. Just like Thales' experience, Swordless Sword believed that only blazing fire could forge true steel, and only by constantly updating could a good chapter be written. What's more, it was just over 500 negative reviews. This was still far from the raging fire. Patting the commenter's shoulder earnestly. The revolution has not succeeded yet. Comrades, you still need to work hard. Everyone, wait for my return. I was guarding the memorial tablet alone, preparing to continue the incense. Chapter 290. It's information from the West. Kent Vida puffed out his chest and put on a stern expression. 3 days ago, our friends in the West held a closed-door secret meeting. At least 3 elders suggested that it was time to renegotiate and adjust the amount of goods and contributions to Extet every year. The West. At that moment, Lisban's pupils contracted. You mean, the Alliance of Freedom? The Alliance of Freedom on the Golden Passage, southwest of the city of Faraway Prayers? When he heard this term, Nicholas suddenly raised his head. His expression was unpleasant. Kent Vida nodded expressionlessly. Even though the Alliance of Freedom has yet to make a final decision, and the elders' positions are still wavering, Kent Vida said coldly, and there was a chilling tone in his words that made others fear him. But without a doubt, when they dared to have this idea pop up in their stupid and cowardly minds and bring up the motion on the round table where Prince Soria tested his blade, Ekstet's dignity has already been violated. Once Kent Vida finished speaking, he closed his mouth and quietly waited for a response. Thales noticed that the Northlanders, whether they were personal guards like Nicholas and Justin, or high nobles like Liespan, all held their breaths for a moment. The air in the hall seemed to have frozen for a moment because of this sentence. But the Alliance of Freedom. Not Constellation. Thales exhaled. Fortunately, it was not the part he was most worried about. He cast a puzzled glance at the female archbishop, but Saroma only shook her head quietly with a slightly worried expression. Obviously, she had some understanding of this term. A few seconds later, Count Liespan slowly raised his head. His gaze drifted into the distance as he recalled the extraordinary years of the past. But his words were filled with an unquestionable might. 20 years ago, we generously taught these children in the Golden Corridor that they should abide by their duties. Under the great dragon's wrath, even the white elves who prided themselves on their nobility could not protect them. Did the children of the Alliance not learn this lesson? Kent Vida sneered. There was a profound meaning in his gaze. Obviously, compared to 20 years ago, the children seemed to have an illusion that Ekstet, which does not have a born king, is kinder. A cold glare appeared in Viscount Kent Vida's eyes. It's time to teach them another lesson. Behind him, Croche chuckled. The hall fell into silence. What was going on? Ekstet and the Alliance of Freedom? Without batting an eyelid, Thales recalled the geographical knowledge he learned from the Northland nobles courses over the past 6 years. Of course, it was centered around Ekstet. The prince once jokingly called it the world in Ekstet's eyes. After the Battle of Eradication, the western border of the Great Desert of the Western Peninsula became a peaceful and pure land during the early stages of the calendar of eradication, because it was far away from the conflict between the two new powers of power, Constellation and the Dragon. It became a peaceful and pure land during the early stages of the calendar of eradication. Kingdoms and cities of various sizes were built there, forming a long belt that spanned across many forces of power in the Western Peninsula from north to south. In the east was the desert interior and the rocky valley. In the north was the Northern Sea Kingdom and Northland. In the west was the Devil's Sea and the Sea of Despair with its countless ports. In the south was the Dragon-Kissed Land and Thornland on the long corridor coast. In the southeast was the Twin Fog Seas and even Constellation. Before the gradual rise of the Camus Union in the several continental wars, this corridor was known for having many small countries along the way. The various powers were separated and autonomous, far away from the influence of powerful countries. When a few cities further to the west, later known as the Camions, began to trade in the peninsula, they called this complicated overland corridor that was connected to various countries and filled with trade goods the Golden Corridor. The Alliance of Freedom that Kent Vida and Liespan mentioned was located at the northeastern end of the Golden Corridor. It was adjacent to the city of Faraway Prayers in the west of Ekstet in the east, and Goodflow City in the west of Camus Union. If one was a little more daring, they could even reach Constellation's western desert hill by going southeast through a stretch of desert. For a relatively long period of time, this land, which was the end of the Golden Corridor, was in chaos. It was only after the Fourth Peninsular War that the Alliance of Freedom, which was ruled by many powers in a compromise, appeared. In the past 100 years or so, the Alliance of Freedom had managed to maintain its existence amidst the complicated situation where many internal and external forces intertwined with each other. It was obvious from Lispan's words that the Alliance of Freedom had sided with Ekstet in the most recent battle. The Northlanders, who were at the height of their power, had relied on their terrifying achievements in subduing Constellation and Camus Union with violence to seize influence and dominance over the Alliance of Freedom. They had also occupied a large amount of benefits in the northernmost part of the Golden Corridor. So, if the Alliance of Freedom is trying to break away from Ekstet's control, Thales thought, Lampard wants to start a war towards the west? But the people led by Archduke Rockne are clearly criticizing his rule. Does the king still expect to use this arduous and unrewarding battle to clear his name? Since that scene 6 years ago, the conflict between the king and the archdukes has long been irreconcilable, hasn't it? Viscount Kent Vida raised his head and looked at Saroma, who seemed to be deep in thought. My lady, this is King Chapman. His Majesty asked me to bring you important information. The dignity of Northlanders can only be protected with blood. Kent Vida's gaze focused, and there was a faint sense of oppression in him. What is Dragoncloud City's attitude towards this? In the face of Kent Vida's seemingly polite but aggressive question, Saroma furrowed her brows. At that moment, Thales saw a flash of helplessness and hesitation in her eyes. But the young girl quickly coughed softly and looked at Regent Leespan out of habit. Count Leespan was silent for a long while. It must have been difficult for you to obtain information. Finally, the regent raised his profound gaze, which seemed to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds. Black Sand region is clearly far away from the desert and the Golden Corridor. But you actually reacted to such a major matter earlier than the City of Faraway Prayers, which is right next to the Alliance of Freedom, and even sent someone to inform us earlier. Is it Archduke Rocknee's oversight, or are you being too considerate? Leespan especially emphasized the word, considerate. The moment he said this, Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Viscount Kent Vida's expression also changed slightly. He sized up Count Leespan again. I see. The Prince of Constellation figured out the suspicions of the envoys from Black Sand region. They should not be the ones to inform us about this matter, and they should not be so enthusiastic. Behind Kent Vida, Croce snorted softly and said coldly, Of course, we have to live up to his ambitions and grand plans when we serve a king who aspires to travel far and wide. Kent Vida curled up the corners of his lips and nodded slightly at Croce. However, the female warrior did not even look at him. She only stared at the Archduchess. Leespan snorted indifferently. Let's not talk about Ekstedt's influence on the Golden Corridor for now. Count Leespan straightened his back slightly, and his tone was solemn. The Alliance of Freedom is connected to abundant commercial goods and huge profits. It is also adjacent to the City of Faraway Prayers. Once it breaks away from our control, the one who will suffer the most and worry the most should be Archduke Rocknee, am I right? You are really generous to trouble yourselves for his sake. In the increasingly depressing atmosphere of the meeting, the Count directly pointed out the doubtful point. Kent Vida smiled faintly. The Rocknee family and the City of Faraway Prayers' losses are Ekstedt's losses. However, Leespan interrupted him loudly. Even if Archduke Rocknee is tirelessly and clearly denouncing King Chapman's rule. Even if he calls for us to refuse to pay taxes to the king and that traitor who does not respect tradition? Kent Vida seemed to be angered as well. His originally smiling expression turned cold. Extensions are inseparable. We are bound together for good or ill. This is the future that His Majesty the King hopes for and works hard for. Of course, we hope that Archduke Rocknee can understand his painstaking efforts, and we hope that you can understand as well. This is indeed an interesting piece of news. Count Leespan looked like he was prepared to shoulder all the pressure from the Archduchess, so that the overwhelmed Archduchess could relax. The Kinslayer is actually a patriot. The moment Count Leespan uttered that nickname without hesitation, Kent Vida and Croce's expressions turned cold at the same time. Thales sighed inwardly. Kinslayer. This is probably a stain and shadow that Lampard will never be able to get rid of for the rest of his life. Thales recalled Chapman Lampard's expression in the firelight. Compared to other people's opinions, the bigger shadow should be in his own heart. This could be said to be the brand that King Neuven left for Lampard, a brand that would accompany him for the rest of his life. Believe me, King Chapman has always placed Ekstedt's dignity and interests in his heart. Kent Vida's expression was ice-cold. I cannot tell you how much His Majesty wanted to gather all of Ekstedt's military forces and tear down the Alliance of Freedom city walls to serve as their tombstones the moment he received the news. But Leespan snorted angrily without holding back. Put those pretty words away. The old regent's tone was very calm, but it seemed to contain a pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. When Archduke Rocknee of the City of Faraway Prayers leads the heroes of the city and appeals to the entire country to get ready to revolt against the king's unjust actions, the Alliance of Freedom to the west of the City of Faraway Prayers inexplicably became internally unstable and caused trouble for Rocknee? Thales could not help but furrow his eyebrows at Leespan's straightforward attitude. But the prince could not figure out Kent Vida's intentions. This is a fight between the king and Rocknee, but why did he deliberately inform Dragoncloud City? Does King Chapman still expect Dragoncloud City to stand on his side? Rocknee has to choose, right? Leespan removed his hands from his back and crossed them in front of his chest. He took a step forward and stared at Kent Vida, who was at the foot of the stairs. In the name of justice, if he wants to solve his immediate worries and protect his prestige as the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, he must give up on protesting and opposing Chapman. He must even work with the king. Only then will he be free to deal with the internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom and seize back the interests that belong to the City of Faraway Prayers. Kent Vida was silent for a few seconds. I do not understand what you mean, Your Grace. Lisbeth snorted coldly. We are all Northlanders. Let's not play the Constellations politics of the Empire. Constellations? Politics of the Empire? Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows. The prince swore that he saw the corners of Saroma's lips curl upwards. Tell me, Lisbeth said sternly, if Rockne does not make a choice that meets your expectations, how will King Chapman react? Kent Vida stared at Lisbeth for a few seconds. In the end, the envoy of Black Sand region laughed. I believe that His Majesty still has to respect the joint ruling pledge. After all, the Alliance of Freedom is the closest to the City of Faraway Prayers. So when it comes to handling matters related to the Alliance, he respects Archduke Rockne's attitude. He also respects the interests and autonomy of the City of Faraway Prayers even more. Condemning those children is one thing, but recklessly meddling in the Archduke's internal affairs is undoubtedly unwise. Hey! Lisbeth shouted sarcastically. At this moment, our king actually remembered the joint ruling pledge and remembered that this is the internal affairs of the Archdukes. Kent Vida did not answer. He only bowed slightly, and the regent shut his mouth. The hall regained its strange silence. Thales saw Nicholas furrowing his eyebrows tightly, while Saroma seemed to be deep in thought. Strange. In this strange audience, Thales quickly found a few suspicious points that he could not figure out. Black Sand region mentioned the Alliance of Freedom, but according to Lisbeth, this was just one part of the game between King Chapman, Archduke Rockne, and the other opposers. But what does this have to do with Dragon Cloud City? Why did Lampard send someone to inform Saroma about this? More importantly, what does this have to do with me and Thales Jadestar? If what Gilbert said about, there are no meaningless words in diplomacy, and testing our footsteps and strength, is true, Thales frowned. He had too little information. A few seconds later, Count Lisbon's expression changed. He raised his gaze. I know why you came to Dragon Cloud City. The Count became solemn. And what happened yesterday? Lisbeth narrowed his eyes. You sent Dragon Cloud City into the eye of the storm. What? Sent Dragon Cloud City into the eye of the storm? Thales was slightly stunned. He could not keep up with their train of thought. Obviously, he was not the only one who did not understand Lisbon's words. Saroma widened her eyes. This was the usual behavior of a young girl when she was confused. The young girl and the teenager looked at each other. They saw the doubt and puzzlement in each other's eyes. Eye of the Dragon's seal Lisbeth. Kent Vida's expression became completely serious. He looked at his opponent again. As expected, you live up to your reputation. At that moment, Thales had a feeling that today's meeting was a confrontation between Lisbeth and Kent Vida. It was a game of chess that only they could understand. Let's end the audience here, my lady, Lisbeth said coldly. Saroma stared at Lisbeth in a daze, but she still nodded obediently. Are you sure? Kent Vida sneered. This concerns the great dragon's honor and disgrace, and His Majesty is waiting for the Archduchess' reply. The Viscount added meaningfully, and not the regent's reply. Thales sighed in his heart. That's enough. You know better than anyone else how this will proceed. Lisbeth stared at Kent Vida with a cold expression. He did not even bother to maintain a friendly facade. The Archduchess will give you an answer, but not now. The Count said coldly. At least, not before the City of Faraway Prayers sends an envoy to visit. Kent Vida inhaled and regained his calm expression. He bowed slightly. Then we shall take our leave, Your Grace, the Viscount of Black Sand region said softly. By the way, Kent Vida cast a meaningful glance at the slightly puzzled Saroma. He said, the new spectacles are very beautiful. Saroma could not help but change her expression. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. The regent's gaze on him was very oppressive. Count Lisbeth snorted coldly. Enough said, Your Grace. Kent Vida smiled, bowed slightly to the Prince of Constellation intentionally, and turned to leave. At that moment, Star Killer, my superior, sent his regards. Croche, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised her head and looked at the warrior on the other side of Lispan. That knife is really difficult to use. Those were his exact words. On the stairs, Nicholas sneered. This knife is quite useful. The Starkiller shook his head. What a pity. Croche nodded and turned towards the Archduchess' seat. Your Grace, please take care. She stared at Saroma with a gentle and hopeful gaze, causing Thales to be slightly startled. Ah, thank you for your kindness, Saroma answered subconsciously. Please believe that your weight and value are far greater than you imagine. The female warrior seemed to only want to finish what she wanted to say. Croche said softly, No matter what, your existence is a miracle that has not been seen in Northland for 1,000 years. You are the flag that allows us to move forward. Please seize the power that belongs to you, be independent, and become a true Archduke of Ekstedt. Because you are not inferior to anyone else. After saying this, Croche bowed deeply. Then, ignoring Saroma, who had yet to react, she turned and left resolutely, following Kentvida's footsteps. The hall was filled with astonishment and solemnity. Chapter 291. Even though Thales was baffled by the baffling meeting with Lispan, and the confrontation between Lispan and Kentvida under the table was also filled with suspicious points, the second prince did not intend to be troubled by this for too long. If there was anything he learned from that thrilling night 6 years ago, it would be, So you came to me? In the blood court, Putray, whose afternoon stroll was interrupted, stared at the smiling prince in dissatisfaction as he paced back and forth. Yes. Thales leisurely imitated Putray's pace. His right hand tapped his saber rhythmically. Ralph and Waya followed behind them. And I look forward to your answer that I'm satisfied with. Putray snorted coldly. You expect a slow-witted, stubborn, and sarcastic old man who has just arrived in Dragoncloud City 2 days ago to analyze such a complicated and difficult diplomatic and internal affairs situation? The Lord flicked his pipe with a nonchalant expression. Perhaps you should ask Gilbert, and I really can't do anything about it. A slow-witted, stubborn, and sarcastic old man? Thales took a deep breath. All right. The prince turned around and walked backward in front of Putray. He raised his hands and faced Putray. I will not mention for now how that grumpy old man managed to find the kingdom's secret intelligence department and Nicholas during the most desperate moments 6 years ago. First, he miraculously rescued me from the secret room in Lampard's hands. Then, he decisively supported us in breaking into Heroic Spirit Palace and cleverly sent the prince into the Hall of Heroes. In the end, he miraculously saved Dragoncloud City's glory. Wyatt chimed in cooperatively behind him. Even Ralph nodded and hummed. Thales gave them a thumbs up. Putray flashed an unpleasant smile. Not for now? Thales ignored Putray's smile and continued. I'll just say that on the first day I arrived in Dragoncloud City, that grumpy old man told me in a baffling manner vividly, and in great detail what kind of shocking secret happened in the highly secretive Hall of Heroes during the council hearing in Dragoncloud City on the day of Dragoncloud City's affairs, which is difficult to get close to. Do you know how furious Lispan's expression was when Kentvida revealed the contents of the hearing? Putray raised his eyebrows. I have more friends, that's all. And most importantly, as Thales retreated, he raised his right index finger and pointed at Putray. Amidst the treacherous and complicated situation in Dragoncloud City, you, who have been missing for 6 years, suddenly appeared? Thales leaned forward and narrowed his eyes. Are you going to tell me that this is a coincidence? That you're just here to introduce a teacher and give him a pair of glasses? Aha! Putray coughed awkwardly. Speaking of that pair of spectacles, you know, it was specially made for the Archduchess. It's... Thales furrowed his brows. Waya, Madeira. Guard the perimeter. Let no one hear us, he interrupted, wisely putting an end to Putray's attempts to change the subject. The slightly puzzled duo received their orders and left. Thales turned around again and looked at Putray sternly. Putray looked at the prince, feeling a faint uneasiness in his heart. You know, I didn't pursue the matter that day. Thales' expression changed slightly. But Waya reminded me more than once. After I was trapped in Dragoncloud City, you disappeared without a word. It took you more than 6 years to reappear in front of me. Thales raised his head. It's not that I don't trust you, but why didn't you do it earlier or later? Why did you do it now, more than 6 years later? Putray's expression froze. Waya inherited his father's sensitivity. A few seconds later, Putray sighed softly and said, But he didn't learn his father's magnanimity. Thales ignored him and continued to speak. 6 years ago, when I was just recognized as a prince. You had just returned to Eternal Star City when Gilbert asked you to protect me in the north as the vice diplomat. Put-Ray stopped walking. He lowered his head so that his expression could not be seen clearly. Facts have proven that Gilbert's decision was correct. Not everyone can deal with the White Blade Guards, the Secret Room, Black Sand Region, the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, and Count Leespan with limited resources and a keen sense for conspiracies and the atmosphere in an isolated city without any help. In fact, not only can he not be at a disadvantage, he can even do it with ease. Thales also stopped walking. He shook his head. Although you are very good at hiding yourself, and no one really cares, I know better than anyone else that a powerless prince can never save the world alone. From decisively retreating, preserving his strength, contacting everyone, rescuing the prince, hinting me to counterattack, breaking into Heroic Spirit Palace, playing the game with Black Sand Region, and reversing the situation. Thales took a deep breath. 6 years ago, the person who truly saved Dragon Cloud City countless times behind the scenes was actually you. Lord Put-Ray Nemain. The former civil official from the Foreign Affairs Division with a suspicious identity, the former Viscount who was demoted after the Bloody Year, and the former king's eldest son, Midir Jadestar's attendant. Put-Ray did not speak. Thales lowered his head and remembered what Put-Ray had told him about the Bloody Year in Heroic Spirit Palace. As far as I know, this is not something an ordinary person can do. Thales' expression darkened slightly. Don't you think that there are too many mysteries surrounding you, Put-Ray? In that second, Put-Ray froze for a moment. His expression stiffened. It was as if Thales had seen through him. Be more honest. Thales observed Put-Ray's reaction and sighed. He turned around again and waited for Put-Ray to catch up. Put-Ray, don't learn from the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. You know I don't like them. Tell me, what kind of chess game am I in right now? They walked past a big tree. Put-Ray knocked the ashes out of his pipe. His expression was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Thales only stared at him in silence. I understand. Finally, Put-Ray sighed slightly and returned to the tone he used when they first met. What do you want to know about the current situation, my troublesome little prince? Thales frowned slightly and recalled the many doubts in his mind. Connect. After a few seconds, the teenage prince looked around and said cautiously and softly, I want to know how all the major events on the surface are connected through the hidden interests under the surface. I think this is your forte. Put-Ray put his pipe back into his tobacco pouch and was slightly startled. Connect. Thales nodded and imitated Lisbon's action of putting his hands behind his back, but his gaze drifted into the distance. 6 years ago, Miranda Arun told me in the prison cell that everything that happened in Dragon Cloud City seemed to be unrelated, but there was actually an important clue that connected everything. Thales narrowed his eyes. Later, we discovered that the clue behind the scenes was called Dragon's Blood. At that moment, Put-Ray unknowingly slowed down and fell a step behind the prince. Over the past few months, ever since King Chapman issued the new enfeoffment decree, the city of faraway prayers gathered everyone to denounce the king. Lampard was condemned, I was blamed as a hostage, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City was forced into a marriage, the Alliance of Freedom was unstable, and Black Sand Region came to Dragon Cloud City as ambassadors. Thales was completely unaware of everything around him and continued to ponder. Although everything is very fragmented and some things are not even related, but I feel that the current situation is the same as it was back then. There is also a vague clue that connects everything. I want to seize it, instead of passively dealing with the troubles that come knocking on my door. Put-Ray's gaze froze for a moment. Both of them were silent for a few seconds. Finally, Put-Ray let out a long sigh. You know, when we met the day before yesterday, I thought you were more cheerful than before. The thin man shook his head. But now, I realize that the real you is even more anxious, vigilant, and nervous than before. Can you really sleep at night? This time, Thales stopped moving. 6 years ago, I fell once due to carelessness and complacency. The prince's gaze slowly focused. The price was my freedom, and an enemy of the king. That feeling, the feeling of helplessness and fear where you can only drift with the wind, not knowing where to go in the next second. Thales stared fixedly at the stone slab under his feet, which had cracked due to age, and said flatly, I don't want to experience it a second time. At that moment, for the first time, Put-Ray felt that the 14-year-old teenager beside him was a prince named Jadestar. The Lord shook his head gently and whispered, "You've changed." Thales snapped out of his daze and smiled faintly. "Everyone changes. Either more or less." Put-Ray stared at him for a long time. Finally, when Thales thought that a few centuries had passed, Put-Ray started walking again. This time, the Lord's expression was no longer languid and sarcastic. It became serious and nervous. For many years, the Alliance of Freedom has been dependent on the City of Faraway Prayers for survival. "Here it comes." Thales quickly caught up with him and pricked up his ears. As the Great Dragon's vassals, they provide Extet with benefits from the Golden Passage. Extet also maintains its control over the Golden Passage and the western side of the peninsula through them, keeping Camus Union in check from afar. Put-Ray scratched his chin and said seriously, "You know, it's just like our relationship with Sarah Dukedom. Constellation controls Dragon-Kissed Land, which means that they control the southeastern end of the Golden Passage and the coast of the Long Corridor. They even affect Thornlands." "I know. Saroma's teachers taught me that Extet and the Alliance of Freedom had a fight 20 years ago." Thales coughed and waved his hand, cutting off the former bard's desire to talk and perform. "Let's get straight to the point, the point." Put-Ray glanced at him in dissatisfaction. He seemed to be very displeased with the fact that the little prince who was obsessed with listening to stories had now become a young man who interrupted him. However, he still continued, "About what you said about the fight. 20 years ago, the governor of the Alliance of Freedom found a new ally. He thought that King Nuven was busy with a dangerous situation at the Glacier defense line and had some disagreements with the City of Faraway Prayers, so he had no time to care about the West. So, for the first time he had the idea of independence." Thales was slightly startled. "A new ally?" Put-Ray nodded. "White Mountain," he said cautiously. These arrogant white elves rarely interfered in human affairs. They were not very powerful, but they should not be underestimated. They supported the Alliance of Freedom in seeking independence, the Lord said as he walked. Of course, some people suspected that the Camians were also involved. Extet and Vine City, which is located in the south of Camus Union, were united by marriage. This made several northern Camus Union states very uneasy. Thales was slightly startled. He thought of Marquis Shiles, who was always smiling. "And the result?" "The result?" Put-Ray snorted softly. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. "The overconfident governor of the Alliance seized the tribute goods sent to Extet without authorization. He also wrote a tactful but firm letter, requesting that they re-evaluate their friendship." Even though the City of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City were in conflict, as the supreme ruler of the kingdom of the Great Dragon, King Nuven did not gloat over their misfortune, nor did he reply to the letter to wrangle. Put-Ray put on a stern face. He did not hesitate to blow the enlistment order. The army of Dragon Cloud City traveled a long distance and met up with the soldiers from the City of Faraway Prayers and Defense City. They then marched towards the Alliance of Freedom. Thales quietly listened to the past of the Alliance of Freedom and Extet. He quickly connected the details of the information that were not recorded in class or in history books with the current situation. As a conclusion, more than 20,000 Extension warriors trampled through every gate and barricade in Fort Liberté. Prince Soria's troops even fought their way into White Mountain and threatened the White Elves' Archon Court. They stained the Good Flow River red with the blood of their enemies' skulls. When Put-Ray said this, he felt a little sentimental for some reason, as though he had seen it with his own eyes. It was said that after 2 years, the nobles in Good Flow City did not dare to drink the river water that flowed from the upper reaches of the Alliance of Freedom. The price of the famous freshwater seafood in the Good Flow River basin also plummeted. That year, King Nuven reaffirmed the kingdom of the Great Dragon's absolute dominance at the end of the Golden Passage. He intimidated the small countries and city-states that had become complacent in the peace. He used blood to tell the Alliance of Freedom that there was no such thing as mutual friendship between the Great Dragon and the ants. "Nuven," Thales muttered to himself. He thought of the old king with unparalleled might and his tragic end. It's him again. King Nuven's 30 years of rule that shook the Western Peninsula was not without reason. Put-Ray sighed softly. Not every king lived up to his oath to stand at the forefront of the kingdom. After that, the Rockney family in the City of Faraway Prayers changed their attitude towards Dragon Cloud City. Even the Camians became more well-behaved. Good Flow City even humbled themselves. The Marquis of the city personally came to Northland to apologize with a smile. Thales thought of something. 20 years ago, as the king, the Archduke of Dragoncloud City sent troops to support the interests of the City of Faraway Prayers in the name of all of Extet. The prince punched his palm. So when the Alliance of Freedom became unstable again, Lisban said that Rockne had to choose. Thales recalled Regent Lisban's words in the hall. If the City of Faraway Prayers wanted to receive the support of the entire kingdom led by the king, Archduke Rockne would have to choose to compromise with the king and give up on gathering the nobles to denounce King Chapman. The thin lord snorted softly. Indeed, this is a good method. In the name of the king, with the righteousness of Extet, he forced the archdukes to take the initiative to fight for the kingdom to be in the hands of Black Sand region. Put Ray nodded. I can imagine in the face of King Chapman's helping hand Rockne. But Thales shook his head firmly. I know Archduke Rockne. He will not choose to compromise. The image of Lampard and Rockne with ferocious expressions appeared in Thales' mind. The tense scene of them facing off against each other in the hall appeared in his mind. He would rather practice his beliefs in blood and fire, and fight against the king to the end. Also, Thales thought, the conflict between King Chapman and the archdukes now was far from comparable to the conflict between King Nuvan and the archdukes in the past. Put Ray chuckled. That's even more interesting. They walked up the steps leading to the prince's bedroom and watched as a broken tree root extended beneath their feet. If Rockne refuses the king's help, he will have to face the internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom alone. If necessary, he will not hesitate to send troops alone to reaffirm the dignity of the kingdom of the Great Dragon. It is a small matter for the City of Faraway Prayers to watch the Alliance of Freedom go out of control and lose a large amount of income. But Archduke Rockne's prestige will definitely suffer a heavy blow. Regardless of whether the City of Faraway Prayers is humiliated or Extet is humiliated, it will not be a good thing for him. Thales desperately tried to recall the geographical overview of Extet's western side. To deal with the Alliance of Freedom alone, can the City of Faraway Prayers and Rockne do it? This is the time to test the City of Faraway Prayers' strength, as well as Archduke Rockne's control over his vassals. Put Ray seemed to be recalling something. But I think, even if it will not be as smooth as when the three archdukes worked together 20 years ago, it will still be more than enough for the City of Faraway Prayers to deal with the small Alliance of Freedom, which is adjacent to the desert and the Golden Passage. But the problem is, once they put all their energy into the internal strife of the Alliance, Rockne's plan to continue contacting the nobles and denouncing the king will be affected. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. So, Regent Lisban's suspicions are true. The internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom is related to Lampard, and he might even be the one behind it, the prince said faintly. This will allow the City of Faraway Prayers and Archduke Rockne, who are on fire in their backyard, to stop pressing forward, and save Black Sand region from being denounced by the entire country. Put Ray raised his eyebrows. Who knows? But Thales stopped again with a puzzled expression. But I still can't figure it out. If this is just a game between the common elected king and Archduke Rockne, why did King Chapman send Kent Vida to Dragoncloud City? And why did Lisban say that Dragoncloud City was sent into the eye of the storm? Why Dragoncloud City? Put Ray also stopped in his tracks. He smiled faintly, and his eyes shone with a strange light. You found the point, young prince. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Chapter 292. While Thales was still in a daze, as if he had grasped something, Put Ray took out his pipe again and began to fill it with tobacco. As you said, once the staunch Archduke Rockne does not compromise with Black Sand region, does not rely on the king's conscription order, and does not rely on King Chapman's name, and decides to clean up the mess in the Alliance of Freedom on his own, Put Ray said straightforwardly, facing the prince's gaze. But if he wants to continue denouncing and fighting against King Chapman, Thales took a deep breath. Rockne will have to find additional helpers to take down the Alliance of Freedom at the lowest cost. The logical clues in the prince's mind became clearer. For example, Dragoncloud City, and the Walton family, who once sent troops to support the City of Faraway Prayers. Thales looked up with a solemn expression. I'm starting to understand. Put Ray nodded and lit his pipe. As long as Rockne obtains Dragoncloud City support, as long as the Archduchess promises to send troops to support the City of Faraway Prayers battle, just like she did 20 years ago, Put Ray said calmly, then Rockne can confidently reject Lampard's ill-intentioned scheme. He can deal with the Alliance of Freedom with ease while saying no to the king without flinching. I understand now. After Rockne makes his choice, Thales thought of the young Archduchess and pinched his chin, feeling a headache coming on. Then it will be Saroma's turn to choose whether to support Rockne and join him in fighting against the king. Put-Ray snorted softly. But this time, it's completely different compared to the simple show of support. Supporting the City of Faraway Prayers means that she has to put up a bargaining chip, pay a price and make a promise. If necessary, recruit troops, march westward on a large scale, and fight against the Alliance of Freedom and its supporters. The current situation is like when Prince Mariah was assassinated, and King Kessel was faced with the choice of whether to fight or to make peace. As he puffed out smoke, Put-Ray let go of the pipe in his mouth. The Archduchess of Dragoncloud City has to make a decision on behalf of Dragoncloud City. To fight or to make peace. To pay the price and resolutely support the City of Faraway Prayers in dealing with the Alliance, or to stand by and watch the situation develop. The prince slowly raised his head. The choice King Kessel faced when Prince Mariah was assassinated? Thales recalled the Supreme King of Constellation, who coldly raised the scepter in his hand when he was pressured by the vassals in Renaissance Palace 6 years ago. Wait, it would be fine if it was someone else. Thales recalled what Put-Ray had told him about the feud between the two countries and the past. He could not help but be slightly shocked. But Dragoncloud City. Put-Ray was a little surprised by the prince's reaction, but he still nodded expressionlessly. For an ordinary extension, when faced with the Alliance of Freedom, this is just a question of fight or not. But for Dragoncloud City and the Walton family, this isn't just about the great dragon's honor, it's also about the family's dignity. Put-Ray exhaled a puff of smoke. His gaze was sharp. 20 years ago, on the day the Alliance of Freedom's Governor-General's rude letter arrived in Dragoncloud City, before the snow on the envoy's boots had dried up, Nuvan VII blew the conscription order of the kingdom without hesitation. Attack the Alliance of Freedom. Thales' expression became extremely solemn. A year later, King Nuvan's eldest son, Soria Walton, chopped off the Alliance's Governor-General's 10 fingers one by one in Fort Liberté, which had surrendered, in front of the shivering elders of the Alliance. Put-Ray's tone also slowly became solemn. It was said that every time he chopped off a finger, he would loudly ask one of the elders, "Do you know how to write a letter?" After chopping off the last finger, Prince Soria threw the disrespectful letter back to the almost fainting Governor-General. "No, you don't," Soria said with a smile. Then, he hanged all the elders who did not answer no. Soria Walton. Thales furrowed his brows. Sounds like a brutal commander. Put-Ray narrowed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. But he also succeeded in making the Alliance of Freedom remember the great dragon's anger and terror. During those years in the Golden Passage, Soria's name was more useful than King Nuvan's. Even Camus Vine City, which was the Walton family's in-laws, benefited from it. Even their most hated enemy in the Alliance did not dare to make things difficult for their goods. Thales clenched his fists. "Do you understand now?" Put-Ray stared at the prince. King Nuvan ordered to send out his troops, and Soria won. Just like that, the Walton family protected Extet's dignity. And 20 years later, if the Archduchess, who has been criticized and questioned by the people, chooses to remain neutral and watch from the sidelines when faced with the Alliance of Freedom, chooses to retreat and avoid war when faced with the same problem, Thales exhaled. He had figured out the crux of the matter. She had no choice. The prince said firmly, in order to prove that she did not let down her father's honor, and to protect the Dragon Spear family's dignity and rule, Saroma had to send out her troops. So, in the game between King Chapman and Archduke Rockne, which was triggered by the instability of the Alliance of Freedom, Dragoncloud City is the key. The Archduchess is not only a chess player who has to join the game, but also a turning point that can help Rockne turn the situation around and make King Chapman return to his awkward position. Thales furrowed his brows tightly. So Black Sand Region sent someone to Dragoncloud City because it is indeed in the eye of the storm. It is a vital point in the game between several great forces. However, Put-Ray shook his head at this moment. If only things were that simple. Thales raised his head in surprise. What do you mean? As I said, this situation is very similar to the predicament King Kessel faced in the past. Put-Ray took a puff of his cigarette. There was shrewdness and vigilance in his eyes. If the Archduchess made a promise to the City of Faraway Prayers and supported Rockne's expedition to the west against the Alliance of Freedom at the critical moment. The problem is, how many vassals in Dragoncloud City will support her? How many soldiers can be enlisted and should be enlisted? How will the benefits and costs be distributed? If only the direct territories of the Walton family are willing to respond, then should this war be fought? If an army is enlisted, which noble and respected vassal should lead the army? Thales was stunned. Compared to the predicament King Kessel faced in the past, what Kessel faced, that means, a terrifying thought rose in his mind. If the Archduchess cannot make a promise to the city of faraway prayers, she will only gain the reputation of being indecisive and hesitant. Putray's words were intermittent, and there was a rhythm that made people uneasy. He continued, but if the Archduchess makes a promise, but is unable to fulfill it at a critical moment due to internal reasons in Dragoncloud City, such as opposition from the vassals, a lack of soldiers, a lack of resources, or even the army recruited by Dragoncloud City returning in failure due to low quality, then under the eyes of all of Extet, the impact of this matter on the Archduchess rule will be devastating. Thales frowned. If Sir Roma only sends the direct troops of the Walton family, and does not rely on the power of the vassals. Putray snorted coldly and shook his head. When a powerful archduke who has countless vassals under his command can only send his direct subordinates to the battlefield alone, then in the eyes of countless people, that archduke's reign will soon come to an end. Putray snorted coldly and shook his head. Thales heaved a deep sigh. Finally, with Putray's help, he found the clue that ran through the front and back. So, in short, all the problems can be summed up in one sentence. Putray took a long drag on his pipe. The wrinkles on his thin face slowly tightened. Is the current Dragoncloud City still like the Dragoncloud City under King Nuven's command in the past? Is it still like the Dragoncloud City under King Nuven's command in the past? Is it still a unified entity? Is it indestructible from the inside out and is united? At the moment when the reputable Dragoncloud City and the Walton family need to stand up, the archdukes are watching her, and the vassals are also watching her. The time to test the Archduchess' prestige has arrived. Putray snorted coldly and said, to protect the family's reputation, to protect the country's dignity, and to fight against King Chapman, the Archduchess must represent Dragoncloud City to make a promise, and ensure that this promise can be fulfilled. Thales stared at Putray, dumbfounded. Putray's gaze was focused on Thales' grey eyes. His tone was frightening. And to ensure that the vassals will support this promise, the Archduchess who has been in power for 6 years. And how much is she willing to pay? Thales took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Thales exhaled and said with great difficulty, pay a price. For example. Putray nodded. He silently observed the prince's expression. While sighing he said softly, for example, is she willing to show her sincerity and trust to the vassals? For example, if the Archduchess marries one of the vassals. To maintain the cohesiveness of Dragoncloud City in exchange for the vassals' trust and cooperation. With the support of her husband and the inheritance of her bloodline, she will break away from the Archduchess and become the Archduchess to restore the glory of the Walton family. Putray's voice was very soft, but in the prince's ears, it was so heavy that it sounded like thunder. Thales closed his eyes helplessly. He furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his teeth. The little rascal from 6 years ago appeared before the prince's eyes. He remembered that day 6 years ago, when the dirty little girl was engrossed in reading books in the library. He remembered that in the Hall of Heroes, when the tear-stained girl shivered and looked helplessly at the ring of triumph on her finger. He remembered that in the streets of Shield District, when the little girl screamed and desperately tried to pull him away from the tentacles. He remembered. Tell me, Putray. Thales opened his eyes and said helplessly, when the fight between the king and the archdukes becomes more and more intense, when the Alliance of Freedom is in chaos, when the city of faraway prayers may ask Dragoncloud City to send troops, when Sir Roma needs the vassal support the most. During the day of Dragoncloud City's State Affairs hearing, someone took the opportunity to cause trouble. He raised an issue regarding the Archduchess' marriage, reminding everyone that their suzerain is unmarried. Thales raised his head and said faintly as he sighed in exhaustion, is this really a coincidence? Putray did not answer immediately. He turned his head gently and looked at a towering tree in the courtyard. He looked at its roots, which had already begun to rot. Finally, Putray sighed. There is a saying that may be arbitrary, but most of the time, it is correct. Please remember it. That is. The Lord clenched his pipe tightly. His gaze was cold. There are no coincidences in politics. Thales lowered his head dejectedly. A breeze blew through the blood court. In the distance, Waya seemed to be complaining to Ralph about something. The phantom wind follower crossed his arms again with a look of disdain. So that's how it is, the prince said softly. Everything is connected now. He raised his head and looked at the sun above his head. From the city of faraway prayers denouncing the king, to the troublesome King Chapman, to the disturbance during the state affairs hearing, to Kent Vida's envoy, to the Alliance of Freedom. Put-Ray stared at the prince quietly and listened to his words. Outside, this is the conflict of interest between the Alliance of Freedom and Extet, which was triggered by the Kingdom of the Great Dragon's internal strife during the past 6 years. Thales said faintly. In essence, this is the rift left behind by the Special King Selection Congress 6 years ago. It is a game of chess between Chapman and Rockney, between Black Sand Region and the City of Faraway Prayers, between the common elected king and the archdukes. Thales pressed his hand on his saber and took a step forward. His expression was unpleasant. Inside, this is the turmoil in Dragoncloud City caused by Nuven's death, the disturbance caused by Archduchess Walton's succession to the throne, and the waves that were suppressed by Lisbon's prestige and the Archduke's endorsements are surging back in a frenzy 6 years later. The prince gritted his teeth, and his tone gradually became nervous. Lisban must be very angry. Someone, no matter who, bypassed him, the Archduchess' highest vassal and the regent who was actually in charge of Dragoncloud City, and attempted to interfere with the succession of power in Dragoncloud City. Put-Ray stood behind him, and the corners of his lips curled up in a barely noticeable manner. You can see it very clearly. Even if someone might be making things difficult for us, this is indeed the seed we sowed when we ran amok in Dragoncloud City and Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago, the Thin Lord said with a sigh. It was as if he had returned to the days when he fled for his life in Dragoncloud City and survived in a desperate situation. The backlash 6 years later. Thales' face was tense. He clenched his teeth so hard that he almost broke his fists. F***CK. This is not the end. The poison-like dragon blood. Not only has it not dried up, also, it is still flowing. Silence fell between the two of them again. Just when Put-Ray thought that the prince's emotions had become agitated because of the sudden information. There is one more thing that I don't understand. Thales turned his head and looked at Put-Ray. He asked abruptly but calmly, why me? The Lord stared at Thales' expression in surprise. Contrary to what he had expected, the prince was not panicking, agitated, or even overly emotional. He did not even seem nervous. This young man, compared to 6 years ago. Thales pursed his lips. His eyebrows moved slightly, as if he was thinking about something seriously. This is the battle between King Chapman and Archduke Rockney. It's a storm that Dragoncloud City is embroiled in. Thales' gaze became sharp, making Put-Ray uncomfortable. He even had the urge to turn his head away. But why? Thales asked succinctly, why did Kent Vida request to meet me? To meet a prince of Constellation? Looking at the prince's gaze, Put-Ray inhaled, raised his stiff hand, and held his pipe in his mouth. I don't know. Put-Ray blinked and tilted his head. Maybe it's a coincidence. Coincidence? At that moment, Thales narrowed his eyes. It was as if he wanted to see something from the man's eyes. Put-Ray smiled and took a deep puff. The old pipe smoker, who treated tobacco like his life, suddenly realized that his pipe had been extinguished. He sighed. I suggest that you pay less attention to these matters in Dragoncloud City. To be honest, because of the storm the other day, you are now in an awkward position. After all, this matter has nothing to do with you for now. Put-Ray shrugged. Unless you can't bear to watch your little lovers. Thales was slightly stunned. Put-Ray smiled faintly. The prince's expression was unpleasant. He frowned and looked at the Lord. His face was full of suspicion. Little lover? Put-Ray blinked again. It's just a joke, Your Highness. Thales crossed his arms and snorted in dissatisfaction. But he was immediately stunned. Wait, Put-Ray. The words you used just now. The prince stared at the Thin Lord with an unpleasant expression. His tone was full of doubt. What do you mean by, for now has nothing to do with me? Under Thales' questioning gaze, the Thin Lord coughed. His expression was solemn. It's time for you to meet the Archduchess. You should go to the library, Put-Ray said with a serious expression. I can't let the Archduchess wait for too long. Thales was instantly stunned. Chapter 293. When Thales braced himself and walked past the layers of guards, enduring gazes that were fiercer than usual, especially Nicholas' warning gaze. He passed through the old and heavy arched door and entered Rikuru's library, which he was very familiar with. The Prince of Constellation was fretting over what should have been a casual and relaxed meeting. Is Saroma aware of the political vortex she's in? Unknowingly, the girl was already in an inescapable chess game. She was facing Lampard, Rockney, and the vassals of Dragoncloud City, who were experienced and ruthless chess players. Thales did not know how much Lisban had told her, nor did he know what the Archduchess' current state was. He also did not know what kind of attitude and stance he should use to face Saroma. He had to face the former girl, who was now a lady. The library was still the same. The arched corridor filled with rows of tall bookshelves swept past his field of vision amidst the intertwining light and shadows. The passage beside the bookshelves was brightly and clearly illuminated by the braziers and the reflective gemstones on the ceiling. There was only darkness and obscurity between the bookshelves that blocked off the light. Thales anxiously walked between the light and darkness. He walked past rows of bookshelves and arrived at the place where he met the two girls for the first time 6 years ago. It was the glass cabinet that stored the first treaty between the two countries. "You're late." The Archduchess of Dragoncloud City sat quietly on a chair. A thick book lay open on her closed knees. Thales looked around hesitantly. He was not surprised to see Gings, the female official, and two maidservants at the ends of the corridor. The former was like a statue. She had her hands on her chest, looking straight ahead elegantly and nobly. The prince took a deep breath, walked up to Saroma, and lowered his voice. "Saroma, listen, The Archduchess interrupted him without raising her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly, but her voice was very calm. This batch of books was newly collected by the merchants from Dragon-Kissed Land. I heard that many of them are ancient books and handwritten copies." Thales raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised by Saroma's interruption. He only hesitated for a moment before he pulled over a wooden chair, turned the back of the chair toward Saroma, and sat down with a solemn expression. He rested his arms on the back of the chair. At that moment, the prince felt his mouth go dry. "Heh." Facing an old friend of more than 6 years, he said stiffly, I heard about what happened on the day of the State Affairs hearing." The girl did not answer, but her hand did not turn the page. "I want to say, After seeing Saroma in person, Thales felt that he had become clumsy. He had a belly full of things to say but did not know where to start. He could only say stiffly, "Thank you for protecting me." The Archduchess still did not raise her head, but she snorted softly through her nose. If it were not for Thales' extraordinary hearing, he would have thought that she was daydreaming. "But," Thales sighed, "I've also heard about it. I just flipped through the table of contents for this new batch of books." However, the Archduchess interrupted him again. "There are many contents that you are concerned about, such as the Battle of Eradication. And the dragons." Saroma's face was still lowered, almost parallel to the book. Thales' expression tensed. She was not in the right mood. "Saroma." Regarding the day of the State Affairs hearing, Thales recalled the two conversations he had with Putre and gritted his teeth. Yes, marriage." Thales was stunned. "Huh." Saroma slowly raised her head and flashed a faint, bitter smile. "This is what you wanted to talk to me about during today's training." The Archduchess sneered softly. "Isn't it?" Thales could not help but notice that the girl's eyes were a little red. He nodded subconsciously. "Yes." Saroma closed the book on her knees and sighed softly. "So, what do you want to say?" She placed the book on the table beside her and went straight to the point. "Recommend a husband to me?" When Saroma said this, she raised her eyebrows, looking rather aggressive. Thales' words were a little sluggish. He opened and closed his mouth, but in the end, he could only say a few words. I want to ask." Saroma tilted her head slightly. Her green eyes behind the pince-nez stared at him without moving. For the first time, Thales realized that this little girl's gaze could be so difficult to resist. A few seconds later, the prince, who still could not form a sentence, could only exhale and pretend to be relaxed. "So, regarding your marriage, what did they say? Is there anyone in mind?" This time, Saroma stared at him firmly. She stared at him for a whole 10 seconds. It made Thales feel uneasy. Finally, Saroma exhaled through her nose, shook her head, and averted her gaze. It's those people, the counts who are directly under the vassals, such as Count Hurst, she said faintly. Hurst. Thales frowned. The Count of Flatiron County? That golden beard? Yes. Saroma added expressionlessly, among the direct vassals of Dragoncloud City, his age is the closest to mine. The prince grabbed the back of the chair and straightened his back. Close in age? Thales widened his eyes and exhaled subconsciously. After the initial shock, he said disdainfully, yes, he's only 20 years older than you. Saroma cast him a thought-provoking glance. Or the son of a noble. Count Nazir has a son in his early 20s. He's the heir of the family. Nazir Jr. Thales frowned again. I heard that his dissolute reputation is known from the maids in the city to the sows in the suburbs. The Archduchess narrowed her eyes in puzzlement. How did you know? Thales snorted softly and shook his head. Gossip from the kitchen. During the banquet, the maids all want to. Forget it, it's not important. Saroma pursed her lips, seemingly dissatisfied. If it really doesn't work, there's still Seal. This time, Thales interrupted her. Count Leespan? The regent? The prince looked as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. My God, that old man even has a grandson. Thales. Saroma seemed to have had enough of Thales' tone. She said coldly, the candidate I'm talking about is Seal's grandson. Thales was speechless. Saroma stared at the ground in dissatisfaction. The embarrassed Thales rested his chin on his arm. For a moment, he had nothing to say. Finally, the silence between the two was broken by the Archduchess. Thales. She whispered in a tired voice. Don't you want to see me get married? Thales did not speak immediately. Saroma. A few seconds later, Thales managed to speak. His voice was deep. Tell me the truth. Do you really want to get married? Saroma raised her head abruptly. Her expression was tense. Is this important? The prince heard the girl's words as if she was acting out of spite. You know, I have to get married. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He straightened his back and moved his chair closer. We've known each other for 6 years, you know. The prince's expression was serious. I don't want to see you unhappy. I don't want to see you forced to do something you don't want to do. Because... Saroma stared at him in a daze. Because I'm the one who caused you to become like this. Thales shut his mouth and said to himself dejectedly. The moment little rascal agreed to help him 6 years ago, and the moment little rascal was announced as the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City appeared before his eyes. Thales sighed and rested his chin on the back of the chair. A few seconds later, the Archduchess tilted her head and looked to the other side. Even if I don't want to, so what? Saroma's voice suddenly traveled into his ears. What can you do? Can you forbid them from marrying me? The Archduchess still tilted her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly, but her shoulders trembled slightly. Or can you forbid me from marrying them? Thales raised his gaze, feeling melancholic. She doesn't like this, he told himself. Thales sighed. If you don't want to, then don't marry them. Saroma suddenly turned around and stared at him coldly. Humph, she snorted. If I don't marry them. At that moment, the girl's gaze was very strange. Then, who should I marry? Thales felt his eyelids twitch. Before the Archduchess could say anything strange, he stood up from the chair abruptly. Well, what I mean is, you're an Archduchess. Thales coughed and scratched his head, imitating a certain burly police officer in his memory. As long as you insist on your own will, no one can force you to do anything you don't want. If you don't want a husband, then you don't have to force yourself to marry. After saying this, Thales felt uncomfortable all over. He shrugged and smiled awkwardly. Saroma stared at him deeply, not saying a word. After a long while, the Archduchess said softly, You've also seen the envoy from Black Sand region today. Seal told me that the matter with the Alliance of Freedom isn't that simple. Seal also said that Dragoncloud City has no choice. If I want to win the vassal's support and protect the Archduchess' authority, then all the more you can't simply marry. Thales interrupted her and quickly added, You can't hope to win support with marriage. Think about it. You're alone. The prince took a deep breath and endured Saroma's piercing gaze. And there are 6 counts in Dragon Cloud City alone. No matter who you marry. Perhaps you can calm the storm for a short while and get through this crisis. But the price is that you will soon be dragged into a deeper level of Dragon Cloud City's internal strife. Thales sighed. Because your new husband is one of them, you will no longer be able to stay out of the relationship between the vassals. You will no longer be able to act as a supreme and fair arbiter. You will no longer be able to rule this land as their suzerain. Moreover, an archduchess who uses her marriage to compromise with the nobles will not be able to gain loyalty. This time, Saroma stared at him for a long time. She stared at him until Thales felt a little embarrassed. You know. The young lady's voice was a little airy. Seal said the same thing. Lispan? Thales shuddered. He also opposes your marriage? Saroma did not answer him directly. She laughed and said, but the vassals will be very unhappy. She said listlessly, what should I do? What should Dragon Cloud City do? They're already very dissatisfied with me. They say that my bearing is not stable, my charm is not good, and my dressing and speech are immature. If I still refuse to marry them and have no children. The Archduchess sighed slightly. She was a little dejected and tired. I know that in the future, whether we send troops or issue decrees, they will not cooperate obediently. Thales exhaled. For some reason, after knowing that Lispan also opposed the suzerain's marriage, he felt inexplicably more at ease. But when he turned his head, he saw the Archduchess' dejected and bitter expression. Thales clenched his fists lightly. He sat back in his chair. No, Saroma, the prince said seriously. This has nothing to do with your bearing and charm. It has nothing to do with your dressing and speech. It has nothing to do with whether you get married or not, and whether you have children or not. Your vassals, they will have this kind of attitude. Saroma raised her head and stared at him blankly. Thales clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He took a deep breath. It's because. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Archduchess again. Because I am an Archduchess. Saroma could not help but laugh. She tilted her head back and leaned against the back of the chair. She looked askance at the row of bookshelves in the distance. I am a woman. A woman who makes them look down on me. Thales was stunned. Yes, I know. Saroma's voice was very low. At first glance, it sounded emotionless. I have always known. They are not used to it, and they dislike being ruled by a woman even more. Whether it is them or the enemy, they all feel that such a Dragon Cloud City is not stable. They feel that I am weak and ignorant. So they urge me to get married. The Archduchess will marry a local noble of Dragon Cloud City, leave a seed in my belly, and bear the name of Walton. One day, I will hand over power to him. Then, Dragon Cloud City will be considered stable. Thales did not speak, but his grip on the back of the chair tightened. During the day of the council hearing, no matter what I say, everyone's eyes will only be on Seal. Saroma's words sounded like she was talking in her sleep. If I am right, they will cast praising gazes at Seal. If I am wrong, they will cast reproachful gazes at him. It's not just this time. It's the same in the past. It will be the same in the future. Saroma gently shook her shoulders and laughed in spite of herself, as if she was numb. None of my so-called vassals care about me. The Archduchess' voice was very weak. She leaned all her weight on the back of the chair, as if she had lost all strength to support herself. They only care about the title of Archduchess and the Walton bloodline. And I am not important at all, except for my belly, because it can give birth to the Walton seed. Thales gritted his teeth slightly. Saroma took a deep breath and stared at Thales with bloodshot eyes. She suddenly burst into laughter. Maybe they are right, Thales. Saroma bit her lower lip and expressionlessly said, maybe I can't be an Archduchess at all. Maybe I was born weak and should rely on others. The Archduchess' voice became fainter and fainter. In the thick and simple library, she leaned against the chair and said faintly, when I was young, I relied on Alex and was an unknown little maid. When I grew up, I relied on you and King Nuvan to become an Archduchess with your strength. Now, I rely on Seal to rule Dragon Cloud City on my behalf and deal with those things that I can't think of. In the future, I also have to rely on my husband and the bloodline in my belly to stabilize Dragon Cloud City and live the rest of my life. Moreover, I don't even have the Walton bloodline. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the prince slammed his palm on the back of the chair. Saroma! Thales said sternly, reprimanding the stunned girl. Saroma! Little rascal. The prince took a deep breath and put on the most serious expression he could think of. Do you know why I dragged you to skip classes? Especially Madame Ging's etiquette class. Without waiting for her to answer, Thales spoke. Because you are an archduchess. The teenager clenched his fists. But they teach you weaving, sewing, embroidery, playing music, singing, dancing, and housekeeping. They think of you as an archduchess. Archduchess and archduchess are the same word. Thales gritted his teeth. But they are worlds apart. They are absolutely not the same. Chapter 294. Saroma stared at him with a slightly misty gaze. But they didn't do anything wrong, did they? She snorted and shook her head. She raised her right hand and looked at the triumph ring on her thumb. I didn't. Little rascal. Thales once again used that name from a long time ago and fiercely interrupted her. The girl raised her head in a daze. Don't. Saroma. Even if you can't choose who you want to be. But at least, don't become who they want you to be. Thales stared at her. Please, don't become that. But Saroma was only slightly startled. She shook her head mockingly. It's useless. As the Archduchess of Northland, my future has already been decided. Even if it's not this time. She said disappointedly. I've thought about it. I'll marry a local noble, give birth to a male heir, and then be politely sent to a secluded place until I'm old. Asterisk slap. Asterisk a crisp sound rang. Saroma stared at the second prince in a daze. She watched as he grabbed her right hand. Little rascal. Thales stared at her seriously and moved Triumph to the center of their line of sight. Even if you're a woman, you can still live a very exciting life. I know of a woman like that. Ah, the female official Jines Bajkovic who taught you swordsmanship and etiquette. Saroma shook her head and laughed. I've heard you say it 1,000 times. The legendary woman who broke away from the shackles of her family and stood alone in the capital. She's good with table knives and long swords. But she's special and she's not a suzerain. No, not her. Thales spoke decisively and stopped Saroma from speaking. I'm talking about another young girl. Saroma was slightly startled. Her wrist, which Thales was holding, trembled slightly. You mean, a young girl? Yes. Thales nodded firmly. She's also the last orphan of a great family. She survived the chaos of war and riots, inherited the title at the age of 3, and led a region. Saroma did not refute him. Instead, she looked at the prince with a puzzled and inquiring gaze. Thales took a deep breath and recalled the autumn and winter 6 years ago. When I first met her, she was about the same age as you are now. She was 15 or 16 years old. She was inexperienced, young, and even a little immature. But at that time, she was already an important person who could take charge. I still remember the scene when she crossed the entire Hall of Stars and faced the country's emperor, ministers, and people with sonorous and forceful words. Thales said absent-mindedly, and when she walked into the hall valiantly in that casual purplish-black hunting suit, the crowd in the entire hall automatically retreated to make way for her. At that time, there were also people who mocked her, looked down on her, despised her, and looked down on her. How can Constellation be ruled by ignorant women and children? As for that girl, she just walked over slowly with a cold face and small steps, elegant and aloof. She didn't care about what she wanted to say, whether it was ridicule or condemnation, whether it was support or opposition. Even the two powerful counts could only walk behind her. One of them looked murderous, and the other looked noble. But they could not outshine her brilliance. Instead, they were suppressed by her aura to the point that they could barely be seen. When she waved her long sleeves and spoke in a cold voice, it was as if everyone present had become her foil, be it the king or the duke, the nobles or the commoners. Saroma listened to his narration and was slightly surprised. You're talking about Constellation, the guardian of Blade Edge Hill. The Duchess, Lyanna Tabark. The Duchess, Lyanna Tabark. The prince narrowed his eyes. As far as I know, she is still an unmarried woman. Under the emblem of the Blood Moon, she single-handedly supports the Tabark family of the 6 great clans, protects and rules Blade Edge Hill. Thales turned his head abruptly and looked at the stunned Saroma. If she can do it, so can you. One day, You will also be able to stand at the top of Dragon Cloud City with your own strength, without relying on anyone else, and win everyone's respect. Thales inhaled and fixed his gaze on the girl's face. One day, you will be able to tell the vassals of Dragon Cloud City in a dignified manner that the person who rules them is an archduchess. Saroma stared at Thales. After being stunned for a while, she smiled helplessly. It's too difficult, the girl said with a sigh. I can't do it. Thales shook his head and said with determination. It's not difficult. What's really difficult is that you think you can't do it. That's why your vassals feel that Dragon Cloud City under your rule is not stable. Saroma blinked and stared at the prince with a softer and brighter gaze. I still remember the little rascal who risked her life to drag me out of the hands of the calamities. I also remember the little rascal who crawled out of the fireplace and anxiously memorized her lines to help me out of trouble. At that time, the girl did not hesitate to say, it's too difficult. Saroma did not say anything. She only watched Thales hold her hand in silence. Saroma, remember this. Choose who you want to be. If you don't want to be a vase that is manipulated by others and traded casually. The prince squeezed her hand tightly. His tone was unquestionable. Then don't act like a vase. Saroma stared at the prince in a daze. A few seconds later, her originally misty and unfocused gaze became focused again. If you don't want to marry a man who is old enough to be your father and live on your belly. Thales' gaze became fierce. Thales' gaze turned fierce. Then reject them. Let's think of a way together. Of course, I think Lineage will help you. As long as you say that you don't want to. Then you don't have to marry them. The two of them stared at each other and remained silent for a long time. Thales did not turn his gaze away. Saroma's eyes flickered. She seemed to be a little touched and a little panicked. Finally, Saroma looked at the prince with a determined expression and took a deep breath. Thales. Saroma cleared her throat. She seemed to be a little hesitant. Thales responded with an encouraging gaze. But the hesitation only lasted for 3 seconds. The girl gritted her teeth and tensed up. Thales. Saroma raised her head. Her gaze was serious. I don't want to marry Count Hurst. Thales exhaled and nodded heavily. Yes. I don't want to marry Count Nazir's son either. Yes. I don't like them. Saroma's words slowly became smoother from the stiffness in the beginning. I don't want to marry anyone else either. Thales stared at her. Very well. The prince raised his eyebrows. You won't marry them. Thales shrugged. Because I don't like them either. The two of them stared at each other. A few seconds later, they snorted and laughed together. Phew. Thales sighed slightly in his heart. Now, Putre is going to nag me with an expression that says, I knew it would be like this again. I have to think of a reason to convince him. If the Archduchess doesn't marry, it will be more beneficial for us. And I have to find time to talk to Lineage these few days. About Dragon Cloud City. And the Archduchess. While laughing, Thales pretended that nothing had happened and let go of the other party's hand. In the library, a maid frowned. With all due respect, Gings, I know that the lady's mental state has not been very good lately. But their behavior is still a little too intimate. For the Archduchess' sake, we should intervene. The maid turned to Gings, the female officer, and said tactfully, she needs us now. Gings, the female officer, still had that old-fashioned expression on her face. She quietly watched the teenage prince and the young Archduchess giggle in the distance. Believe me, for the Archduchess' sake. Gings turned her stern gaze and shook her head. What she needs the most right now is not us. Suddenly, Saroma spoke again. Thales. But this time, she tilted her head slightly. Her expression was a little cunning. If I am willing to marry them, marry the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, would you still say these words? Would you still stop me from marrying them? Thales heard something and was momentarily stunned. He shrugged. Of course. The young lady smiled faintly. Didn't you stand up for me on the day of the state affairs hearing? Thales scratched his head again. The friendship between friends is mutual, and it cannot be bought with money. Saroma's gaze lowered slightly. Thales scratched his head and awkwardly searched for an excuse. You know, if you get a local husband in Dragon Cloud City out of nowhere, then maybe my good days will come to an end. Of course, I have to try my best to stop it. Oh, I see. The young lady's voice became gloomy again. Right, Thales. Thales blinked, looking puzzled. Saroma raised her head. The Archduchess narrowed her eyes in a thought-provoking manner and asked, Lyanna, is she beautiful? Thales' eyelids twitched again. I don't really remember. The prince exhaled and twitched the corners of his mouth. The atmosphere at that time was too tense. I only remember that my legs kept trembling. Saroma burst into laughter. Thales also chuckled a few times. But his memory immediately returned to 6 years ago. Lyanna. 6 years ago, she was 15 years old. Now, she should be in the prime of her youth, like a blooming flower. That girl who left a deep impression on people. The moment Lyanna opened her mouth to speak, when her gaze was as sharp as a blade, and when she stood up to the dukes without showing any weakness, Thales was lost in thought as he pictured the heroic young duchess in his mind. Even when she faced the ex-dead envoy and forcefully ridiculed Lampard, Saroma widened her eyes and looked at the prince's response. I realized that the words beautiful, pleasant, unparalleled, and other words used to describe a beauty were no longer sufficient to describe her. Lyanna at that moment. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Just like a magnificent diamond that reflects the sunlight. The prince recalled the past in Renaissance Palace and sincerely praised the heroic Duchess of Blade Edge Hill. He exhaled and said, dazzling, dazzling and dazzling. It's unforgettable at first sight. At this moment, thud. Thales felt a pain in his chest as a muffled sound rang out. With a contorted face, he opened his eyes and looked at a book that was thrown at his chest. A new book that arrived today. Saroma also held a book in her hand and said coldly, I flipped through it and found some places that you might be interested in. Hurry up and read it. You've wasted too much time. Weren't we having a good chat just now? Thales rubbed his chest in pain. He had just realized what mistake he had made, but he was still indignant. He was about to refute, but you can't. Shut up and read the book. The Archduchess put on a stern face and said fiercely, don't waste time. I still have class later. Thales exhaled and rolled his eyes the moment Saroma lowered her head. Fierce woman. With a bitter expression, the prince lowered his head and straightened his sitting posture. He flipped open the book marked against the heavens in his bosom. What book is this? An evaluation of the Draconic language? Thales flipped open the bookmarked page and was immediately attracted by the title of the chapter. The prince's expression became solemn. Following his habit, he began to study the book in a low voice. The structure of the great dragon's throat is extremely unique. Hence, the pronunciation of the Draconic language is also extremely complicated, to the point that it cannot be recorded without musical instruments. The recorded Draconic language can only represent a part of the syllables. In the mouth of the great dragon, most of these Draconic words have another way of pronouncing that we cannot imagine. Draconic language. Thales' 6 years in the library was certainly not just for the sake of finding peace and quiet. More importantly, the prince recalled that night, the huge figure that rose from the flames, and the various mysteries about him. His mood became increasingly heavy. It had been 6 years. He had been beating around the bush with Saroma and found many documents. They had learned the names of at least 15 great dragons in history. However, among the 15 names with different characteristics, the one he was looking for was not among them. Apart from a few races, such as the elves whose singing is comparable to that of a lark, most races cannot rely on their voices to directly communicate and converse with the great dragon. Thales read the paragraph he drew and frowned. No wonder the Queen of the Sky wanted to communicate with us like that. It turns out that we can't speak the Draconic language. Damn it. So, as long as the name is pronounced in the Draconic language, it cannot be pronounced in the common language, or even by humans. If that's the case. Not there. Saroma's voice traveled to his ears. She seemed rather impatient. Flip to the second bookmark. Thales, who had mixed feelings, raised his head in annoyance. How would I know if you don't tell me? However, the moment he saw the fierce look in Saroma's eyes, he shrank back with a whoosh. The prince obediently flipped to the second bookmark. The ancient elves were one of the few races in history who could fight against the great dragons without falling into a disadvantageous position. In the dragon-slaying war, This name comes from the historical records of the ancient elves. The author believes that the great dragons must have had another name similar to the hunting for long years game. The ancient elven kingdom hunted and killed at least 6 famous great dragons. Hence, they are also the race that knows the great dragons the most. In fact, a lot of the author's information came from the generosity of a friend in White Mountain. Thales narrowed his eyes. 6. Could it be that Saroma wants to show me the list of the 6 dead great dragons? Saroma knew that he had always been interested in the great dragons, and often looked up the names of the great dragons. But she might not know that the great dragon he was looking for had lived until now, at least 14 years ago, until he was born in this world. And her name was. The warriors who killed the great dragons were usually divided into several groups and worked together. They were usually equipped with a machete that was sharp enough to cut through metal, similar to the ones used by the elven imperial guards. They also had a mithril shield that had a melting point that was high enough to insulate temperature. They were equipped with both offense and defense. The author suspects that this was the origin of human swordsmanship. At the very least, the Northland military swordsmanship should have borrowed the tactics of the great dragons in terms of spirit and equipment. Wizard J. L. Mindes, the Northern ancient history expert in the ascetic tower and the author of The Legend of the Iron Blood King, Wizard J. L. Mindes, holds the same view. However, Master Reimer, the Alchemy Tower's weapons technology expert, believes that the Northland military swordsmanship was mainly influenced by the ancient beast's personality fighting skills on the battlefield. Snipers. This unit is responsible for long-range attacks and restraints. They are equipped with a variety of special arrows that can affect the great dragon, and they hold a foldable long-range sniper bow that can quickly attack and suppress fast-moving targets in the air, ranging from the dragon's eyes to the dragon's armpit. Even today, the Wanderer Elven settlement in the Empire's Green Heart Province still retains this bow-making technology, and it even influenced Green Heart Province to become the Empire's top archer production area. The saying Northland is tough, West Billows is ruthless, and Green Hills produces strong bows has spread far and wide. The Romete family's Grey Hood Archer unit is a terrifying existence that can take a person's life from hundreds of steps away. I believe that this has something to do with the ancient Elven Kingdom's dragon hunting skills, although the Grey Hoods refused to admit it. Thales was puzzled. The more he read, the more confused he became. What are these? How do they hunt the great dragon? Obliterators. These elves, who have the least number of people, have the most dangerous tasks. They have to get close to the great dragon's fatal weakness in battle, and strive to injure or even kill the enemy in one strike. The obliterators are usually the most outstanding scouts and vanguards. They go into battle lightly and sneak up on the enemy. They only have the most inconspicuous but most expensive short sword in their hands. It can be said to be priceless. It is said that this kind of dagger was forged with special and secret materials and methods. It can pierce through dragon scales without any hindrance, but what the author can't understand is, even if it is so sharp, how can such a short weapon pose a fatal threat to the huge body of a giant dragon? According to the author's research, this legendary weapon is known as the Dragon Breaker. There are very few of them in history, and only the most powerful obliterators are qualified to wield them. It is said that it is a weapon with magic power. Every time a great dragon is injured or killed, the blade of the sword will accumulate the power of the hunter, and become more powerful, sharper, bizarre, deadly, and full of vitality. These are the original words in the ancient Elven literature, but the author still has doubts about the translation of the last word. When Thales read up to this point, he raised his head to look at Saroma from time to time. However, the other party's angry gaze made him have no choice but to lower his head again and again. The prince could only sigh deeply. All right. He flipped a page. In the next second, Thales shuddered. Did you see that? Saroma sighed. I'm also very surprised. Thales raised his head in a daze. The large book opened to one of the pages, and on it was a simple sketch of a weapon. He touched the drawing and instantly knew what Saroma wanted him to see. This is, Thales said in a daze. Yes. Saroma nodded solemnly. According to the records, this is an elite weapon that only the ancient elves' obliterator army possess. Dragon Breaker. More than 300 years ago, the king of the Oathkeepers, Midir IV, built the sturdy fortress at the border between the two countries. It was named after this. Thales lowered his head in a daze and looked at the weapon sketch drawn in the book in disbelief. It was a short sword with a strange weight ball and a gem embedded in the center of the crossguard. The handguard was curved in a reverse arc towards the blade. Even though it was not painted, he could still recognize it. Dragon Breaker? In Thale's nearly 14 years of this life, he had seen a short sword of this style once. No, he had not only seen it before. 6 years ago, Thales had held a short sword of the same specifications with his own hands. It was a short sword that was as red as blood. It woke up like a warrior who had been asleep for a long time and shone in his hands. The short sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It transmitted vague syllables and words and called him Blood Brother. I'm so tired. Sleep. Chapter 295. 5 days later, Thales sat listlessly in the Archduchess' study room in Heroic Spirit Palace. Saroma sat at the desk opposite him, engrossed in reading a book called Cahill Yarrow's Selected Poems. The Prince of Constellation lowered his head slightly and exhaled. The shock brought about by the library did not last long. The sketch in the book did not give Thales any more information. He could only guess that the Blade of Purification, as a weapon that might have drunk the great dragon's blood, had formed a connection and resonance with his unique physique. And the bridge in the middle of this connection was becoming clearer. That draconic name. But this was not the thing that bothered Thales the most at the moment. I've gone to Count Liespan. Thales' light words attracted Saroma's attention. The Archduchess raised her head and her eyes lit up. What did Seal say? Thales scratched his head. Liespan said that regarding the Alliance of Freedom, we have to wait for the City of Faraway Prayer's official letter before we can decide how to deal with it. But don't worry. The Prince of Constellation grinned. Liespan is very confident that the Archduchess will continue to maintain her independence and autonomy. He already has a plan. As King Nuven's prime minister, he is not an ordinary person. The corners of Saroma's mouth curled up slightly, showing that the Archduchess was in a good mood at the moment. Thales, thank you. Thales shrugged. He recalled the scene of him privately talking to Liespan the day before yesterday and could not help but sigh. Thank you for your concern, Prince Thales. We will naturally deal with the Archduchess affairs. Please do not forget that we are the vassals of Dragon Cloud City. You are, after all, just a guest, not the master. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Of course, as the Archduchess' most sincere friend, please do not have any unnecessary thoughts, let alone actions. No matter what they are, it is very disadvantageous to you, to the lady, to Dragon Cloud City, and to Eternal Star City. Of course, as the Archduchess' most sincere friend, please do not have any unnecessary thoughts. I admire your reputation for being intelligent and mature, and I do not wish to see you degenerate into a mediocre person who is addicted to desires. I hope you take care of yourself. You must know that your situation is not very safe. Really? Thales closed his eyes and hammered his head hard. What do you mean by unnecessary thoughts? And mediocre people addicted to lust? Charles Liespan, an old man in his 60s or 70s, what was going on in his head all day long? After this incident, Thales realized that his unpopularity in Dragon Cloud City had reached a new breakthrough. Not only Liespan and Nicholas, even Madame Gings and the two maidservants looked at him strangely for the past few days, causing Thales to be cautious even when he greeted the servants. He was afraid that a masked man with a knife would suddenly jump out from a corner and charge at him while shouting, "For Extet." Unexpectedly, Putray did not seem to be in a hurry when it came to the prince taking the initiative to get involved in Dragon Cloud City's political struggle, as well as his determination to help his friend break away from an unfortunate marriage for the sake of friendship. However, the way he smoked his pipe and smiled with a crooked face that said, "I understand," really made Thales worried. Even Waya and Ralph's gazes gave Thales the illusion that he had a guilty conscience. We're not surprised at all. You know, teenagers always have to experience some special events before they can grow up. This was what the Lord, who was puffing out smoke rings, answered with a smirk when Thales could not help but ask when he was learning bardic poetry from Putray one day. Because of this sentence, Thales deducted all the bounty that was supposed to be given to the Lord on the day of reward. In the study, Thales shook his head and tried to chase the memories out of his mind. By the way, do you know anything about the new teacher who will be coming later? Saroma put down her book and asked doubtfully, I heard that he was introduced by your interesting vice diplomat. Putray? Immersed in his memories, Thales said with a straight face, He's not my vice diplomat. I'm not familiar with him. Selma looked at him strangely, snorted soundlessly through her nose, and returned her attention to her book. At the same time, the sound of two people's footsteps suddenly came from outside the study. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. To be precise, it was the sound of one person's footsteps and another person's. Thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Thales frowned. This is the sound of wood hitting the ground. The rhythm is chaotic, unorganized, and careless, as if it's just knocked on the ground. But it's also very heavy. Just like... The door to the study opened. The female official, Gings, walked in and bowed slightly to the Archduchess and the prince. Then, she left politely and discreetly. Behind the female official, a thin and frail figure appeared. The newcomer's body was slightly hunched, and he was leaning on a rather old and heavy walking stick. He put all his weight on the stick, and the tip of the stick was firmly planted on the ground. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Gings closed the door to the study. The prince and the Archduchess immediately sat up straight and looked at the newcomer. He walked step by step towards Thales and Saroma, who were sitting beside the study table. My apologies, sirs and madams. I'm old, ahem. These broken bones of mine can't withstand the torment. Following the guest was an old, weak and shriveled voice, accompanied by a clear throat. It was as if he would not be able to continue speaking if he did not do so. The carriage I took from Enlenzo to Ekstedt almost threw my butt off. The lads were afraid that I would die on the way, so they had to slow down. After I arrived at Dragon Cloud City, I had to rest for 4 days. Thales first glanced at the walking stick. He remembered the Black Prophet, whom he had met a few times a long time ago, and it made him feel uncomfortable. The prince got rid of the unnecessary impression. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the newcomer. It was a thin and short old man. The top of his head was sparse with white hair, and his face was lined with wrinkles. He seemed to have gone through a lot. The old man was wrapped from head to toe. He used this term because his body was so thin that it looked like his clothes were hung on overly small hangers. He wore a normal dark coat with a white undershirt and a red scarf. He looked no different from an ordinary merchant who did business in a shop. He did not seem to be in good spirits. His eyes were misty and turbid. Only his left eye was wearing a pince-nez monocle, which made his left eye look especially big from the front. The old man forced a calm and gentle smile. His wrinkles moved up and down his chapped lips, giving others a feeling of desolation in his old age. He looks even older than Lisban and Neuven from 6 years ago. Thales was secretly shocked. He's at least 70 years old. How did Putre and Gilbert manage to invite such an old man, who looks like he's in a bad condition and is about to die, to travel thousands of miles to Dragon Cloud City? Good day, sir, Thales said rather worriedly. I heard Putre mention something about a new teacher, but he refused to say who it was. Saroma stared blankly at the new teacher. She seemed to be stunned by his age and condition as well. Maybe he's right. That way, you won't be too disappointed when you see an old man who's about to die. The old man laughed dryly. He seemed to be straining to take another step forward. His right hand, which was holding onto his walking stick, trembled slightly. You don't mind if I sit down, do you? The thin old man looked at his trembling right arm. He scrunched up his nose in disdain and shook his head. My legs aren't good. Obviously, he did not ask for their opinion, or at least, the Archduchess' opinion. Instead, he picked the most comfortable leather chair and sat down. The thin old man sank into the leather chair. He closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He rested for a few seconds. Thales and Saroma looked at each other. There was surprise on their faces, and they did not know how to react. This is the teacher whom Gilbert and Putre hold in high regard? The old man seemed to have recovered some of his strength. He then opened his eyes and flashed a weak smile. Don't worry. I've been weak and sickly since I was young. I may look terrible, but in truth, I've lived longer than too many strong and healthy people. Thales curled up the corners of his mouth and forced a smile. I heard that you're Gilbert Casso and Putre Nemain, and they're indebted to your teachings? The thin old man tilted his head slightly and narrowed his eyes, as though he was reminiscing. Oh yes, those two interesting boys, the little adult and the troublemaker. The old man paused for a moment, as though he had just remembered. He curled up the corners of his mouth. A long time ago, when I was still a home tutor, the students I taught. They seemed to be among them? Thales raised his eyebrows and exchanged glances with Saroma again, puzzled. Oh yes. The old man's eyelid twitched. His left eye behind the lens widened abruptly, and it looked rather frightening. He drew out the walking stick in his right hand and placed it between his knees. Then, he held it with both hands and smiled faintly. As an opening remark, we should indeed introduce ourselves first. The old man looked at the two embarrassed students with a gentle gaze. The wrinkles on his face curled up like waves. Let's start with me. Merrill Hicks. The thin old man cleared his throat. I'm from Dragon Kiss Basin, and Lenzo Dukedom, Longchant City. But most of the people who know me like to call me Old Crow. Of course, the students usually like to call me that behind my back. Thale's heart stirred a little. Dragon Kiss Basin. You're from Dragon Kiss Academy? You're a scholar? Saroma's eyes brightened. She leaned forward in high spirits and looked at her new teacher, Hicks, curiously. I heard from Seal that you're very famous, and that many outstanding people have been in your... Hicks laughed at first, then shook his head with a slight sigh and interrupted the Archduchess. Although I do hold a post in Dragon Kiss Academy. Hicks' left eye behind the lens blinked once. But I have to say, I'm ashamed to say that I've never obtained a scholar's qualification. When I traveled to other countries, I relied on the proof of a scholar's qualification from my classmate to barely get a job as a home tutor in a noble's castle. His tone was casual and normal. Even though that was how he used his words, it was clear that he was not ashamed at all. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter like forgetting to bring my wallet when I went out. Thales and Saroma stared at each other in astonishment for the third time. Both of them blinked. What? Old Crow, Hicks nodded at them in a friendly and mischievous manner. Then, it's your turn to introduce yourselves. Ladies first. How about that? Saroma's small mouth opened slightly. She could not quite react. Thales was also a little confused. Over the past 6 years, the boys and girls of Dragoncloud City had experienced countless Northland home tutors. They were rigid, flexible, serious, stubborn, apathetic, kind, humorous, pretentious, and extremely fierce. But every tutor knew what kind of students they were going to face before they came here. Their reactions when they saw the Archduchess and the Prince were not like the old man who called himself the Old Crow. At least, he did not tell them in such a nonchalant tone that he had once forged a certificate to deceive them. He also did not casually ask the two nobles to introduce themselves the moment he opened his mouth. Also the way he addressed them. Sir, madam? This made Thales remember that 6 years ago, in Mindy's hall, Gilbert had also addressed him as Sir, before he was acknowledged as a prince. When he thought of this, nostalgia surged in his heart. Relax. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to be your enemy, unlike most of the tutors in this world. Hicks noticed the Archduchess' reaction. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of teeth that were well maintained despite his old age. He laughed casually. Dragoncloud City pays me a salary, but it is not for me to bother you. In fact, I just want to chat with you. If I'm not welcome, then I'll just treat it as a stroll in Northland. The Old Crow exhaled and nodded with a smile. He looked at Saroma with a gentle gaze. He rested his right hand on his walking stick and patted the back of his right hand with his left hand. Although I have heard many things about the two of you before, it is obvious that I would like to hear your own voices. Obviously, the old man's attitude made Saroma feel much more at ease. The young girl glanced at Thales, and the latter gave her an encouraging nod. Good day, Mr. Hicks. I am Saroma Walton from Dragoncloud City. Ahem, the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, Saroma said carefully. In fact, I am very stupid. I don't know anything. I only know how to read. Hicks chuckled. Ah, Archduchess, it's so kind to see you. Haha, at least we have something in common that is obvious. Hicks blinked, smiled, and poked the monocle on the bridge of his nose. Saroma adjusted her pince-nez, raised her eyebrows slightly, and curled up the corners of her mouth. Thales knew that this was an expression that she wanted to laugh but was holding back. The Old Crow shook his head and turned to the other person. His left eye widened slightly behind his monocle. Why don't you sit closer, Thales? The Prince of Constellation, who was observing the interaction between the two, paused for a moment. You don't have to act like a hedgehog. You may always be in trouble, but not today, not here. Hicks tapped his walking stick and looked at Thales with a profound gaze. Thales widened his eyes and stared at the strange new teacher. His Adam's apple bobbed a little. "Good day, mister." In the end, he politely moved his chair forward a little, lowered his scrutinizing gaze a little, and nodded. "I am Thales Jadestar, and I look forward to your teaching. Thank you for accepting Putre's invitation and coming all the way here to teach us." "Yes, Thales." Hicks took a deep breath and stared at Thales with his left eye behind his monocle. His voice was a little weak. "Jadestar, very good. Jadestar, as expected." Thales was slightly startled. "Oh right, teaching." The old crow did not waste any more time. He patted the back of his hand and sighed. "Both of you must be very curious. What exactly does such a strange and terrible old man want to teach you? What can he teach you?" Under the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the two students, the thin old man sitting in the leather chair lifted his back from the back of the chair and raised his head. "I have thought about this question before. Even among the many students I have taught, both of you can't be said to be the most ordinary ones." Thales and Saroma stared at their teacher seriously. Truth be told, whether it was Gilbert's highly praising comment of, "He is the second most respected person in my life" in his letter, or Putre's introduction, which seemed to be careless but was actually trying to keep them guessing, all of them made Thales look forward to meeting this rather strange old crow for the first time. *slap. Hicks slapped the back of his hand and laughed. "Truth be told, I can't think of anything to teach you either. So in the end, I've decided, to hell with teaching and what-not." "Huh." Under the two students' astonished gazes, the thin old man said in a casual and relaxed manner, "Let's just have a chat today." Chat? For the fourth time, Thales and Saroma cast each other a shocked and puzzled glance. "What is this?" "It's very interesting, isn't it? One of you is the supreme ruler of Dragon Cloud City," Hicks said with a sigh. "The other is the heir of an ancient kingdom. A man and a woman coincidentally sitting in the same room and facing the same terrible old man. Then, how about we talk about a topic that is related to both of you?" The prince raised his eyebrows. He looked at his notebook, closed it silently, and pushed it away from his hand. The old crow furrowed his eyebrows, as though he was deep in thought. His gaze kept moving between the boy and the young lady, who were at a loss. A topic that is related to both Northlanders and Constellatiates. Let me think." Hicks' eyebrows twitched, and the wrinkles on his face fluctuated again. "Oh, I've got it." The old man looked at Saroma amiably. "Madam." Saroma immediately nodded politely in response. "Mr. Hicks." The old man nicknamed the old crow nodded in satisfaction, then extended his hand to Thales, who was beside him. The prince was slightly startled. "This is Thales," Hicks said solemnly. "Thales Jadestar." "I know." Saroma was a little puzzled. Hicks sighed. "The calm, vigilant, handsome, and sharp-eyed prince of Constellation. He has a pair of interesting gray eyes, but he carries the rise and fall of an ancient kingdom on his shoulders. He struggles and strives in an invisible, dark vortex." Thales' eyebrows quivered. This teacher, his choice of words is a little... Saroma could not help but glance at the second prince. There was worry and pity in her gaze. He said faintly, "So Saroma Walton, as the unprecedented Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, a Northland girl who is youthful, young, restless, has a delicate status, and exudes vitality, you." In the next second, their gentle new teacher, Meryl Hicks from Dragon-Kissed Land, smiled at the confused Archduchess and asked, "Do you like him?" Thud. At that moment, the book in the young lady's hand fell to the ground. Chapter 296. In the Archduchess' study room, Saroma widened her eyes. "What?" Thales also stared blankly at his new teacher, who had just uttered such shocking words. This. Are you really here to be a teacher?" "Aye." In the awkward atmosphere, the flustered Archduchess was tongue-tied. She could not utter a single word for a long time. She could only cast a pleading look at Thales out of habit. "Mr. Hicks." In the end, Thales could not take it any more, so he braced himself and said, "This joke is a little. Saroma and I, we." However, the culprit of this atmosphere, the thin Meryl Hicks, still held his walking stick and looked at Saroma with the ghost of a smile. The next second, the young girl took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind about something. Then, she resolutely lowered her head, bent down, and picked up the selected poems of Cahill Yarrow that had fallen by her feet. It seemed to be very important. She left the awkwardness to Thales alone. But soon, he was no longer embarrassed. Yes. The bespectacled old crow turned his head and interrupted Thales rudely. The old man's eyes behind the monocle blinked gently. He glanced at Thales, who was about to speak, and stared at Saroma. You must like him very much. Saroma, who had just straightened her back with the book in her arms, became awkward again. She had no choice but to say, we are just good friends. Thales nodded in agreement. Otherwise, without the Archduchess' deliberate protection, a hostage prince from Constellation. Unexpectedly, the old crow Hick's mocking expression slowly disappeared. He did not pay attention to Saroma and Thales' clarification. He only shook his head and continued speaking. It is impossible for him to stay safe and sound for 6 whole years in the Northlanders' Dragoncloud City, surrounded by a pack of hostile wolves. The two students were stunned. Hick's expression was no longer as relaxed and contented as it was at the beginning. Even though he was still smiling, the murkiness in his eyes had slowly disappeared. He pulled the walking stick in his hand closer. What do you think, Thales? The prince snapped out of his daze. He suddenly realized that the old man's words just now were not to tease them about their relationship out of boredom. Looks like I'm thinking too much. In the face of Hick's question, Thales let go of the awkwardness in his heart and sighed slowly. I can't deny it. The teenager glanced at the girl, who was blushing slightly. He nodded apprehensively. If it weren't for Saroma's protection, the Northlanders would not be so polite to me. I'm very grateful for that. Saroma said nothing. Hick sighed softly. Then may I ask, Saroma? Just like how he addressed the prince, the old crow addressed the Archduchess by her name without any reservations. Why are your people, your vassals, and your subordinates so impolite to Thales? Did the prince do something unforgivable to them? Saroma glared at Thales. No, Thales did not do anything wrong. The Archduchess shook her head forcefully. But he is the Prince of Constellation, so the Northlanders have a reason to hate him. This is the hatred between nations. The new teacher narrowed his eyes. Why? Why should the Northlanders hate the Prince of Constellation? 18 years ago, during Constellation's bloody year. Saroma paused for a few seconds. She looked at Thales worriedly. When she saw that the latter's expression was normal, she took a deep breath and answered, We, Extet and Constellation fought a terrible war. Thales stared seriously at the old crow, who was still smiling but gave off an inexplicable sense of sternness. He suddenly understood what Hicks wanted to talk about. The bloody year. Of course, this is what Constellation calls it. Hicks' gaze was deep as he sighed with emotion. The bloody year was between the beginning of year 660 and year 661 of the calendar of eradication. The new teacher's gaze became solemn. So during the war, what did the Constellations do? What made Extet, who took the initiative to invade, hate Constellation so much? Thales furrowed his brows. Saroma hesitated for a second, but under Hick's smile, she still recalled the contents of the books and lessons she had in the past. She answered truthfully, because of the Fortress Treaty. At the end of the war, the Northlanders were forced to negotiate peace with Constellation under pressure from many parties. They even signed a treaty. Other than a piece of disputed woodland northwest of the fortress before the war, and some monetary compensation, Extet did not get much land or spoils of war. Many people, from the archdukes to the vassals, from the nobles to the soldiers, were dissatisfied with the fact that they had already broken through the northern territory and won victory on the battlefield. In the end, they had to return to the north with their tails between their legs. So, the Archduchess glanced at Thales cautiously again. So they felt that this was a humiliation brought upon them by the Constellation's despicable methods. As he listened to the conversation between the old and the young, Thales remembered everything that Gilbert had told him in the carriage on the eve of the national conference. Rather than saying that this was a treaty, it would be better to say that this was a record of humiliation. Very well, so this is the answer. The Fortress Treaty, which is disproportionate to the results of the war, is the source of the Northlanders' hatred towards Constellation. When he said this, Hicks showed a puzzled expression at the right time. However, this answer inevitably brings more questions. Even though you were not born at that time. Hicks tapped his walking stick and exhaled. But, according to what you just said, why? Extet had already obtained such a huge advantage, to the point that the entire northern territory and half of the land of cliffs were defeated by them. Why was the fortress treaty signed like that? Why did Extet only ask for compensation, but give up every piece of Constellation's land that they had painstakingly conquered and occupied for nearly half a year? Thales and Saroma both frowned and began to think about the old man's words. Hicks turned his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation amiably. Thales, what's your answer? Do you want to take a guess? Thales raised his eyebrows slightly. A memory from a long time ago flashed in his mind. It was still in that bright classroom. It was still the same continuous, clacking sounds of keys being pressed and notes being taken. Chiron, what's your answer to this question? Over the past 6 years, there were not many flashes of unfamiliar but familiar memories like this. At least, it was not as frequent as when he was in those thrilling adventures 6 years ago. But they were definitely not silent. For example, right now. How does social relations, or rather, the position of an individual in the circle of social relations, affect an individual's behavior? According to the assumptions of a rational person. Then, in a situation where they clearly know that their actions will bring about corresponding losses, or at least unpredictable risks, why do many individuals still habitually follow and repeat the actions of the individuals around them based on their closeness to each other? But, in his memory, the owner of the gentle female voice, who always made it difficult for Thales to suppress his emotions but could not name, never appeared again. Thales? Thales only snapped out of his daze when Hicks urged him slightly. He quickly said, I think. Is it because of the joint intervention of many countries? I think that whether it is Hanbol, Main of Night across the sea, or Camus Union and the other small countries in the Western Peninsula, none of them are willing to see an overly powerful kingdom of the Great Dragon. But Thales, who did not stop talking, looked at the eye behind the lens. He saw the inexplicable meaning and smile in that gaze. His heart stirred slightly, and he subconsciously stopped talking. Hicks, who was sitting on the leather chair, laughed. His shoulders trembled, and his hands, which were holding onto the walking stick, trembled slightly. His laughter was weak but cheerful, like a happy old man teasing a child. It did not feel gloomy at all. Just like a happy crow? Saroma stared at the old man, puzzled. Finally, Hicks stopped laughing and nodded. I'm sorry. I remembered a book I once read. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. According to the history of the war in the Northern Territory, when the two countries started negotiating, countries like Camus Union and Hanbol expressed their concern. However, Camus Union could not come to an agreement for a long time regarding the conditions for Extet to withdraw its troops. Hanbol expressed that he respected King Nuven's wishes, and Main of Night's envoy was on the way. He only sent a messenger crow symbolically to express his stance. From the looks of it, either the author of the history of the war in the Northern Territory was boasting and falsifying the inside information he obtained, or, what do you think? Hicks raised his head and looked at Thales with a ruminating gaze. The prince frowned again. So, does this mean that the so-called interference of many countries is actually quite weak, and is not worth mentioning to Extet at all? There's another reason why Extet gave up on the spoils of war, and even the peace talks between the two countries? I remember again. One of my students once told me. The old man laughed. King Nuven once generously bestowed the 8 counties in the Northern Territory of Constellation to 6 counts as a reward to them. Similarly, the Archduke of Defense City, the Archduke of Prestige Orchid, and the Archduke of Black Sand Region also tried to take the lands they conquered as their own. Hicks rolled his eyes slightly. Extet even succeeded in making many families in the former lands of Constellation pledge their loyalty to the new suzerain of the Northlanders. Thales and Saroma, who were getting more and more confused, looked at the old man with puzzled expressions. But in the end, the Extension still withdrew and gave up? Thales asked doubtfully. It seems so. The old crow nodded slightly. First, it was Count Mend of Black Sand Region, then the Grey family under Defense City, and finally the Counts of Dragon Cloud City. When their armies withdrew, the lands of Constellation that still belonged to them in name changed their flags, refused to pay taxes and join the army, chased away the Extension nobles who stayed behind, and returned to the rule of their former masters. Even many families who were originally forced to submit to the Northlanders changed sides and returned to the territory of Constellation. Thales' heart sank. Why? Saroma asked curiously. Could it be that the rule of the King of Eternal Rule has been so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people that the loyalty of the people and nobles is unshakable? Hicks rubbed his wrists and clicked his tongue. If that's the case, Why did the loyal nobles surrender to Extet in the beginning? Strictly speaking, the people of the Northern Territory are also Northlanders. They do not lack the courage to fight to the death. Saroma was instantly speechless. But Thales, who was beside her, was lost in thought. Wait! Refused to pay taxes and join the army? Chased away the extension nobles and officials who stayed behind. The prince had a thought. He suddenly remembered the tense and dangerous negotiation in the Hall of Heroes 6 years ago. He remembered Chapman Lampard's expression. He remembered what he truly feared. I understand now. The Prince of Constellation raised his head abruptly and looked at Hicks, who was still smiling. He said solemnly, back then, Extet did not have the ability to rule the Northern Territory. Saroma looked at him curiously. Hicks' gaze changed. In the next second, the old man raised his right hand with a smile and made a gesture of invitation to Thales. Thales, who was encouraged by the other two people's gazes, took a deep breath and recalled the things he had thought about 6 years ago. Whether it was paying taxes, being a judge, serving in the army, or daily life, the Constellations, from high to low, from noble to lowly, gradually got used to their country's way of ruling. Starting from the virtuous king, the system and rules that matured step by step. As for Extet, they could not follow Constellation's system, nor could they use Constellation's way to rule this land. Not only were the Northlander nobles not used to it, but the qualified bureaucrats that the kingdom of the Great Dragon could send to rule the Northern Territory were also far from enough. They could only use Extet's old way to rule Constellation. The prince frowned. He remembered that not long ago, little Joseph's father, who was a chef, had told him about what happened in their village. The trusted aides of the suzerains of Northland came to collect taxes from the farmers. This month's tax might be a chicken or a bag of wheat, but after a few months if your land was harvested, or if the tax collector was changed, you might have to collect a cow or 2 bags of wheat. It all depended on the tax collector's mood and greed, and it depended on whether the suzerain was kind or harsh. If you were a craftsman and used a good idea to start a small business in the bazaar and made money, when you wanted to expand your business, you might have to face the covetous eyes of the suzerains or nobles, because even being able to trade in the bazaar was a favor from them. While Thales continued to speculate in his mind, he said to Hicks, who was smiling even more widely, and Saroma, who was dumbfounded, so, if King Nuvan arbitrarily enfeoffed the land in Constellation's Northern Territory to his subjects and nobles, and let them manage their new territories according to the old tradition in the joint ruling pledge, all sorts of problems will arise. Hicks coughed and chuckled. The old crow said faintly, as far as I know, when Extet occupied the Northern Territory, Archduke Lampard, who was in charge of managing the rear, who is now King Chapman, tried to fulfill the suzerain's responsibilities and rights, just like he did in his own country. He collected taxes from the Northern Territory's residents to subsidize his expenses on the condition of ensuring a safe life. But it was obviously quite inefficient. The people were not willing to deal with his tax collectors. Thales' eyes brightened when his conjecture was verified. Of course, because the land in Constellation is different. The people in the Northern Territory have gradually gotten used to another way of living and ruling. They are not blindly and obediently loyal to a suzerain who comes from the north and has the boorish style of the Great Dragon. And this is only the Northern Territory. It may be even more so in the Central Territory or even the South, because their cities are bigger and their villages are more complicated. I heard that the craftsmen and merchants even formed a trade association, and had the right to negotiate with the suzerains. Thales recalled Lampard's gaze in the past. He felt sentimental and came to a realization. To put it simply, after Extet won the war, it did not have the ability to rule the Northern Territory steadily. Correspondingly, once the invaders did not have this ability, the people of Constellation's Northern Territory would naturally not submit to Extet's rule. The prince recalled the lowly tax collector who defected from Constellation to Black Sand region and worked under Lampard. Because not only could the latter not give them the life they wanted, he was also rudely harming their interests. Thales sighed. So, even if King Nuvan's army occupied the Northern Territory, he was unable to govern it effectively. He could only use violence to subdue it. Saroma blinked and, as usual, gave Thales a look of surprise. The old crow, Hicks, shrugged. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened. From our discussion just now, Extet did not turn the land and people affected by the invasion into beneficiaries, the skinny old man said faintly. Instead, they turned them into enemies? Thales nodded with a solemn expression. So, if Extet wants to continue occupying the Northern Territory, it means that they must station their troops there for a long time. They must use the Archduke's violence to suppress the continuous rebellions and disobedience, to quell the boiling anger of the people due to the change in their lives. Or, Thales recalled Lampard's promise to the Archdukes during Dragon's Blood 6 years ago. Or the Archdukes or even the king himself will personally station their troops in the Northern Territory to eliminate all possible sources of trouble. Then, gradually, it will synchronize with and move closer to Constellation's existing system. Make it our own land. The prince subconsciously clenched his fists. So, is this what you learned during the bloody year 18 years ago? Chapman Lampard. Chapter 297. Garrisoning the army? Hicks placed his hand on the crutch between his knees again and pretended to be thinking seriously. It's an interesting choice to use slaughter and fear, blood and death to intimidate the opposers and discontented people, and to break the people's dependence and habits on the old system. Saroma seemed to have caught up to the conversation. She interrupted with great interest, but garrisoning the Northern Territory for a long time means high military expenses, exaggerated supplies, the cost of long-term mobilization, and the vassals' complaints. These are not things any archduke can afford. Seal told me that when a man in his prime leaves home for a month, it's enough to affect the local output and bring about the people's dissatisfaction. Thales' heart was clear. So, although Extet defeated Constellation during the bloody year, they could not rule the Northern Territory normally, nor could they use their garrisons to protect their land. Hicks flashed his ugly but amiable smile again. A very interesting discussion, sir and madam. The new teacher changed the topic again. Since that's the case, we have another question. If they can't rule directly, why don't they support the existing local nobles in the Northern Territory to rule the Northern Territory on their behalf? Thales furrowed his brows. Saroma, on the other hand, rolled her eyes. After King Nuvan breached Cold Castle, he hanged the Duke of the Northern Territory and a number of suzerains who refused to submit to him, in an attempt to extinguish the Northern Territory's resistance. Thales thought of Val Arund, who was in prison, and of his horse accusations in Renaissance Palace. The Archduchess kept talking as if she was reciting a book. But he couldn't destroy them. Old Arund's son was still in the capital, so he couldn't destroy the bloodline that was connected to the land in the Northern Territory. Not only that, Extet didn't conquer the south of Shepherd's River. Eternal Star City still stands, and the devastated royal family quickly regains their king. Saroma finished her sentence. For the Northern Territory, whether it's for the great families or the civilians, their king and dukes are still resisting in the war. Their hope and lighthouse of resistance are still there. The laws and principles for fighting for them are still there, and Extet is still an illegal and evil invader. Just like how Dragon Cloud City stood for a long time under the siege of the Night Wing King, even though it was in imminent danger. This is an eternal war flag. Thales suddenly remembered the scene 6 years ago, when Miranda and Cohen were trapped in Dragon Cloud City. So that was how it was. Miranda Arund, as the heir of the Arund family 6 years ago, she was also a crucial chess piece in Lampard's conquest of the northern region, whether it was to support a puppet, or... That was why she was targeted by Black Sand region during Dragon's Blood's operation. From Nuvan's death to the invasion of the Northern Territory, this was a set of chess moves that complemented each other. On the other hand, if Extet destroyed Eternal Star City and captured or even cut off the bloodline of the Arund family and even the Jade Star royal family. When he thought of this, Thales subconsciously spoke up and took over Saroma's words. Then, whether it is the northern region or the land of cliffs and west wilderness that they have already taken over, they may be able to rule and occupy them more easily by supporting puppets or garrisons. Hicks coughed. The old man reached out his hand and grabbed an upside-down cup beside him with trembling hands. Thales quickly stood up, picked up the kettle on the desk, and poured water for him. This is an interesting argument. Thank you, kind sir. As long as the bloodline of the family, which represents the legal ruling power, is still there and has not surrendered. Hicks drank the water and did not forget to smack his lips behind the cup. The invaders are far from conquering. They can only occupy, use time and violence to eliminate dissatisfaction and maintain the status quo. Or they can support the local puppets and make them their vassals so that they can indirectly control the Northern Territory. When he said this, Hicks suddenly raised his gray eyes. They shone with a strange light, and he said profoundly, just like how the Alliance of Freedom is to Extet. The prince and the Archduchess were both stunned. When they heard the familiar name, they looked at each other in surprise and bewilderment. But the old crow did not continue with this topic. Instead, he returned to the main topic. So, my dear Thales and Saroma, let us conclude our discussion just now. For the born king, the people and vassals of the occupied areas, the Northern Territory, did not become his allies, and the vassals who accompanied him to send troops did not receive the corresponding benefits. Do you agree? Saroma's expression froze, and she nodded. Yes. The old man coughed again and said with a sigh, You know, at my age, if you want to eat something good, besides having good teeth, you also need to have a healthy stomach. You also need to have a healthy stomach. Hicks put down the cup and kept sizing up the two of them, who had unknowingly sat upright. He let out a long sigh. So, after conquering Northland with irresistible force, behind the seemingly dazzling victory, Extet could not rule the Northern Territory for long. Under the premise that the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, they could only abandon the land they could not keep, and were forced to withdraw their troops and return to their country. Is it not so difficult to understand? Thales took a deep breath, nodded, and said, Of course, that seems to be the case. Hicks stared at Thales, who chose his words carefully. The corners of his wrinkled lips curled up slightly, and he smiled softly. Then, there is one more thing that I find a little strange. Thales and Saroma quickly leaned forward. They had gradually gotten used to their teacher's way of chatting. I can't eat meat, that's too hard, but I can still eat some snacks. Hicks narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the old man made Thales think of Gilbert inexplicably. He remembered the cunning gaze of the cunning fox, who lived up to his name. Extet gave up the Northern Territory, but why did they also give up Broken Dragon Fortress? Why did they let the Constellations take back such an important fortress, just like how they gave up the Northern Territory? Thales and Saroma exchanged glances, and both of them sank into confusion again. Because Broken Dragon Fortress is just a defensive fortress, Saroma answered cautiously. And it's also a sentry post? That's why they need to station troops for a long time. The benefits of occupying it are far less than the costs of maintaining it. Using the fortress to monitor and suppress Constellation is a kind of benefit in itself. Thales shook his head. But on the other hand, giving it up is also very harmful. Constellation can use it as a base to head north at any time. This reason might not necessarily be valid. Hicks looked at the two of them, who were racking their brains, and smiled slightly. It sounds like a dilemma. The old man changed his posture and gently hammered his right leg, as if sitting for a long time was not good for his health. So, what did King Nuven consider when he made his choice? King Nuven. Thales' thoughts trembled again. The image of a tough and imposing old man appeared before his eyes. Yes, King Nuven. Thales' gaze focused again. Because King Nuven did not allow it. Saroma and Hicks turned their gazes towards him again. If Extet controls the fortress, no matter who garrisoned the troops here, it would mean that Black Sand region's status and role would rise greatly. Against Constellation, Broken Dragon Fortress could only rely on Lampard's supplies and support. This would increase his bargaining chips and weight. Secondly, with the fortress as a line of defense, Black Sand region's pressure on Constellation would be greatly reduced. Lampard would be able to free up his hands, and this would greatly increase his threat. Thales held his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. So, if King Nuven takes over the fortress himself and sends his trusted aides and troops to guard it, not only would he be helping Black Sand region block the threat from the south, he would also have to rely on Lampard's support, which would be equivalent to handing over his bargaining chips to Black Sand region. And if he handed over the fortress to Black Sand region, that would be even more impossible. Taking over Constellation is for Extet, Thales said thoughtfully. But before that, he would not allow the Northern Territory or even the fortress to become nourishment for any Extension Archduke other than Dragon Cloud City. Saroma showed an expression that said, Wow! The old crow's weak but gratified laughter came from the other side. I think our discussion has gone from countries and governance to the level of the suzerains playing games. This is both a good and a bad thing. The good thing is that you will be able to see more, and the bad thing is. Hicks winked playfully at the two of them. His eyes behind the lenses became clear. You will be able to see less. The two students were stunned at first, then they sank into deep thought. The old crow adjusted his lenses slightly and coughed. He then pulled his walking stick out from between his knees and placed it by his right hand. Very well, we have talked for quite a while today. Hicks raised his head. He still had that amiable but slightly weak smile on his face. Can I say that we have come to an interesting conclusion that we both agree on? Invading and occupying a place, And keeping and ruling a place are two completely different things? Thales and Saroma looked at each other. The latter nodded. Of course. Hick's eyes widened slightly. You know, this reminds me of chess and maps. The skinny old man tugged at his slightly askew scarf. On the chessboard and the map, everything is very vivid. You move a chess piece, a military chess piece, and swallow an enemy. Then your flag will be planted on the square where the enemy stands, and it will be dyed with your color. That place is yours. The prince and the archduchess listened attentively to their new teacher's words with solemn expressions. The old crow lowered his head slightly. His expression was contemplative. But in reality, Eksted's example tells us that everything is very complicated. Everything requires more consideration. You may have eliminated the enemy and obtained victory, but it does not mean that you can keep that piece of land. You may be able to order an army to invade and win, but it does not mean that you can accept the price that comes with it, even if it looks like a victory. Hicks raised his head and looked at the sky outside the window. He sighed and said, "Perhaps this is the limit of governance. When you are faced with war and peace, enemies and allies, perhaps there is no harm in first understanding what the limit of governance is and where it is." He turned his head. The gaze that flashed behind his lenses made Thales subconsciously straighten his chest. "Do you agree?" The Prince of Constellation took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Yes, I agree very much." Saroma also nodded vigorously. Hicks turned his head sideways. The wisdom in his eyes seemed to have disappeared without a trace. He put on a relaxed and happy smile again and said with a chuckle, "Then we had a good chat today, didn't we?" As he spoke, the skinny Hicks stood up shakily with the support of his walking stick. "Perhaps, today. We will call it a day?" Thales and Saroma quickly stood up and bowed politely to him. "Of course," the prince said seriously. "Thank you, Mr. Hicks. You are a good teacher." Hicks laughed. "Oh, don't be in such a hurry to say that. After all, I don't even have the qualifications to be a scholar in the academy." The old crow closed his eyes and shook his head. "By the way, everything we talked about today, why Eksted withdrew its troops that year, why it gave up its land, and the limit of governance, is very interesting, isn't it?" The two students nodded respectfully. Hicks opened his eyes slightly. His gaze behind his lenses flashed with a cunning look again. He changed the topic of conversation. "If that's the case, then how about this the next time we meet? I hope that you will tell me with reason and evidence again, just like you did today." The two students immediately pricked up their ears to listen. Hicks held his walking stick with both hands, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the two solemn teenagers with interest. "Why, everything we discussed today, all the conclusions from the beginning to the end," the old crow said softly, "are all wrong." Time seemed to have stopped for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, Thales and Saroma, who had come to their senses, were both shocked. Saroma could not help but cry out involuntarily, "What?" Thales stared at their teacher in a daze, unable to react for a long time. "Everything we discussed today, are all. Don't be nervous, Saroma. Just like what I said." Hicks raised his left hand and waved as he watched the two of them with their mouths agape. Like a child who had succeeded in a prank, he laughed out loud. "We are just chatting. This is the topic of our chat for the next episode. Why everything we said today was wrong." The teenager and the girl stared at the old crow in a daze. They looked at each other, unable to accept each other's words. "A tutor told you at the end of the first lesson that everything he said just now was wrong?" At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that the nickname Old Crow was very appropriate for him. "We had a good chat today. The weather is good. Why don't you go for a walk together?" Hicks breathed in contentedly and winked at the two students with special identities. Then, he turned around and left with the support of his walking stick. "Don't let your youth go to waste." With the sound of his walking stick hitting the floor, the new teacher who had left a deep impression on them pushed the door open and left. The two students were left dumbfounded. "What do you mean?" Saroma asked Thales in puzzlement. "Was everything we said today fake?" At that moment, Thales exhaled a long breath. As he stared at the leather chair Hicks had sat on, he suddenly had some understanding. "No. I think what he meant was that the truth is not important." Thales seemed to be deep in thought as he tried to understand Hicks' intentions. "What's important is that he wants us to take a completely opposite position when we are faced with a conclusion that is almost set in stone, and when there are already so many arguments against it." Thales narrowed his eyes. Convince him again. Wait. Use a completely opposite position to overturn a conclusion that has already been deeply rooted in people's hearts with reason and evidence? What a familiar rhythm. Saroma blinked and exhaled. She fell into her chair and pouted. I don't understand. Thales shrugged. It's fine if you don't understand. Just prepare to stay up all night in the library. With a faint sense of familiarity, the prince flashed a smile. I have a hunch that this topic is not that simple. Saroma sighed. She pouted and laid her head on the desk without a care for her image. But there's still Ging's etiquette class tomorrow. It has to continue. Thales snickered with slight disdain. Forget about the etiquette class. The prince turned around and looked at the unhappy Saroma with a profound gaze. Do you remember what I said? The education you received in the past was to train you into a dignified and elegant archduchess, he said flatly with a burning gaze. To turn you into, Saroma interrupted him. But? The archduchess raised her eyebrows. You're going to say, but, again, aren't you? The imposing manner that Thales had built up after much difficulty was stifled. All right, but... Thales nodded helplessly, then shook his head. He gestured with his chin at the door where Hicks had left. This old crow. The limits of his rule? The prince glanced at Hicks' seat, then looked at the golden-haired girl in front of him seriously. He looked at her aggrieved gaze. But he is teaching you honestly and seriously how to become a qualified. At this moment, the familiar sound of a walking stick suddenly rang out from outside the door. Asterisk clip-clop. 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 Asterisk under the two people's strange gazes, Hicks reappeared at the door with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I'm old and forgetful. The old crow shook his head. Although the time of our next lesson is uncertain due to my physical condition, I still feel that I should tell you in advance what I hope you can do the next time we meet. Thales and Saroma nodded respectfully in unison. Of course. Hicks smiled faintly. First of all, I hope that you might as well take some notes and seriously think about every word we said during our discussion. Saroma nodded and readily took notes in her notebook. Second, remember that we are chatting. You are welcome to interrupt and ask each other questions at any time. Then, we should express our views in an orderly manner and grasp the key points. Thales was slightly taken aback. Wait. These words. Why? Hicks coughed and continued. Also, we might as well be cautious and humble during our discussion. Before questioning something, it is best to ask our own standpoint and opinions. At that moment, Thales was completely stunned. These words. Impossible. I put the following part of the text in the writer's speech after the chapter. It's free. Lastly, questioning each other is also an advantage and a privilege for schoolmates. Please be prepared to ask each other questions, and be prepared to receive each other's questions. The truth is always born in collision and conflict. The new teacher cast a strange glance at Thales, who had a strange expression on his face, and frowned slightly. Then, I wish you all the best. Under Saroma's respectful and grateful farewell, the old crow walked out of the door and left slowly. Thales was the only one who stood where he was without saying a word. He hesitantly pulled Saroma's notebook over and looked at the notes on it. He then looked at the door where the old man had left. His chest rose and fell, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Hicks, you. Chapter 298. The air was very quiet. The sun, which was blocked by dark clouds, shone with gray light, as if it was embellishing the current mysterious atmosphere. A pleasant male voice rang out. When you think of gods, what is the first thought that comes to your mind? A few seconds later, Thales, who was deep in thought, opened his eyes subconsciously. His gaze was empty, and he replied softly in the strange atmosphere, Gods are completely different from us. It doesn't fit with us. Opposite us from a distance. The male voice was silent for a while, as if he was savoring the answer. After a while, the other person continued to ask, Then, when you think of this world, what is the first thought that comes to your mind? The prince frowned slightly. The world? Thales raised his head slightly and looked at the other person as if he was looking at a statue in a temple. His expression was mysterious, and his tone was calm. We are in it. We are embedded in it. We exist in it. The male voice paused for a while again and let out a low murmur. Very good. You have the style of the main body. The pleasant male voice chuckled softly. Now, eliminate the previous answer, empty yourself, close your eyes, and try again. Listen when you think of gods. Thales nodded subconsciously, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Gods. In the next second. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the prince opened his eyes abruptly and slammed his palm on the chessboard in front of him. Thales exhaled deeply, and an emotion called annoyance instantly appeared in his empty eyes. Oh God, I've had enough. The teenager leaned back against the chair, held his forehead in pain, and interrupted the topic. How long have we been talking about this topic? In front of the prince, the handsome man on the other end of the chessboard turned his gaze slightly. Less than an hour, the latter said softly. Thales sighed in frustration and spread his hands. An hour? How many answers did I give you to the same two questions? God. The prince raised his left hand and counted with his fingers. His tone was full of perfunctory and dissatisfaction. From creator, holy existence, omniscient and omnipotent, puppet controller, observer in the dark, visitor from another world, answering prayers, heartless feeder, scheme outside the box. The man on the other side of the chessboard listened to Thales quietly and did not move. World. Thales finished counting the fingers on his left hand and raised his right hand. From full of people, full of vitality, animal planet, material world, beautiful future and hope, terrible world, unfair society to this world is wrong, heartless world, on the verge of destruction. Thales, who had a splitting headache, exhaled and continued to complain, are there 15 types? If you combine them, there will be hundreds of them. At this moment, the man in front of her raised a finger. In an instant, Thales felt the air he inhaled become fresh and moist. The cool feeling that went deep into his lungs made his extremely frustrated brain cool down. The prince stopped talking and blinked. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Your mind is not here. In the open-air private room in the chess room, Asda Sakern, who was sitting opposite Thales, put down his finger gently and said flatly, At least not with me. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked up at the air mystic on the other side of the chessboard. He then looked at Heroic Spirit Palace in the distance beyond the balcony. He exhaled and got up from the back of the chair. He rubbed his face in frustration. Sorry. The teenager shook his head awkwardly and pushed a chess piece forward. There have been a lot of things happening recently. I'm a little out of sorts. It had been almost a month since the day of the council hearing and Viscount Kentvita's visit. Since that day, Thales had been troubled by the troubles caused by the arrival of Black Sand Region's envoy. The relationship between the Alliance of Freedom and Extet, the fight between King Chapman and his opponents, the undercurrents of power in Dragoncloud City, the Walton family stance and choice, and of course the Archduchess marriage. But surprisingly, even though Thales had become increasingly anxious after listening to Putre's analysis, Dragoncloud City had been surprisingly peaceful for the past 10 days or so. The vassals did not continue to advise or force the marriage. Count Leespan was as steady as ever, no matter how many times Thales tried to communicate with him about Saroma's marriage. Kentvita had never left Dragoncloud City. The envoy of Black Sand Region lived in the Nobles Post House in Axe District. Under the protection of Black Sand Region's own people, he rarely went out. He did not interact with any vassals, nor did he meet with the Archduchess. Over the past month, no messenger ravens had flown in from the west, such as the city of faraway prayers. Hence, there was no news about the Alliance of Freedom or the war. The situation in Dragoncloud City was like the surface of a rippling lake. It was calm, but it was precisely because of this that Thales felt even more uneasy. This is probably how water looks like before it's boiling. That was until he received the next sky blue invitation. What happened recently? Are you talking about the little girl I found on your bed 6 years ago? Asda snorted softly and said casually, The one you gave the Archduchess throne just because she slept with you for one night? Thales' expression froze. Oh my God. A second later, the prince said in a very displeased manner, Didn't Sol Tower teach you how to use the modern common language of the Western Peninsula correctly so as not to cause any misunderstandings? Indeed, the modern common language gradually came into being after the Battle of Eradication. Asda's expression was still relaxed, but Thales felt that there was a faint sneer hidden under his calm face. When I was your age, my tutor taught me the language of the Empire. Perhaps some common language words were mixed in, while Sol Tower used the orthodox written language of the ancient empire. I'm not trying to criticize your standard in the common language at all. But the mentally exhausted prince had already given up on arguing with him. Thales sighed in resignation and changed the topic. I really didn't expect that the famous air mystic would also care about the affairs of us lowly mortals. Asda raised his eyes slightly. Just because I don't want to care about these boring things doesn't mean that I'm deaf or blind. As I said, being too tied down by mundane matters will affect your progress, the air mystic said unhurriedly, as if he was not angry at his student's absent-mindedness. Perhaps you still don't understand, but as a mystic in preparation, if you don't have a solid foundation. A solid foundation benefits from teachers who teach me wholeheartedly without reservation, not hypnosis without any reason or explanation. Thales cast him a sideways glance and refuted him without any ambiguity. It seems that I need such a teacher. Perhaps Asda's temper was really good, or perhaps he did not care about the student's sarcasm. The mystic said faintly, "Very well, it seems that you've recovered. Then let's go again." Thales, who had had enough, exhaled and looked at the ceiling in resignation. "Are you sure you don't want to continue the topic from the previous lesson?" The prince tapped the chess piece listlessly, causing Lord Justin and Waya, who were in the distance, to look at him curiously. "Remember the two empresses? And how did they betray all of you?" A blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. "They're enemies. That's all you need to know." The mystic said coldly, "The two empresses have already surpassed your level, unlike Giza and I. They have an immeasurable influence on this world. The more you know, the more likely you are to expose yourself to their eyes and ears, whether intentionally or unintentionally." Thales' gaze shifted. Immeasurable influence. Their eyes and ears, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The prince, who seemed to have caught on to something, asked tentatively, "You mean, after the Battle of Eradication as mystics, they still maintained contact with all the countries in the world?" Asda fixed his gaze on him and said in a mocking tone, "Use your thumb to think, Your Highness. Existences like me, Giza, and could all use more than 100 years to secretly run a grey gang that was entangled with the aristocratic forces. Each of us took what we needed and became our eyes and ears, as well as our hunting dogs. Do you think, as the victors of the Battle of Eradication, those 2B* stards just found a comfortable little nest, piled up their treasures, and crawled into it to sleep for the past 600 years? Thales frowned. So? Asda shook his head. You'll know one day. You don't even need me to tell you. The prince exhaled in pain. You've made me even more curious. Curiosity killed the mystic, Asda replied mechanically. Remember, these are the exact words of your teacher and guide. Thales snorted in disdain. You make it sound like mystics will die. At this moment, Thales thought of something. Right, speaking of my teacher. Mr. Xueqi, you told me last time that it's best to follow a few rules in class? You know, the prince muttered, thinking about every sentence, asking rhetorical questions at any time, expressing myself clearly, questioning each other, and so on. Asda nodded slightly and moved his palm upward slightly. Thales, who was gradually getting familiar with him, knew that this was a sign that the air mystic had allowed him to finish speaking. Thales took a deep breath and stared into the mystic's almost emotionless eyes. Then, if there is someone else in the world who told me almost the same rules, what would happen? At that moment, Thales clearly saw Asda's right eyebrow twitch. Who? Asda asked in a seemingly calm manner. A rather old tutor from Dragon Kiss Academy in Enlenzo Dukedom. Thales imagined the interesting image of the thin old man and could not help but narrow his eyes. Merrill Hicks. Asda paused for a second. Dragon Kiss Academy? He seemed to be mulling over the word. Then he raised his head slightly. Humph, then it makes sense. Thales widened his eyes. What do you mean? Asda picked up a chess piece. Long ago, during the era of kings and the ancient empire, Dragon Kiss Province was a famous refuge. If war came, many scholars, literati, merchants, fallen nobles, and other refugees would choose to seek shelter there. Wizards were no exception. You mean that Dragon Kiss Academy and Magic Tower have a deep relationship? Not just a relationship. The mystic shook his head and placed the chess piece on the next position. The founder of Dragon Kiss Academy 1,000 years ago was originally a wizard from Soul Tower. Some of the teaching rules in Soul Tower have undoubtedly influenced Dragon Kiss Academy. Thales remembered that Ramon had once told him that magic had become extinct. He could not help but feel shocked. So, Dragon Kiss Academy also teaches magic? The prince was surprised and clung to the table. But Asda cut him off emotionlessly. I know what you're thinking. Dragon Kiss Academy could not avoid the disaster of magic becoming extinct after the Battle of Eradication. Most of the books that were considered to be magic or related to magic were destroyed. Thale's face darkened. But he immediately raised his head and said with a little hope, Then there is still a small part? Yes, but not the kind you think. It's time for you to go. Asda replied nonchalantly, That's right. The wizard who established the Dragon Kiss Academy is a core member of the Seat of Epic. His specialty in the Soul Tower is history and literature. He specializes in researching the origins of civilizations in poetry. Naturally, the Dragon Kiss Academy's research direction has shifted towards him. Thales frowned and grabbed the king. He moved it out of Asda's hunting range. Their game of chess had unknowingly turned to checkmate again. But he immediately reacted to Asda's words. History? Literature? The prince said in surprise. Magic Tower also researches these? Asda chuckled. It's not just these. Among the 3 great magic towers, the largest Soul Tower alone has all kinds of magic branches. There are as many stars in the Milky Way. The mystic lifted his gaze slightly. Blue light flowed in his eyes. Under Thale's curious and longing gaze, Asda skillfully and quickly recited a series of terms that were too much for the eyes to take in. The Seat of Gold specializes in researching the economic currency's influence on humans. The Seat of Epic is good at working with ascetics to unearth new things from archaeological remains. The Seat of Thought is good at interrogating human language and logic. The Seat of Power believes that only by going deep into secular society can one better understand the world and oneself. It is Soul Tower's largest supply of resident wizards. Almost every suzerain's habit of hiring a wizard as a consultant started from it. It also set a precedent for the Seat of All Laws. The Seat of Nature is on good terms with the Alchemy Tower. It advocates discovering objective laws of nature and applying them flexibly. There are countless other seats under it. Thales pondered over Asda's words as if he was intoxicated. Then he shuddered slightly. Wait, gold, epic, thought. These are also considered magic? The prince turned his head and cast a bewildered gaze at Asda, seeking an answer. Asda returned to his original indifference. He asked flatly, What do you think magic is? Thales took a deep breath and began to think. The prince scratched his head and said in disbelief, Although I heard Ramon say that magic seems to have a wide range, monetary economy? Influence on humans? This is too. Currency? Economy? Asda interrupted him, repeating the phrase. The air mystic's eyes were sharp and serious. Currency. Think about it. Wizards only use some small metal discs and useless waste paper to profoundly change the lives and fates of thousands of people. They can also affect the history and future of a country or a place. Success and fame, the destruction of families, and the deaths of people are all involved. The king, the people, the nobles, and the common people are all involved. All of these come from the hard thinking in the magic tower and the endless nights of writing. Thales raised his eyebrows. Asda leaned forward slightly. His gaze was so bright that Thales could not help but avert his gaze. Tell me, what kind of incantations and what kind of magic can achieve such a thing? If these are not considered magic, then what else is magic? Chapter 299. What's your impression of magic? Using powerful fireballs to bombard the grass into white ground? Using magic to delude people's hearts to deceive the world and pursue power? Using tricks that are similar to street acrobatics to win the cheers and admiration of stupid nobles? Using mysteries that seem extremely powerful to others to decorate your own status and appearance? Or is it the laughable pleasure and satisfaction of annihilating your enemies in battle after battle? Thales lowered his head as if he was deep in thought. However, his heart was already trembling. Magic. Magic. What exactly is magic? You know, a long time ago I always felt that wizards were people with great power. They could casually throw a fireball, the prince said with a sigh, a little absent-minded. Or they could hide in the tower and not go out, researching a spell that could destroy the world. Or they could be the kind of old pedants who persistently pursued the truth. But now you're telling me. Asda leaned against the back of his chair again and snorted coldly. Indeed, the magic system of Soul Tower is the greatest heresy in the history of magic. In the beginning, it was not recognized by other wizards at all. They ridiculed us as storytellers, and we retorted that they were merely tricksters. For example, the Alchemy Tower stubbornly believed that magic was a deep study of the relationship between humans and nature, and that the latter's resources were kept for their own use. It was not strange for them to have this kind of thinking. After all, the Alchemy Tower, known as the Tower of War, rose during the war between humans and ancient orcs. It started with killing and practicality, and relied on survival and victory. It was very similar to the kind of wizards who throw fireballs and specialize in researching spells. But we are different. The mystic's tone was full of seriousness and caution. In the end, the Soul Tower's ideals shocked the entire history of magic. Even the ascetics and alchemists were deeply affected. Thales furrowed his brows. You mean, if magic can't provide some meaning to the world, give some possibilities to the future, and give some value to humans besides satisfying our own desires for food and clothing? Asda turned his head and narrowed his eyes. His expression was calm, but it was very stressful. Then what is the point of us putting in so much effort to gather mages, summarizing and calculating, researching, passing down the seeds and concepts of magic one after another, and constantly seeking to improve amidst doubts and criticism? Asda's expression was still very stiff, but Thales inexplicably felt that there was a deeper layer of emotion hidden behind his face. If magic is merely a slave to its users, a tool for self-interest and a capital for flaunting their status, a cloak for winning dignity and the capital for fulfilling their desires, an excuse for wizards to stand aloof from the world and boast about their transcendence, then what is the difference between the existence of wizards and the nobles who fight for power and profit, the farmers and hunters who only seek food and clothing, the warriors who kill enemies and perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield, the merchants and craftsmen who only seek profit, and the hermits who pretend to be profound? Then as mages, what's the need for us to pursue truth and correctness? What's the purpose? To survive? To live a better life? In order to live a better life? To live for others to see? To become smarter and stronger, and then let countless people who are weaker and stupider than you lie on the ground, marvel at your achievements, and worship your status? No, Thales. Asda slowly enunciated his words. That is definitely not a wizard. At least, it is not a wizard that we acknowledge. Instead, it is just a moth that writes the word magic on the only fig leaf it has. Thales pondered over his words and could not help but be entranced. Is this also part of the mystic's curriculum? Asda nodded solemnly. Of course, and it's extremely important. Don't let the existing framework imprison you, Thales. Let your thoughts run wild. Thales stared at him blankly. The mystic sighed slowly. Thales had almost forgotten that he could still breathe. Do you remember what I said? In Soul Tower, in the philosophy of the Seat of 10,000 Laws, magic is a choice, not a monotonous tool or method. Being a wizard is a form of recognition, not a tacky status or identity. And this was my choice and my recognition back then. Asda looked straight into Thales' eyes. It is also my magic. Asda fell silent. But Thales was immersed in the shocking conversation, and could not return to his senses for a long time. Mr. Xueqi, what kind of place is Soul Tower? He asked dreamily. Asda paused for a moment. 3 seconds later, the mystic slowly clenched his fists. Soul Tower, Asda said very slowly. His voice was deep, as though there was a layer of sandpaper behind his throat. Wizard's holy land, apprentice's hope, and magic's future. Countless thoughts and ideals collide fiercely there. What we believe to be the truth is polished in lectures and discussions. Countless like-minded peers are moving forward step by step in debates. Every day is a new day, because there are always new things waiting for you. There are always new people in the future, because old things are always left behind, and old people are always left behind. At that moment, Asda seemed to have remembered something. He stopped talking and looked down at the chessboard. It was as if he had violated some taboo. His face darkened, and the blue light in his eyes gradually disappeared. Thales noticed his teacher's expression and abnormality. He wisely stopped asking. Everyone had their own story. But not everyone was willing to talk. Moreover, hearing you say that, I really want to see it with my own eyes. Thales sighed. It seems that Soul Tower is a very great and beautiful place. Asda suddenly raised his head. Of course not. This time, the mystic's tone was exceptionally cold. Even Soul Tower has its own filth, darkness, ugliness, and compromises. At the end of the day, Wizards are just humans. Remember. Thales. An organization, a place, a group, as long as it is made up of humans. The mystic stared at Thales. Then it will never be that beautiful. Just like the vortex you are in, this game. The prince raised his eyebrows, a little embarrassed. Huh. But Asda ignored him. He only turned his head to look outside the room. Perhaps this is the limit of humans. Thales swore that he heard the mystic let out a barely noticeable sigh after the last word. Under the setting sun, the mystic's face was still handsome, but there were some lines that were usually not there. It was as if the artist had added a few more strokes. Class dismissed. Asda looked at the setting sun and said softly. In the next second, before Thales could even show his astonishment, the mystic's figure faded away. Hey! Thales looked at the empty seat and the chessboard that was once again checkmated. He sighed helplessly. This again. Thus, Thales ended his day of playing chess outside once again. Accompanied by Justin, Waya, and the others, he prepared for his return trip in low spirits. He had gained enough surprises today. Perhaps he should not add any more burdens on himself. In view of the treachery in Dragoncloud City. Thales raised his head curiously and looked at the commotion in front of him. What's going on? The former deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lord Justin, walked past the prince and looked at the situation in front of him with uncontrollable anger. At the entrance of the chess room, dozens of warriors from the Archduchess Guards coldly pressed down on their weapons. They were in a tense confrontation with dozens of unfamiliar soldiers who came from the alley next door. Those soldiers were obviously not from Dragoncloud City. They were murderous and did not show any signs of weakness. Behind them was a brownish-black enclosed carriage. Waya and Ralph looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Thales furrowed his brows and saw the leader of the unfamiliar soldiers clearly. It was a female warrior with a buzz cut and a round face. Prince Thales, I represent Black Sand Region and send you an invitation for a meeting. The current deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lady Crochmerk, waved her arm at the carriage behind her, which was guarded by the Black Sand Region soldiers, and said coldly, Viscount Kent Vida is in the carriage. Viscount Kent Vida is in the carriage. He invites you to move into the carriage and give him a few minutes to talk. Thales was slightly stunned. What? A meeting? Now. Doubt and vigilance rose in Thales' heart. What does Kent Vida want to say to me? I don't know, Croche said softly, a cold glint shone in her eyes. That is your judgment. At this moment, Viscount Kent Vida's voice came from the direction of the carriage from afar. I promise, Your Highness, if you miss this carriage, you will regret it in the future. Believe me, this is very important. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Regret it? Very important? Why do we have to get into the carriage? Thales narrowed his eyes and said warily, We can go upstairs or find another place. Why in the carriage? Look around you. Croche glanced at the Archduchess Guards with an unpleasant gaze. In Dragoncloud City. Is there any private place within a 10-meter radius of you? Justin, who was in charge of protecting Thales, tensed up. Thales stared at Croche in bewilderment, then at the carriage behind her. Strange. Black Sand Region. Wants to talk to me. At this time? Hell, why isn't Putray here? Impossible. The vigilant Lord Justin immediately rejected the other party. If you want to see the prince, you can. We have had enough of Dragoncloud City's blockade. Croche did not back down. She no longer paid attention to her predecessor. Your Highness, this is the closest we have been to you in a month. Believe me, we just want to talk to you. Thales, who had countless thoughts flashing through his mind, was about to speak, but Justin beat him to it. Croche, I still remember what you looked like when you were a child. Lord Justin took a step forward, his expression becoming more and more unpleasant. I have a good relationship with your father, and I'm also very happy that you became a White Blade Guard, so don't force me to do it. Behind him, Thales sucked in a deep breath. If that's the case, then you'd better do it now, Uncle Justin, Croche shouted coldly. Or let the prince decide for himself. He's a guest, not a prisoner. Justin's expression turned cold. He was about to draw his weapon, and the Archduchess Guards around him also prepared to attack with hostile expressions. At this moment, Lord Justin. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the prince took a light step forward. Thales raised his hand and pressed down on Justin's shoulder. At this time? The prince stared at Black Sand Region's carriage, his thoughts whirling. At a time when Extet and the Alliance of Freedom had a delicate relationship. At a time when the news from the City of Faraway Prayers was unknown. At a time when Dragon Cloud City was in a dilemma. The people from Black Sand Region want to talk to me. A powerless, awkward prince of an enemy kingdom? It's too suspicious. Thales shook his head and said to Justin, "This is Dragon Cloud City, and they are the king's special envoys. It's unwise to have a pointless conflict, and you know what kind of situation we're in." Justin frowned fiercely. "But you know they are, after all, Black Sand Region," Waya could not help but say. "With all due respect, your highness, your safety. Listen to me." Thales turned his head and looked at his own people. "The Archduchess needs new information to face the king. There's no doubt that this is a chance to see what they have in mind for Dragon Cloud City," he said to the frowning Justin. "For Dragon Cloud City." Justin's words were stuck in his throat. "And she's right. I'm a guest. Waya, the carriage is here, and I won't disappear into thin air." Thales smiled at his attendant. Justin and Waya glanced at each other. They both felt uneasy. The prince calmly turned to Croche and looked at the soldiers behind her. "Besides, the people of Black Sand Region will guarantee my safety, right?" Croche nodded and pressed her hand against her right chest. She said respectfully, "I swear on my life and the king's honor. You will get off the carriage safely in a few minutes." Thales glanced at Justin and Waya, who were still doubtful, and shrugged. Ralph, on the other hand, nodded at him. "Inform the leader and the count." In the end, Lord Justin nodded hesitantly, but at the same time, he cautiously ordered his subordinates, "Make sure they know about this as soon as possible." "Do you know how important you are, your highness?" Waya stared at the carriage with an unpleasant expression. "It's just like what the Starkiller said, you always create problems for us." The prince smiled. "This is why I need you, Waya, and you, Madeira." He gently pushed aside the two personal guards in front of him. Accompanied by Waya and Ralph, he walked into Black Sand Region's battle formation. The displeased attendant and the phantom wind follower were stopped in front of the carriage. Thales threw the book in his hand to Waya and strode forward alone. "No matter what Black Sand Region wants to tell you, Thales, you must be calm and cautious. You've experienced Lampard's prowess and witnessed Kentvida's cunning. You must be careful when you face your greatest enemy." In the next second, Thales, whose heart was as calm as the surface of a lake, opened the carriage door and boarded the unlit carriage. In the carriage, Kentvida's silhouette sat quietly in the darkness. The clothes on his body could be vaguely seen. "I keep feeling that this is your revenge for me refusing to talk to you alone on the road back then." Thales closed the carriage door and exhaled. He sat opposite Kentvida. "Viscount Kentvida." But the prince immediately shuddered. "That's not Kentvida. That's... Long time no see, Thales." The man gently lifted his gaze from the saber between his knees. "Are you old enough to drink? That's... How dare they?" At that moment Thales' mind was almost completely blank. In the carriage, the master of Black Sand Region, Extet's 36th common elected king, Chapman Lampard, opened his cold eyes in the deep darkness. Chapter 300. Never, never, never underestimate the Northlanders' courage. This was what Put-Ray told Thales 6 years ago after the near-death battle in Heroic Spirit Palace. At that time, the prince deeply believed in it. But at this moment, as he stared at King Chapman, who sat calmly in the carriage, Thales realized to his horror that he still did not understand the weight of these words. King Chapman stared at him coldly. There was a scrutinizing look in his eyes. It was just like when they first met 6 years ago. Over the past 6 years, Thales had imagined countless times that the terrifying new king stood at the highest point of Black Sand City and stared coldly in the direction of Dragon Cloud City as he slowly issued a dangerous order to deal with the Prince of Constellation. But no matter how Thales racked his brains and exhausted his thoughts, he could not imagine that their reunion after 6 years would be like this. "You!" Thales widened his eyes, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. "Are you crazy?" King Chapman did not answer. His gaze was cold. Thales subconsciously looked around and surveyed his surroundings. "Do not worry," King Chapman's cold and aged voice rose. "It's just you and me." There was only one small window in the dark carriage, and it was made of gray one-way crystal drop glass. The Archduchess guards, led by Justin, and the prince's own guards were still guarding the area. They surrounded the Black Sand region diplomat group, which consisted of 12 soldiers. Thales no longer looked around. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and started to think. What's going on now? Lampard came to Dragon Cloud City personally? And most importantly, Thales stared at King Chapman in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. No one in Extet knew that the ruler of the entire kingdom had concealed his identity and was hiding in this small diplomat group led by Viscount Kanda. That means... The prince gulped, gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know what happens to the common elected king of Extet who is overly confident and arrogant, leaves his heavy protection, and personally enters a dangerous place?" Thales got over his initial shock. He frowned and adjusted his tone to the most natural. "I'll give you a hint. His name starts with an N." King Chapman snorted softly, his emotions indecipherable. "Of course I know him. I know him too well. I grew up listening to his stories and looking up to his image. Unlike you, you've only known him for a day." Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly and remembered the unforgettable old king. "That's why I know that if he hadn't done what he did back then, his fate would have been even worse," the new king said calmly. Thales took a deep breath. He knew very well how threatening the other party was, so he decided not to waste his breath and went straight to the point. Thales leaned back in the carriage and said calmly, "What I need to do now is to shout out loud. The illustrious Chapman the First will vanish from the face of the earth, like snow melting in early spring. Not a single trace will be left. Neither Kanda nor Croche will be able to save you." He narrowed his eyes and tried to observe the king's expression in the dim light. "And Regent Leespan will probably happily wipe away his tears and tell the whole country that the diplomat group from Black Sand region was unfortunately attacked by bandits on their way back. Dragon Cloud City deeply regrets this." "Pah!" The king's hand slapped the scabbard tightly. Following the advice given by Nicholas Waya and the others for the past 6 years, Thales fixed his gaze on Lampard's shoulder. At the same time, he moved his hand, intentionally or unintentionally, to his thigh and moved closer to JS dagger at his waist. In the narrow carriage, the long sword would only be a burden that would restrict his movements. Besides, Thales glanced at the carriage door with the corner of his eye. "I won by jumping out of the carriage at the first possible moment." However, the scene he imagined did not happen. King Chapman took a step forward. His sharp and cold eyes stared straight at Thales, making the latter feel even more pressured. "Indeed." The king nodded slowly. "If I die here for no reason, no one will know, no one will be able to hold me accountable, and no one will be able to say anything about it. There will be no irreparable consequences. There is nothing more that the archdukes in the country can only dream of." King Chapman tapped the old scabbard between his knees gently. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk, Dragon Cloud City will probably be able to breathe a sigh of relief. The hatred that cannot be declared will be washed away, and the imminent threat will be removed. All the archdukes who participated in the King Selection Congress, Rockni Lekko, will also be freed from the heavy shackles and burdens. The battle between a rebellious king and the archdukes will come to an end. Extet, which has been in turmoil for the past 6 years, will be restored to its former state. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk the king's eyes narrowed slightly, as though he wanted to see Thales more clearly. He spoke slowly and paused between his words, and that special prince of Constellation will no longer have to worry about his most dangerous enemy. Thales' Adam's apple moved slightly. The teenage prince stared back at his enemy, unwilling to show weakness. King Chapman's tapping on the scabbard suddenly stopped. His face suddenly turned cold. "But, damn it, I know there's a but." Thales snorted coldly in his heart. He remembered how he often used this word to tease a certain young lady. He would pour cold water on her when she was in high spirits and make her leave in a huff. He could not help but think of the phrase, "Retribution is not pleasant." If you do that, the prince who thinks he's smart might win this move, but in the end, he will lose the entire game, the king said coldly. His Majesty said coldly, "Even you and your Archduchess lost completely." Thales froze for a moment. He clenched his fists lightly, puzzled. "What? Myself, the Archduchess? Cleanly? Do you want to see that Archduchess head pierced by a pike and erected on the city walls of Dragon Cloud City?" The king said faintly, "Then open your mouth and call for help. Surround me and kill me here." Do not hesitate. At that moment, the air in the carriage instantly became heavy and stagnant. Thales bit his lower lip and sucked in a deep breath. What do you mean, Lampard? The prince gritted his teeth. What exactly do you want? Thales saw the unsmiling King Chapman curl up the corners of his lips, which was a rare sight. It looks like you've been living well in Dragon Cloud City for the past 6 years. King Chapman leaned back again with an indifferent expression. My men report every year that the Archduchess and the prince have a very close relationship, almost like lovers. Thales furrowed his eyebrows in pain. He could not refute the king. But me. For the past 6 years, as the common elected king of Extet, I've been acting like a fisherman fishing on the ice. I've been cautious and cautious. King Chapman looked out of the carriage and sighed with emotion. I've been thinking about how to catch those hateful shoals of fish to fill my stomach while trying my best not to become their food in the water. So far, you've been doing pretty well, Thales continued in dissatisfaction. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the leisure to come to Dragon Cloud City to catch up with me when the whole country is condemning you. By the way, the Alliance of Freedom played a pretty good hand. They used an imminent war to make the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City suffer. King Chapman chuckled, then snorted coldly. That's just what it looks like, Thales. You know it better than anyone else. The king tacitly acknowledged Thales' accusation. He said calmly, It's been 6 years, and that ideal Extet is getting further and further away from me. The Prince of Constellation was slightly startled. Saroma. Thales acutely grasped the main point. Why did he mention Saroma? Thales. The job you found for me 6 years ago. The king raised his right hand and gestured at his temples. There was a faint scar on his face caused by the crown. It's not a good job. Almost all the archdukes see me as an enemy. Needless to say, the 4 archdukes from back then, and the 3 who couldn't attend the King's Selection Congress also have a lot of complaints. All the decrees I tried to implement were met with many difficulties. Even in Black Sand region, there was a lot of resistance. Rockney and Lekko have been running around, jointly denouncing the king's injustice. My vassals were seething with resentment and were ready to take action. King Chapman sighed softly. Kinslayer. The king lowered his head slightly and stared at his saber. This is the nickname they gave me. Even the most vulgar commoners laughed at this nickname. Even if my decrees could increase their harvest by 30%, even if my orders could prevent them from being exploited by tax collectors and oppressed by suzerains, even if everything I did was to allow these lowly and insignificant people to obtain their own future, yet, the king stopped talking. He stroked his saber gently, and his gaze grew colder. They are still against me. Perhaps one day, my authority hidden in the crown will be swept away, the decrees I issue will become waste paper, and I will die alone in a heavily besieged city without food? I don't know. Thales sighed. That's because you tried to use a new standard to confer nobles, change the status quo of the distribution of power, and change everyone's future. You tried to make a group of people who were used to the present and the past believe that the unfamiliar future would be better, and make another group of people give up on everything they were enjoying. Even when the wealth was at its most abundant, the food was at its most abundant, and the conditions were at their most mature, it was still difficult for most people to imagine. The prince shook his head. And you want to use 6 years to complete what Mindys III could not do in more than 100 years? Thales raised his head and stared seriously at the former Lampard, who was now King Chapman. This is the price. The carriage fell into silence. King Chapman fixed his gaze on him. Both of them stared at each other for a whole 5 seconds, until the king slowly laughed. See, I knew it was right to come to you. You are one of the few people who can understand me. King Chapman's smile was very cold, and it made people unconsciously nervous. This made Thales realize that because of his new title, the prestige of the Archduke of Black Sand region was also increasing day by day. Not everyone can participate in this kind of conversation. Not even a smart person like Lessa. Thales sneered and shook his head. Lampard. Before I impatiently call out to the people outside, cut the crap. The prince's tone became firm. Why did you come to me? What did you mean by losing the entire game? King Chapman did not answer immediately. His increasingly aged face showed an expression of ridicule and mockery. Take a guess, Thales, the king said flatly. Just like before, aren't you the best at this? King Chapman did not answer immediately. His increasingly aged face showed an expression of ridicule and mockery. "Take a guess, Thales," the king said flatly. "Just like before, aren't you the best at this?" Damn it. What makes him so bold? What gives him such confidence? No. No matter what he wants. It's obvious that the Alliance of Freedom is not enough to drag the city of Faraway Prayers and Dragoncloud City down. Thales leaned against the leather backrest and seemed to be deep in thought. In order to save yourself from the predicament of being condemned by the masses, you have to add fuel to the fire. So, you want to start with Dragoncloud City. I'm guessing the Archduchess marriage? You want to use her to plunge Dragoncloud City, which poses the greatest threat, into internal strife? Thales raised his head coldly. Once you lose external support, the king can easily extinguish the resentment and dissatisfaction of the vassals in Black Sand region, allowing your decrees to be carried out unimpeded. King Chapman's expression did not change. He did not comment. "Speaking of Archduchess Walton, I have a question." Unexpectedly, the king pushed the saber on his knees to the side, freeing his hands. Chapman Lampard placed his elbows on his knees. With a relaxed expression, he asked in a defenseless manner, "Back then, how did Nuven turn you into his ally and make you willingly stand on Dragoncloud City's side?" Thales shook his head rudely. "He didn't turn me into his ally. You forced me to stand on Dragoncloud City's side, remember? Someone wanted to frame the Prince of Constellation and help him build his country, but in the end, he suffered the consequences of his actions?" When he said this, Thales was satisfied to see that King Chapman's originally calm and composed expression had become much more unpleasant. "I guess he gave you a promise." The king ignored his sarcasm, but Thales could feel that Lampard's tone had become colder. "A marriage contract, is it?" Thales sucked in a breath. "I know that when his bloodline was cut off, Nuven must have promised to marry his granddaughter to you in exchange for the protection of the future king of Constellation." Thales subconsciously clenched his fists again. "So that's why you care so much about the Archduchess marriage?" King Chapman's speech became more rapid, and the pressure he gave off gradually increased. "You think she's your fiancée, something you have in your pocket, and an important chess piece for Constellation to control Extet from afar? But now she's facing..." Thales clenched his fists so tightly that he chuckled. "I admire your imagination, Lampard." The prince sneered and shook his head. "Do you really think that an heir to the throne of Constellation can marry the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City of Extet?" The king's lips curled up. "If King Nuven was still alive, perhaps." Chapman I said softly, "But my uncle still made a good deal. Even after his accidental death, the gift from the late king was exchanged for an unexpected gift in return. Under the illumination of the starlight, the dragon spear survived the unpredictable torrents and storms. You did your best, broke convention, and supported her to sit on the Archduchess throne. In these 6 years, you, together with Leespan and the others, did everything you could to help her gain a foothold. You did your best to maintain the stability of Dragoncloud City during the earth-shattering disaster of Nuven's death." In the carriage, the king slowly leaned forward and stared intently at the heir of Constellation. "Even if you know that the girl sitting on the Archduchess throne," he enunciated each word with a shocking emphasis, "she is not the true Walton bloodline." At that moment, all the muscles in Thales' body tensed up. He knew. He knew. Thales, who had always been good at thinking and handling matters calmly, had never wanted to immediately turn hostile and solve the problem with violence as much as he did now. The image of the helpless and sobbing little rascal appeared in Thales' mind. He instinctively felt for his dagger. "Chapman Lampard. Kill him. Kill him. Nah. Keep this secret forever." The prince took a deep breath. The sin of Hell's river surged out of his body, but it did not surge to his limbs. Instead it surged to his brain. Under the effect of the sin of Hell's river, the last remaining shred of rationality returned to Thales' mind. Like a traveler clinging to a cliff, it told him at the top of his voice, "Calm down." The enemy came prepared. King Chapman sighed. "You know, Madame Calshon told me a lot of things." The king shook his head. "For example, the true direct bloodline of the Walton family is extinct. Once her identity is exposed," he said flatly, "what will happen to her? Think about it." Chapman's words were like a dose of fatal poison that spread in Thales' heart. In front of the bright moon god spokesperson, she impersonated the Archduke of Dragoncloud City and deceived all of Extet. Thales raised his head slowly. The prince gently swallowed his saliva. But he was far from being as calm as he appeared. This is Saroma's greatest weakness. Also, so this is Chapman Lampard's goal. Bringing this secret to me? Damn it. Damn it. What should I do? What should I do? Thale's heart beat faster and faster, almost to the point that he could not suppress it. King Chapman observed the Prince of Constellation's reaction with interest. But he was disappointed. Even though the prince was usually more taciturn, his expression remained the same. It was as if what the king just said was not a major event that could shock all of Extet. In the next second, Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You have been complaining about your current situation just now, but it reminded me of something very interesting, Your Majesty. The king narrowed his eyes and watched strangely as the second prince opened his eyes. With the calmest and most composed tone, he said as if nothing had happened. That year, you were chosen as the next king in the 6-person King Selection Congress. Thales shrugged in a relaxed manner and said, So, if one of the Archduke's votes is proven to be invalid, King Chapman's expression changed. Then you obtained the throne by relying on the difference of one vote, the prince said flatly and launched his counterattack. Is it still legal and reasonable? King Chapman? In the next second, King Chapman clenched his fists, as if he had been struck in his weak spot. His gaze returned to the cold and fierce look that Thales was familiar with. Just like Archduke Lampard in the past. The carriage fell into a suffocating silence again. Until one side broke it. Ha ha ha. The corners of the king's mouth curled up and he laughed out loud. King Chapman tapped his knee lightly. He stared at Thales as if he was looking at a bird that could not escape from its prey. So, are you sure that this is true? Lampard said coldly. She is indeed not the real Walton. Is that right? At that moment, Thales' expression changed drastically. Chapter 301. I have slackened, I have slackened, I have slackened. As he stared at King Chapman's steady and aloof expression, Thales, who was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly realized this in sorrow. Even though he thought that he had been very vigilant during the past 6 years, and he had also been on tenterhooks under the gazes and whispers of the Northlanders, compared to the days when he was surrounded by danger and was forced to fight with all his might, the prince's current life was still too comfortable and leisurely. At some point in time, even Thales did not realize that he had unknowingly gotten used to this comfortable rhythm. So much so that when he suddenly faced a terrifying and powerful enemy like Chapman Lampard, and in a game that was even more thrilling than the one he faced 6 years ago, he, who had been away from the battlefield for a long time, was at a loss for what to do and what to do. Thales even began to suspect that the reason why Lampard would suddenly and boldly seek him out at this time was to catch the unprepared prince off guard. You know. Across the carriage, King Chapman did not care about the prince's expression. He nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you admit it instead of pretending to be deaf and dumb. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. Saves me the trouble of field testing the power of this truth. Thales' expression became increasingly unpleasant. It's been 6 years. Thales breathed absent-mindedly. Lampard stood at the highest point of this country. He trained and honed himself to become more experienced and brilliant in his life and death battles against the archdukes and vassals. One careless move, and he would lose everything. As for himself, the Prince of Constellation, a guest in name, but upon who was actually a hostage, he was imprisoned at the highest point of this famous city by the king's order for a total of 6 years. Under the company and protection of the guards, under the surveillance and isolation of many forces, he spent his days in silence and solitude with his books and servants as his companions. He couldn't get in touch with more people, and he couldn't get further information. He was far away from the most dangerous and complicated games. He was lost and corrupted in the illusion of peace. In a way, Lampard won. He fought for 6 years, and at the same time, he took 6 years from me. Thales clenched his fists. Maybe. There was a voice in Thales' heart calling out to him. Maybe it's time for me to go. He left Dragoncloud City and returned to, however. Thales raised his head slightly and looked into King Chapman's eyes expressionlessly. Breathe. Thales. Breathe. The chess game was not over yet. It was not the time to give up. In fact, the battle had only just begun. Isn't that right, old friend? The familiar sin of Hell's River spread through his nerves and blood vessels, spreading through his entire body. It was like the flames of hell, but also like the frost of the northernmost region. It made Thales shudder. Think carefully, Thales. Fear, nervousness, frustration, dismay, bewilderment, and countless other superfluous emotions instantly left him. Thales leaned against the back of his seat, crossed his arms and furrowed his eyebrows.
First of all, Thales thought coldly. Lampard said that the Red Witch did not tell him a single word.
Is this true? If it was true, it meant that the king had learned of Dragoncloud City's greatest secret from another source. He needed confirmation. King Chapman did not panic. He waited thoughtfully for the prince's response, as if everything was under his control.
You're not sure either, right?
When it comes to this bargaining chip that can overturn Dragoncloud City and yourself at the same time, the field test and whatnot is just empty talk, Thales said expressionlessly. When did you start suspecting it? There was considerable interest in King Chapman's eyes.
From the first day.
Thales gritted his teeth lightly. The first day, in other words. Triumph is the token that the King of Renaissance gave to Raikaru. It has a high status and extraordinary significance. Over the years, it symbolizes the Walton family's legacy and Dragoncloud City's authority. It has always been worn by the successive archdukes of Dragoncloud City, passed down from generation to generation, and known by all. The king's voice traveled into his ears coldly, and it gave people the illusion that it was not cold. But that night, when my men carried Nuven's corpse away, his finger was empty.
Until I saw you put the ring on that girl in the Hall of Heroes.
Thales moved slightly. He remembered the confrontation in the hall that year. You suspect that I took the ring in private and put it on Saroma? The prince said softly. That seems a little arbitrary. King Chapman shook his head. No, I don't think that group of former White Blade Guards had the guts to desecrate the late king's corpse. Nor do I think that they would allow you to take the supreme token that represents the Walton family from Nuven's corpse. So, Triumph could only have been taken from King Nuven's finger when he was still alive and given to his granddaughter. The look in King Chapman's eyes became more and more dangerous. That makes it even more suspicious. Thales' expression froze. He had figured out the key. Lampard's information did not come from the secret room or the Red Witch. This terrifying and ambitious man found this secret on his own. If that's the case, the king snorted coldly. Nuven could not have known that he was about to die. Why would he hurriedly take off the ring that represents the Dragonspear family and secretly hand it to a girl who could not even be trusted by the vassals? Wouldn't it have been better to gather the vassals in public, pass the ring under the watchful eyes of the public, confirm the heir, and use the born king's authority to endorse the Archduke's legacy and pave the way for the Archduchess? Then I thought of you, King Chapman said quietly. You were also in Dragoncloud City that day when the late king privately passed the Ring of Triumph to his granddaughter. Thales Jade Star.
The prince lowered his head so that the other party could not see his expression clearly.
That night, the late king wanted to pass the ring to his granddaughter so that you and the Jade Star family could see it, right? He chose you, Thales. Strangely, there was respect and disdain in King Chapman's voice at the same time.
Because of the status of the Jade Star family and the King of Constellation, and also because of the uniqueness you displayed that night, he chose you to be the husband of his granddaughter and the future Archduchess.
After his death, with the power of Constellation, you will continue the Dragonspear family's rule over Dragoncloud City and protect your wife's family. The prince could hear his heart beating at a constant rate. At that moment, the once familiar thinking pattern returned to Thales' mind. In the conversation just now, he first probed whether I have an engagement with Saroma. Then, he asked about my alliance with King Nuven. Both of them. For many years, I have been full of doubts about how this alliance was formed between the two of you, King Chapman said coldly. You were right about one thing. Thales, the heir of Constellation. How could he marry the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City under the heavy opposition? The king gradually approached Thales' face. The prince could even see his own reflection in the king's eyes. There are two doubtful points. First of all, how could you possibly believe that this fragile alliance would still be effective and profitable in the face of so many obstacles when King Nuven's life was nearing its end? Moreover, with a fragile marriage, could Eternal Star City really interfere with Dragoncloud City's affairs? Secondly, how could King Nuven be sure that his actions were not like inviting a wolf into his house, that the alliance he formed would not fall apart after his death? How could he be sure that Constellation would not go back on its word and leave while seizing benefits, or even send the Walton family and Dragoncloud City to hell just to attack Extet? King Chapman returned to his seat. His domineering words came to an end. Only endless silence and deep thought were left in the carriage. Thales narrowed his eyes slightly. Very well. Lampard's words about not being of the true Walton bloodline did not mean that he knew the whole truth. On that cruel night 6 years ago, what happened in the Hall of Heroes was not as simple as the old king giving his surname to a girl who was not of his bloodline. That night, Alex's pale face appeared in front of Thale's eyes. He shifted his attention back to the king. If that's the case, the only thing Lampard can be sure of is, now, it's up to him to make his own move. In the dark carriage, Thales took a deep breath. A pretty good guess. The Prince of Constellation carefully weighed his words. Every second, he reminded himself of the existence of the enemy he was facing. But it's still missing a link. King Chapman raised his eyebrows. Thales said flatly, "Croche, how much did she tell you?" The carriage sank into silence. The prince waited patiently. As expected, in the next moment, King Chapman's face twitched. An emotion similar to surprise appeared in his eyes. Interesting. King Chapman did not seem to have expected this. How did you know? No, I don't. Thales said quietly in his heart. Until you confirmed it for me. Kent Vida's audience, Thales answered straightforwardly. That cold-faced female warrior behaved very strangely. She was agitated when she faced the herald, her attitude towards Kent Vida, and the baffling words she said to the Archduchess at the end. Of course, there was also her eagerness to invite me into the carriage, even at the cost of a fight. King Chapman stared at him quietly. A few seconds later, the common elected king could not help but snort softly. Ash is a very interesting girl. I've never seen someone as arrogant as Lessa be so infatuated with any woman. I guess the Tower of Eradication does have its ways, right? A long time ago, Caslin was also infatuated with a woman from the Tower of Eradication. Thales shook his head. He did not want to listen to the king's nonsense. He went straight to the point. I guess she introduced you to her father, Lord Burnmerk? King Chapman's eyelids twitched. Not exactly. The king snorted softly. When we were discussing the Alliance of Freedom, we happened to talk about the eldest son of King Soria Walton, who broke Fort Liberté. My lovely vice-captain told me how she grew up under the care of the prince's consort, Lady Adele. Of course her father, the late king's loyal administrator, Burnmerk, King Chapman said in a low voice. And how he tried his best to mediate the unfortunate marriage between Prince Soria and his wife. He protected the pitiful consort and advised the cruel prince. I see. Thales thought quietly. But then he thought of something. That's not right. If Croche knew about it from the beginning, there's no need to wait until... Who noticed the problem? The prince asked without batting an eyelid. You can't be sure of anything just based on a little girl's memories. King Chapman was silent for a whole 3 seconds. It was so long that Thales could not help but frown. This time, Chapman Lampard's voice was very soft. It sounded as if it came from afar, but also as if he was afraid of waking up a sleeping baby. It was Harold. Thales was startled. Harold? Wait, he means... The king let out an indecipherable sneer. It sounded sad, but also angry. When Prince Soria was assassinated, my elder brother, Harold Lampard, was the first person to rush to the scene. Of course, the assassin was hidden in his team. Do you remember? King Chapman's voice slowly regained its calmness, as if he was narrating a story about someone else's family. Harold once described the tragedy to me. The prince was covered in blood and collapsed in the carriage. His body was cold, and his personal guard was holding the body of the princess consort. He knelt outside the carriage and looked at the baby girl in her arms, crying her heart out. Thales did not speak. Lampard sneered. Lessa was very interested in this detail. Why did Lord Merk, the White Blade Guard and later administrator, seem to care more about the consort? The prince's expression froze. He was getting closer. Following this clue, Lessa also discovered that after the king's selection, the Archduchess ascended to the throne, but Administrator Merk, who had guarded Lady Walton conscientiously for the past 12 years and was supposed to continue protecting Dragoncloud City with his life, disappeared. For 6 years, even Ike did not know her father's whereabouts. It was as if he became disheartened overnight and gave up on everything, including his oath of blades and loyalty. The king continued speaking. Soon he found more. Some of the servants and guards in a certain area of Heroic Spirit Palace had either disappeared or died during the calamity 6 years ago. None of them survived, and they happened to be the personal guards of the Archduchess, who was the baby girl. Viscount Lessa Kent Vida. Thales sighed. Is this why people call him the Night Falcon?
It makes sense. Is he good at hunting with his eyes open in the deep night, which ordinary people do not pay much attention to? The king shook his head and did not continue the conversation.
Lessa made a bold conjecture, and Croche beat him up 3 times because of it. The current Archduchess of Dragoncloud City is not her father's daughter, but Administrator Merc's bloodline. King Chapman's eyes shone with a terrifying cold light. I'm guessing that in order to protect the secret of the bloodline, Regent Leespan made him disappear forever?
Very well.
He does not know.
Thales told himself silently. I only know half of the truth.
He only knows Alex. But he does not know Little Rascal, and he does not know Saroma. I can't believe you found out the truth just like that.
Thales rubbed his forehead with a pained expression and said in a seemingly resigned manner, Your subordinates are really talented. The king gently grabbed the saber beside him.
Finally, I understand the answers to the 2 suspicious points.
In order to gain your trust and entice you, King Nuvan must have given you more than the marriage contract.
He gave you a bargaining chip that could destroy Dragoncloud City and the Walton family. He gave you a bargaining chip that even a trusted official like Leespan would be wary of, so that even after King Nuvan passed away, Eternal Star City could still control the restless Dragoncloud City from afar.
And all of you are quite satisfied with this.
King Chapman shook his head. It was unknown whether he was feeling sentimental or smug. I think this is one of the reasons why the Red Witch betrayed the late king, even though she never admitted it. Thales heaved a deep sigh. The battlefield was now very clear.
So, this is a secret that can simultaneously eliminate the legitimacy of the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, and weaken the legitimacy of the common elected king.
We have each other's weaknesses, Thales said indifferently. I'm guessing that you want to draw Dragoncloud City to your side? To stand on your side, or at least not on Rocknee's side. Ah, Thales, we have known each other for a long time.
King Chapman snorted softly.
We have fought against each other more than once, and this has allowed us to understand each other.
The prince took a deep breath and shook his head.
Why should I do this? This is just a grudge between you and Dragoncloud City.
He shrugged as if he did not care.
If you want to be destroyed together with Dragoncloud City, then go ahead. I can stay out of this.
Chapman snorted coldly. Even if my mutual destruction with the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City will cause you and Constellation's hopes and interests in Dragoncloud City to fall through? The king said meaningfully.
Hopes for Dragoncloud City?
Thales chuckled softly and retorted without showing any weakness.
I am not even the king. It is still too early to talk about this.
King Chapman narrowed his eyes.
His gaze became thought-provoking. Yes, you are not the king yet, but you have already done so much for Dragoncloud City. In the next second, the king's tone changed.
There was mystery and strangeness in his words at the same time. But what if I say that everything you have done to help the Archduchess ascend to the throne, and everything you have done to maintain in Dragoncloud City is actually built on a terrifying lie?
And everything you think you are infallible is just a joke to pave the way for someone else? At that moment, as he looked at King Chapman's expression, Thales frowned slightly. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. What do you mean?
The prince subconsciously clenched his fists.
A joke to pave the way for someone else?
No.
I remember the first time we met, when you rejected my offer, you told me to be careful with those who want to become your allies. King Chapman's expression was so cold that it looked like water was about to drip from it.
No matter how sweet their words are they sincere?
Thales' frown deepened. Thales. King Chapman shook his head. In a tone that made Thales' skin crawl, he spoke flatly. Do you really think that our beloved late king, Nuvan Walton, is an ally worthy of your trust? Thales' breathing gradually became softer.
Do you think that he will be so magnanimous as to hand you a bargaining chip that can destroy his family, trust you wholeheartedly, and believe that you will protect the Walton family without regard for your own safety?
Do you think that you and Nuvan have made a win-win deal? That you will obtain a wife who represents Dragoncloud City, and he will obtain the continuation of the Walton family, and that everyone will get what they need?
Do you think that Nuvan will be so tolerant as to tolerate a person who is not of his blood sitting on the Archduke's throne, and that all he cares about is that illusory and empty family name?
The king said softly, You underestimate our late king too much.
Thales stared at King Chapman with a face full of doubt.
If you have nothing else to say, Mariah is still alive, the king said quietly. At that moment, Thales, who could not react in time to the slightly unfamiliar name, was slightly stunned. Feeling uneasy, he subconsciously said, "Who?" A strange and terrifying expression appeared on King Chapman's face. The next moment, the king uttered a name softly. Mariah. Mariah Walton. Mariah? Thales mulled over the name, and without realizing it, his face turned pale. What? That's. When I first found out, I was even more shocked than you were. The king added as if nothing had happened. Yes, 6 years ago, the beginning of everything, the Prince of Extet who was assassinated in Constellation, which led to a series of drastic changes in our kingdoms, laid the foundation for our fates, and made you a hostage. At that moment, King Chapman's eyes seemed to burn with terrifying flames. Still alive. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. It was as if even the air in the carriage was about to freeze because of this terrifying moment. Thales was completely stunned. What is he talking about? That prince? That Prince Mariah who was jointly assassinated by Lampard, Pofret, Arund, and Constellation's new star? Still alive? That means... A terrifying thought instantly crept into his mind. Only God knew how much effort Thales had to use to suppress the trembling of his entire body, and the drastic change in his expression. A few seconds later, Thales widened his eyes. His expression was unpleasant, and he could not believe it. This is impossible. Do you still not understand, Thales? King Chapman's eyes shone with indignation, and he enunciated each word clearly, as if he was chewing on his deepest hatred. In Dragon Cloud City, whether it was the late king, Leaspan or the Star Killer, all of them knew and understood this. Thales' brain was in extreme shock and astonishment, and he struggled to maintain his ability to think. All of them knew it. They waited patiently, looking forward to the day Prince Mariah returned. Before he returned, they used a fake archduchess to temporarily preserve the Walton family's power. At the same time, they feigned civility with you and obtained Constellation's help. Chapman I's words were like the most terrifying poison, seeping into every inch of Thales' thoughts. From the beginning to the end, only 2 people were kept in the dark and knew nothing about it. This is why I came to you, Thales. The king stared at Thales, whose expression was almost frozen. His gaze swept past Thales' slightly trembling left hand, which was pressed against his knee. You and that pitiful archduchess herself. Both of you are just puppets manipulated by King Nuven. Constellation thinks that it holds a bargaining chip that can keep Dragon Cloud City in check. It painstakingly maintains its relationship with Dragon Cloud City, conscientiously supports the Walton family's rule, and hopes that one day, it will reap rewards from the marriage between the king and the archduchess. However, many years later, when Mariah returns, his legitimacy will overwhelm everything. The archduchess' existence will be overthrown, your marriage will become a laughingstock, the promise you obtained from King Nuven will be proven to be nothing more than a stupid joke, and everything you built will be reduced to ashes overnight. He's lying. He must be lying. Thales could only tell himself this. To make me. Thales' eyes were still wide open in disbelief as he stared at the king. It was as if he had returned to that terrifying night. Alex, who was convulsing. Merc, who was howling in pain. King Nuven, who was laughing coldly. And Saroma. No, it was Little Rascal. And the ring in her hand. At that moment, the prince felt that even his thoughts were about to be frozen. I told you I know my uncle too well, unlike you, who only spent a short day with him. Nuven, he toyed with everyone in the palm of his hand. The king stroked the saber between his knees and sneered as he said these words. He used an unprecedented lie to deceive your trust and belief. He used a seemingly sweet and sincere bait to catch your persistence and loyalty. From your self-righteous thoughts. He harvested the prey that the great dragon wanted the most. King Chapman slowly raised his right hand and slowly curled his fingers. This is King Nuven's real trick and strategy. It is a gift from the late king. In the next second, Chapman Lampard clenched his right hand tightly. It was as if he had just seized someone's throat. Thales' breathing shuddered as he broke out in a horrified cold sweat. Welcome to the cruel real world. In the darkness, an ugly and cold smile appeared on King Chapman's colorless face. The Guardian of Dragon Cloud City, Your Highness. Passengers boarding the train, for the sake of your health, please fasten your seatbelt at all times. swordless, with a serious expression. Chapter 302. He remembered. Thales stared fixedly at the floor under his feet. 6 years ago, in the secret tunnel under the gatehouse, the group of people who escaped were intercepted by the Red Witch. They could not advance or retreat. At that time, the exhausted Star Killer went forward alone and used a very large bargaining chip in exchange for their safety. Thales could not help but feel a deep suspicion rising in his heart. What did Nicholas tell the Red Witch that made Madame Calchon turn around and leave so decisively? What made her ignore existences like the Prince of Constellation and Miss Walton, as if they were just unnecessary outsiders? Is the secret room really so unconventional that they could leave without any hesitation after making up their mind to overthrow the stubborn King Nuven a moment ago, and leave without any involvement in anything the next moment? If, as Lampard said, Saroma's existence is just... Thales took a deep breath. Veins popped up on his hands. Ridiculous. He stared coldly at King Chapman in front of him. The heir of Dragoncloud City who was publicly acknowledged to have been dead for 6 years is still alive? And me going north alone and being a hostage for 6 years, including our life and death battle in Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago, was all just part of a conspiracy? You expect me to believe you? What kind of baseless words are these? The prince looked offended. He stared at the king's eyes in dissatisfaction and retorted, "Why did Mariah deliberately fake his death? Why did he let his family be on the verge of collapse and Dragoncloud City be in turmoil? Why did King Nuven come up with such a strategy where the gains did not make up for the losses, and even lost his life in vain under your counterattack? Asterisk bang. Asterisk, because he did not deliberately fake his death, and Nuven did not do it on purpose either." King Chapman punched his scabbard and responded to Thales' aggressive words with a frosty expression. "Do you think this is some kind of fun? Do you think I would be so bored as to fabricate such a lie to drive a wedge between you and Dragoncloud City? Ever since I received this damned news, God knows how many methods, time, and resources I have used to get to the bottom of it, just to find out whether that useless prince is dead or not. To find out how long I can wear this crown I got 6 years ago." The king's sharp eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Believe me, if he is not dead, there is no one in this world who would want him to disappear as quickly as possible, without anyone knowing." Thales looked suspiciously at the anger and coldness hidden on the king's face. He had a vague feeling that the other party's emotions were not fake. The carriage was silent for a few seconds. "So, I didn't deliberately fake my death." Thales calmed down and tugged at his sleeves. "What do you know?" King Chapman snorted coldly and said, "This is from the secret room. To be exact, it's from my spy in the secret room. It said that the Red Witch has been investigating this matter for a whole 6 years, regardless of the cost. She only found some clues half a year ago." Deep in thought, Thales repeated slowly, 6 years. The king nodded solemnly. 6 years ago, Prince Mariah returned to Dragoncloud City from his fief. In Heroic Spirit Palace, he had a fierce argument with King Nuven. Even though King Nuven had gotten rid of most of the people in the palace before he died, there are still people who are alive to testify to this. When King Chapman said this, his eyes shone with a strange light. It lingered between disdain and disgust. A few days later, Mariah left without saying goodbye and disappeared without a trace. Thales' gaze froze. "Left, what?" "Yes, Thales." King Chapman snorted in disdain. A prince who shouldered the heavy responsibility of a kingdom left home in a fit of anger because he was scolded by his dear father. The prince took a second to digest this news. He then looked at King Chapman with a burning gaze. Can you imagine Nuven's expression at that time? His son irresponsibly left behind everything, including his own identity and his original mission to Constellation. In one night, he disappeared from Nuven, Dragoncloud City, and even all of Extet's sight. In order to escape safely, he even deliberately leaked his itinerary to Pofrit as a cover. That's how everything happened after that. Mariah Walton, Nuven's useless son, the king said through gritted teeth in contempt and anger. He is practically the greatest disgrace of the Walton family in the past 600 years. Even if you search all over Extet, you probably won't be able to find a piece of trash worse than him. My God! A prince! Left everything behind. Ran away from home. For some reason, another person's figure suddenly appeared in Thales' mind. Decades ago, Lady Gines was not as mature and charming as she was now. She was penniless and in a sorry state, but she resolutely walked out of her family's manor, followed the prince's fleet, and walked towards an unknown future. The king used a few seconds to regulate his breathing.
He snapped out of his anger and resentment. Because of that, the born king, who was badly battered and exhausted, could only use a substitute with a similar face to replace his runaway son on a diplomatic mission to Constellation.
Anyway, as a symbol, the prince only needed to smile. We found information about that substitute. He was born in a small noble family in the suburbs of Dragon Cloud City. His ancestors were blood relatives with the Waltons. He was found by the White Blade Guards 18 years ago, and from then on, entered Dragon Cloud City to work. Of course, he was actually being trained to become Prince Mariah's substitute.
King Chapman continued coldly. You know what happened after that.
You know what happened after that. Mariah's substitute died in Constellation. I guess Nuven was very surprised, but he took advantage of the situation and made it real. He pretended to be angry and demanded corresponding compensation from Constellation, but internally, he cleaned up the restless archdukes. Thales tried his best to pull himself out of the shock Mariah gave him.
He looked at the king with an indescribable feeling.
This is why I began to suspect the Archduchess' identity. There is no reason for Nuven to leave behind an Archduchess and a son who can overthrow the former. He caused Dragon Cloud City to sink into a terrifying whirlpool of a fight for succession. Believe me, from Alcius of Prestige Orchid Region to Rose of Enlenzo Dukedom, this is the most terrifying disaster for a noble family. Of course, his biggest surprise should be you, Thales.
You are the Prince of Constellation who can save the Dragon Spear family in the future when Mariah disappears, when Dragon Cloud City is beset with difficulties both internally and externally, when his power is waning, and when he passes away.
An excellent tool.
The king stared at Thales with a complicated gaze, as though the prince before him was an object.
Just like that, Nuven used a fake Archduchess to trap you in Constellation, stabilized the Walton family's rule in Dragon Cloud City, and allowed the Dragon Spear family to live through the years when the born king was not around. At the same time, he hid the biggest secret from all of you. Perhaps one day, Lisban or the Starkiller will welcome back Mariah, who is tired of playing outside. Dragon Cloud City will return to the Waltons' hands, and all of Constellation's schemes will fail. King Chapman ended his speech and stared at Thales quietly. Thales did not say a word.
His eyebrows furrowed as he pondered in silence for nearly 2 minutes.
How could this be? King Nuven's back appeared before his eyes.
The heroic and shrewd former king turned around in his mind and flashed a cold smile that made people shudder.
Nuven Walton.
He dared to fight in front of the vassals, and used a vicious scheme without hesitation. He could poison a young girl to death without batting an eyelid, and put the family's inheritance in his and little rascal's hands without a care.
And now, Nuven the born king. What kind of person are you? Is this what you want to say?
The second prince said in a weary tone, everything that happened 6 years ago, the grudges between our 2 kingdoms, the conspiracy in Renaissance Palace, the confrontation in front of the fortress, the disaster in Dragon Cloud City, all originated from Mariah's willful departure.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? King Chapman sneered.
But the origin of everything is so absurd, ridiculous, comical, and completely unreasonable. You were a hostage in the north, trapped for 6 whole years because of an unjust accusation. I almost gambled everything, and I almost lost everything. With each word, the hatred in King Chapman's eyes intensified. Arund was reduced to a prisoner, Poffert's neck was twisted, and Extet even had a new king. Since then, all the bloodshed and turmoil. All of this originated from a good-for-nothing who left his home.
The king suppressed his hatred.
His gaze was ruthless, as if he was about to open his mouth and eat someone in the next second. The carriage was silent for a few seconds, as if they wanted to remember the heaviness of this moment. The prince closed his eyes gently and slowly opened them again. But what Nuven did not expect was that his nephew in Black Sand region would do something beyond his expectations. When he had just started setting up his plan, Nuven had already taken the king's life and put on the crown himself. That's why you're sitting here and talking to me. Thales' gaze on the king became calm again, and there was no emotion in it.
In the carriage, King Chapman's breathing gradually calmed down.
It's not just me, Thales.
King Chapman leaned back against the carriage.
His eyes were bright and piercing.
There's also you. Thales narrowed his eyes. Don't forget, we built my crown together, the king said faintly. Thales sighed softly, then snorted. It's still baseless nonsense. The prince rubbed his forehead sleepily. Mariah's death. Everything is based on the empty words you told me.
Yes, so that's all I have to say, King Chapman answered without hesitation.
But I believe that you have your own conclusions, and you've been here for 6 years. You're more familiar with the people and things in Dragon Cloud City than I am. You can absolutely find the truth on your own. Thales lowered his head. He only felt tired. Whether it was Mariah's life or death, Saroma's identity, Nuven's schemes, or Chapman before him, all of them made him feel like his brain was about to explode. This is too much. So tiring. Assuming this is true. Then, I've been deceived and toyed with by a dead man for 6 whole years? The prince chuckled for some reason. This feeling is really strange. Across him, the king's expression changed slightly. Only 6 years. That's not bad. Thales raised his head. What do you mean? But King Chapman only stared at him quietly and snorted softly.
Don't forget, whether it's the generations of Extet's boorish and unrestrained archdukes, or the groups of Constellation's scheming and astute nobles, all by a seemingly mediocre and cowardly king of Constellation, a dead man who passed away 100 years ago, he sighed with emotion and said, deceived and toyed with for more than a century.
In the next moment, Thales' gaze became clear again. He looked at Chapman Lampard seriously. What do you want, Lampard? Finally, King Chapman leaned forward and curled up the corners of his lips slightly.
It was as if this conversation had just begun.
Lisban and the Starkiller have been keeping a close eye on Heroic Spirit Palace. I can't get close to that girl, but you can.
There was a profound look in the king's eyes.
You also know what I want.
Thales snorted softly.
Rockney and Lekko, Stustel of the Sentinel region, and Cameron of the Glacier Sea. The joint condemnation of the 4 archdukes is not easy to deal with, is it? He shrugged. That's why you spent so much effort to incite the Alliance of Freedom, and even schemed about Dragon Cloud City's choice of stance.
King Chapman nodded.
I've said it before, this is not an easy task, and every archduke is not easy to deal with, he said seriously.
But Thales interrupted him.
6 years ago in Heroic Spirit Palace you said, every one of you was born shackled by the endless struggle between the king and the archdukes, and you will never be able to free yourself. You want to break it. The prince spoke in a tone the king had never heard before. He seemed to be sentimental, but there was also a hint of mockery in his voice. But for some reason, your current actions remind me of King Nuven. For a moment, Thales saw the tendons in King Chapman's hands tremble slightly. Those who want to break the shackles rack their brains to study the structure of the shackles, and are fascinated by this game of escape, Thales said softly. Until one day, he realizes that the shackles on his body have grown into a part of him. He can no longer leave the shackles he once wanted to break. Thales sneered subconsciously and asked the same question he asked another king 6 years ago. Don't you feel tired? Or is it that the pain the shackles inflict on you has already made you unable to feel the heaviness they bring to you? King Chapman did not speak. His face did not move in the dim carriage. The silence lasted for a long time. Thales exhaled and laughed involuntarily.
He averted his gaze and no longer paid any attention to King Chapman, who did not bat an eyelid.
He shook his head. This reminds me. Perhaps his choice, Mariah's choice to run away, allowed him to escape from this shackle and be free from it. Unlike us.
Regardless of whether Lampard would find him or not, to a certain extent, Mariah Walton, the willful prince who abandoned everything and ran away, had already left the shackles given by his bloodline.
But what about me? What about Thales Jadestar? When will he be able to break free from this shackle?
At that moment, Thales suddenly thought of the air mystic and the hand he had extended to him.
But what followed was a warning look from High Priestess Holm, who was in Bright Moon Temple.
King Chapman's expression was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water.
He did not. A few seconds later, the king gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his scabbard. Walking away is not an escape. Running away weakly is not a form of release either. But he will. King Chapman's voice grew deeper, and there was a terrifying meaning hidden in his words. After we find him.
Thales heaved a long sigh and tried to pull his thoughts back to the vortex in front of him from his emotional state. Mariah, assuming that he is still alive, as you said. The prince braced himself and forced himself to meet the king's gaze.
Then where will he be? When he heard this topic, King Chapman also recovered from his anger and resentment. He tapped his saber gently. Recently, a person who matches Mariah's description appeared on the southern side of the Great Desert, near Sarah Dukedom. We only managed to investigate up to this point. That is the Constellation's territory, and it is difficult for the secret room to infiltrate. But we will not stop. Let us work together to find Mariah and kill him, Thales, the king said coldly. No matter who does it, let us put an end to this baffling threat together. Let Nuven and his joke to fool the world go to hell. King Chapman slowly drew closer to Thales' face. After this incident, I hope that you will understand, Thales. In this seemingly peaceful Dragoncloud city, who are your friends and who are your enemies? Who treats you as a worthy opponent, and who treats you as a puppet in a farce? The corners of Thales' lips curled up. He imagined the prince roaming the world with his name hidden. He then thought of Lisban and Nicholas. You have a good idea. Killing two birds with one stone. The prince shook his head and spread his arms. He leaned back against the carriage without a care for his image. But you know, I can still shout now, or simply reveal the truth about what happened in the carriage. Then your words, your secrets and your ideals. Thales narrowed his eyes. I'll go to hell with you. Chapman stared at him and did not look away for a long time. The temperature in the carriage seemed to have dropped to freezing point again. I have a question, Thales. After an unknown amount of time, the king said slowly, once Mariah returns, what will await your little girlfriend? Thales' mood darkened. You know the answer. Will the kind Lisban and the kind Starkiller give her a certificate of commendation after Mariah is restored to the throne, in recognition of her contributions to the stability of Dragoncloud City while she sat in heroic Spirit Palace pretending to be an Archduchess for the past 6 years? The king sneered. If Mariah's matter is true, then this secret will not be buried with my death. One day, together with your enemies, it will fiercely devour you and that girl. This is the meaning of the choice you face today. Thales stared at Chapman without moving. His eyes were dull and devoid of emotion. Choice. Another choice. He clenched his fists. The prince said coldly, I can leave and watch from the sidelines. You can play your own game of chess. The king smiled. You won't. You're different from a lot of people, Thales. King Chapman shook his head confidently. His gaze was like a sword that pierced straight into Thales' heart. As long as you have the ability, the strength, and the belief, you won't leave without doing anything and leave a hell behind you. You'll cold-bloodedly watch others cry in pain, and you'll hypocritically console yourself that this is the best choice and the most realistic one. He raised his hand in the darkness and pointed outside the carriage at the highest point in Dragoncloud City. Otherwise, you wouldn't have walked right into the trap and returned to heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago. Thales clenched his fists tighter, almost to the point where his palms were about to break. Damn it. He sighed tiredly in his heart. No one in the carriage spoke again. The silence lasted for a long time. It felt like a century had passed. If you have nothing else to say, then so be it. Thales shook his head with a gloomy expression. I'm tired. Of course. King Chapman, who was watching him quietly, nodded casually, as if they were not enemies at all. If, you know where to find me. When Thales heard this, he sneered. You still can't bear to leave? You know, a storm is coming, and Dragoncloud City's future will not be peaceful. In that second, the king's gaze became very subtle, and there was an indescribable meaning hidden in it. I'm not the one who can't bear to leave, Thales, Chapman Lampard said in a calm and thought-provoking manner. Just as you said, a storm is coming. Thales frowned. As his Adam's apple bobbed, he stood up and placed his hand on the carriage door. There's one more thing, Thales. With his back facing the king, Thales stopped in his tracks and turned his head slightly. King Chapman turned his head to the side and glanced at him with a strange gaze. 6 years ago, under Broken Dragon Fortress, you dared to charge in the opposite direction, even at the risk of losing your life. You made a bet with me on the battlefield where swords and sabers are blind. But today, 6 years later, in the peaceful Dragoncloud City, you don't dare to risk the Archduchess' life. You don't dare to be stubborn to the end and make a bet with me on the battlefield where there are hidden undercurrents. Thales was stunned. The king laughed and said, What's wrong, Thales? Is it easier to make a decision in a dangerous and bloody situation than in a strange and indecipherable situation?
Or is it because it's harder for you to make a decision when you're facing another person's life than when you're facing your own? Thales gritted his teeth and frowned. That's different. Back then, the people around me and I were all in a dangerous situation. I could risk my life without hesitation, even if it was hopeless. But today, Saroma. Or did you become cowardly, hesitant and merciful during your 6 years in Dragoncloud City? Chapman said softly. Thales maintained his posture of pressing against the carriage door. His expression was stern. We are different, Lampard. The second prince did not turn his head. His side profile was still facing Chapman. He said coldly, You are a cold-blooded gambler. King Chapman raised his eyebrows slightly. What about you? What are you? This time, Thales did not hesitate. He opened the carriage door and got off without turning his head. Be careful, Thales. The king's voice traveled faintly from behind him. When your enemies smell your weakness. Bang. Thales closed the carriage door without hesitation and shut the words behind him inside the carriage. He had heard enough today. There was no need for his emotions to be shaken. Besides, weakness. The prince remembered the Black Prophet's terrifying appearance and his heart tightened. In the carriage, King Chapman stared at the carriage door that was slammed shut with a complicated gaze. He lowered his head to inspect his scabbard and said the second half of his sentence in a seemingly unconcerned manner. They won't let you off so easily. I've spent the past 4 days without updating the novel on revising the first few chapters. If you're interested, you can go back and download the first few chapters again. Chapter 303. While Thales watched the people from Black Sand region leave amidst Waya's grumbles, the hurried sound of horse hooves rang out behind him. The vigilant Waya and the others instinctively blocked the prince, but Thales, who had expected it, sighed and turned around calmly. They came so quickly. And so impatient. As the horses neighed in dissatisfaction, the person got off his horse. Accompanied by his attendants, he passed through the personal guards and walked towards Thales with a stiff expression. Beside him, Lord Justin bowed respectfully. It was Count Liespan. The old but still spirited regent of Dragoncloud City stood in front of Thales with an unhappy expression. Your Grace. The prince's gaze swept past the group of Dragoncloud City patrols who came with the count, and he politely nodded at Count Liespan, as if he was not surprised by his sudden appearance. Should I be surprised that you are so concerned about my itinerary? But the count, who had rushed over after hearing the news, had a dark expression on his face. He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with the prince. Do you know how arbitrary and reckless this is? Directly boarding Black Sand Region's carriage? Thales shrugged helplessly and walked towards Jenny with Liespan. Waya, Ralph, and the others were a step behind them, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. The former Prime Minister's gaze became solemn as he looked around. The personal guards, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, became nervous again. What happened? What did Black Sand Region say to you? What did they say? The prince remembered the secret King Chapman told him, and he could not help but feel gloomy. Mariah. Saroma. They are very interested in Dragoncloud City, but they can't contact the Archduchess directly. Thales gestured in the direction where the people from Black Sand region left with a relaxed expression. For this reason, they want to rope me in. Lispan's gaze changed a few times. They tried to rope you in? Do you need me to remind you of the relationship between Dragoncloud City and King Chapman? Or what role you played in the storm 6 years ago? Thales blinked. I don't think that Black Sand region would place their hopes on a foreign prince who is almost their mortal enemy without any assurance. The count's expression was gloomy. Or do they have a very good reason to talk to you? Thales clenched his fists slightly in his sleeves and began to size Liespan up again. How sharp. So, Prince Thales, is there anything I can help you with? Lispan's tone was polite but compelling. Thales could not help but feel wary. How credible was Lampard's words? In Dragoncloud City, who were the enemies and who were the friends? How should he choose? Thales took a deep breath. He could not help but think of the terrifying secret Lampard had mentioned. A gift from the late king. The prince looked at the count in front of him with complicated emotions. His gaze swept past his white temples. During these 6 years, what kind of emotions did the most powerful minister in Dragoncloud City harbor as he watched Saroma grow up? What did he think of Saroma,
his titular ruler. Archduchess? The wife of the future Grand Duke? An inexperienced little girl? Or? Yeah.
The prince sighed slightly. They gave me a very convincing reason. The count listened attentively. Thales raised his head and said without batting an eyelid, "They said that as long as I can help them, King Chapman will personally give the order." The prince paused for a moment before he said softly, "Let me return to my country." In that second, the old regent's gaze froze on Thales' face. Thales forced a smile and spread his hands.
Is that so? Interesting.
After pausing for a few seconds, the count pursed his lips.
His tone was thought-provoking.
"Then, how did you answer?"
Thales stood in front of Jenny and looked at the girl's joyful expression. He was deep in thought.
"I need to think about it," Thales answered very slowly. "This is my answer."
Lisban did not speak. After a few seconds, the regent raised his eyebrows slightly.
"You know that you are in Dragon Cloud City?"
Thales nodded.
"I know." Lisban looked at him with a piercing gaze. "You also know that the Archduchess is protecting you?"
Thales took a deep breath.
"I know.
But you still need to know." This time, Count Lisban raised his voice slightly.
There was a fierce look in his eyes. 6 years ago, during the King's Selection Congress, when the 5 archdukes agreed unanimously to not let you leave Ekstedt. How the lonely Lady Saroma stood in the Hall of Heroes and threatened the archdukes in front of High Priestess Holm that if she was not allowed to keep you in Dragon Cloud City, she would refuse to be chosen as the king and be destroyed in Dragon Cloud City with the 5 of them.
Thales was stunned.
He lowered his head and stared at the ground with a dazed expression. He remembered how Archduke Lekko patted his shoulder earnestly and told him to take care of himself in Heroic Spirit Palace.
"About this, I really don't know," the prince said absent-mindedly.
Lisban looked at Thales' expression and nodded slightly. "Please don't let her regret that decision.
You should return to the palace. You don't want to offend Lord Nicholas at this time. You have an outdoor class tomorrow."
After the regent finished speaking, he glanced at the prince, who was deep in thought, and turned to leave.
"Regent Lisban."
Thales stopped the count.
"Will you miss him?"
Lisban turned around and looked at the prince expressionlessly. He raised his eyebrows slightly.
"Will you miss King Nuven?"
Thales added.
"You know, the born king, the real tough guy from the Walton family."
The prince's expression was slightly gloomy.
He looked like a sentimental poet, thinking about how good it would be if he was still around. This time, the silence between the two lasted for a long time. It was so long that Waya, who was a few steps away, could not help but signal Thales, but he was stopped by Ralph. After a long period of silence, Count Lisban finally spoke calmly. "Every day, I miss him, especially when there are mountains of documents and chores piled up on the table again." "You can't imagine how deep our friendship is."
Thales stared at him.
"Yes.
You know, when King Nuven was still around, Dragon Cloud City and even Ekstedt were far from being like this."
Thales sighed.
The vassals were in their positions, and their actions were orderly. The subjects had their own duties, and everything was in order. Thales stared at the count's face and said with a faint sigh, "But after he left, during the Archduchess' reign, the entire Dragon Cloud City was in turmoil, and the people were in a state of panic. Now, even Black Sand region dares to come to Dragon Cloud City to contact me."
Lisban looked at him without moving.
"She has not ruled for long, and the people are not used to it yet. We need time and patience," the count answered without missing a single detail.
Thales narrowed his eyes slightly.
"Yes. Perhaps to Dragon Cloud City, a weak and powerless girl is still a notch below Archduke Walton's position." The prince shook his head faintly. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Perhaps she is still far from having the right to rule Dragon Cloud City. Lisban frowned slightly and said in a displeased tone, "Please do not interpret my words as you wish, Prince Thales." Thales closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh. "Your Grace," the prince asked in a seemingly nonchalant manner, "if one day, the Dragon Spear family's bloodline is cut off, and the Waltons have no successor." Count Lisban's expression froze.
"What will you and your family do in Dragon Cloud City?"
Once he said this, Lisban gave him a profound look. "Even if we are allies, your words just now can still easily cause misunderstandings, Prince Thales, especially after your meeting with the emissary of Black Sand region." The count's words were already laced with politeness but unquestionable sternness.
Even now, 6 years later,
Thales smiled apologetically. Please understand that the current situation in Dragon Cloud City worries me, whether it is the Alliance of Freedom in the City of Faraway Prayers in the west, or the Emissary of Black Sand region in the city, and of course the vassals of Dragon Cloud City.
I have to think more and plan ahead.
Lineage stared at him firmly and did not move.
Dragon Cloud City will always belong to the Walton family, the Count said slowly. Raikaru's descendants have ruled this land for nearly 700 years, but it is not without reason that the Cloud Dragon spear flag is still passed down to this day. There will be news from both the Alliance of Freedom and the City of Faraway Prayers. Please don't worry too much. Thales stared at Count Lineage for a long time. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. I understand, the prince said meaningfully. In the next second, he nodded slightly and got on Jenny's saddle without hesitation. He spurred the horse and left, leaving Count Lineage and the group of patrols far behind. After entering the first gatehouse, Thales was not surprised to see Nicholas at the palace gate.
However, the Star Killer only cast him a glance from afar before he turned around and dismissed the Archduchess guards, who had just gathered together, as if they were facing a great enemy.
He then turned around and left. The prince frowned. Thales did not fall asleep that night. For the first time, he felt that the walls and floor tiles of Dragon Cloud City were exceptionally hard, and his back hurt when he knocked against them. Let me sum it up. In the Archduchess' study room, Merrill Hicks, the old crow, sat in his favorite seat. Just like before, he neither used a book nor a pen. He only leaned on a walking stick, smiled shakily, and nodded gently at his two students.
Thales rested his chin on one hand and looked at Hicks in a seemingly serious manner. My dear Saroma has given us many interesting and powerful explanations about how the joint ruling pledge was formed. For example, why Nuvan I, who was the most powerful, was willing to compromise. The most powerful. Nuvan. What is that terrifying old king thinking? Hicks' voice continued to travel. For example, the prestige of King Raikaru and the Queen of the Sky is still deeply rooted in the hearts of the people.
Raikaru's descendants. Prestige. In Dragon Cloud City, how much prestige does Saroma need to have in order to stabilize her rule?
Even her bloodline. For example, the defense line at Glacier requires power that far surpasses that of an archduke to maintain.
An archduke. How will the game between the archdukes affect Saroma's rule?
For example, as we mentioned in the first lesson, the boundaries of governance.
If we do not maintain the system in which the major vassals open up their own territories and govern themselves, Extet will find it difficult to maintain and protect this vast territory that stretches from West Billow to Northland, across the four great ancient provinces, and is second only to the ancient empire. The boundaries of governance. At this moment, Thales felt a pain in his ribs.
He turned his head in a daze and watched Saroma pull her elbow back as if nothing had happened.
Thales stared at her in a daze. What's wrong? I'm sorry, I have to repeat myself. Hicks stared straight at the Prince of Constellation. The old crow said with a smile, Do you have anything else to add about the achievement of the joint ruling pledge, Thales? Thales snapped out of his daze. He had unknowingly become absent-minded. He hurriedly flipped open his notes, shook his head apologetically, and nodded. I'm sorry, Yes, I have something to add about how Extet's joint ruling pledge was achieved. Hicks raised his head slightly, showing an interested expression. Constellation. Thales raised his head and answered, The achievement of the joint ruling pledge is largely thanks to Constellation's contribution.